Chapter 22-27. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was obstructed. Feng Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but right at this time, a starlight shot over at lightning speed, hitting Feng Yuan's forehead. Feng Yuan's head was slightly tilted back from the attack. Seeing that his defensive methods were weakened by 30%, he quickly moved around casually, moving around continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal to attack Feng Yuan from another direction. At once, Feng Yuan faced the combined attacks of two Venerables. The Immortals present were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Feng Yuan was, how could he be worthy of being targeted by two Venerables? But thinking about it, everyone started to understand. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables in the battlefield, Feng Yuan was the biggest threat. Other than Feng Yuan's main body, Qixi Ancestor and Zhan Budu were also Feng Yuan's clones. Thus he had the biggest force. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who seemed to be alone, had already cooperated with Feng Yuan for a long time during the pursuit battle against Feng Yuan. The pressure increased. Feng Yuan focused on dodging. While resisting the attacks of the two Venerables, he shouted to Paradise Earth's immortals. "We need to work together, we need to be united. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results in front of us, the two Venerables will not let us take advantage of them easily. They will definitely get rid of us first." Without much hesitation, Shen Shang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest shouted and attacked. But even with their efforts, they could not relieve the pressure on Feng Yuan's shoulders. Inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals fought desperately against Shen Shang and the other pseudo-Venerables. Even if they sacrificed their lives, they did not hesitate. Feng Yuan gradually started to escape. He became more and more passive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly activated Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Feng Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal took the chance to attack. A golden light shot out from his hand. Feng Yuan could not dodge. He was hit by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan had to use a famous defensive method. A long robe instantly appeared on his body. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as white as snow. The robe's surface rippled. It was actually the image of the reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not only that, but the surface of the robe was also shrouded in a faint mist. Another streak of rainbow light, azure and pure, curved like a ribbon on a celestial robe. It coiled around Feng Yuan's arm, the nape of his neck, and circled around his waist. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The countercurrent protection seal was not just for show. It immediately reflected the Giant Sun Immortal's golden light, as well as the flying stars that came after it. Feng Yuan finally got a chance to catch his breath. He didn't dare to be negligent. He spread his fingers wide. His left hand released 5-colored smoke. It was the killer move 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. His right hand also opened up and pressed on the star path. It was a sinister and vicious compound killing move called Corrosive Ash. This move contained the profundities of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path, and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and cause severe internal damage. The longer it dragged on, the more intense the damage would be. Even if he stopped this killer move, there would still be continuous damage, just that the damage would gradually decrease. Feng Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. In just a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan stopped this killer move. But the immemorial year beast that was hit howled for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pile of rotten mud. Feng Yuan blew out a breath of air and blew it away. Feng Yuan used this move not to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. It was this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He had to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move. Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated a killer move again. He had the same thought as Feng Yuan. Great minds think alike. He wanted to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move had extraordinary power. Wherever it went, the star path vanished, starlight dissipated, and the void returned to its original state. Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she scattered starlight from her hands. Most of them were still focused on Feng Yuan, but the remaining half attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not figure out his methods immediately. She had to be vigilant at all times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the entire situation. She was extremely calm. As long as there were any suspicious signs, she would suppress them in advance. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, Paradise Earth also became more conservative. This reverse flow protection seal is truly troublesome, but Feng Yuan, how long can you last? Giant Sun Immortal used killer moves consecutively with shocking power. These killer moves were reflected back, but reverse flow river's water level also fell rapidly. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was known to the world. Giant Sun Immortal was not unprepared for it. It was just that he had not dealt with Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal personally, and Feng Yuan modified it afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal could only choose to expend it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and frowned slightly. She willed as the star path shook. A Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House moved along the star path and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will had a solemn expression as he used a method that he had prepared for a long time. Painting Path Killer Move. Scenery Hanging Painting. Instantly, Feng Yuan's image appeared in Divine Emperor City's painting world. Feng Yuan's image was standing in front of Genesis Lotus Will, unmoving. His eyes were wide open, and he had no expression. After using this killer move, Genesis Lotus Will's body started to become unstable. He gritted his teeth as he used another painting path killer move. It was called rope cutting ink. A thin ink line flew out of Genesis Lotus Will's hand and cut the face of Feng Yuan's image. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan, who was fighting with Giant Sun Immortal, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut open. The wound was like a thin line. Black ink flowed out of the wound. What's going on? Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. Almost instantly, he turned his eagle-like gaze towards Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing. It is likely related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. His guess was absolutely correct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she prepared the killer move Luck Gamble for Giant Sun Immortal, she would not leave out Feng Yuan either. Even though Feng Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he could not use it again. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of a plan, she would not leave out Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Thus, Scenery Painting Killer Move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the first place. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Genesis Lotus Will to work together and modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had just stabilized himself with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used this method. Reverse Flow River had the essence of reversing everything, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had little understanding of painting path. He did not have much attainment level. Feng Yuan knew this loophole. He had already gathered some painting path mortal goo. But against a method like scenery painting he was still unable to do so. This way, Feng Yuan was hit by scenery painting killer move. This was also the reason why most Gu Venerables would cultivate two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path. Giant Sun Immortal cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. When Gu Venerables cultivated both paths, they usually had one orthodox path and one mystical path. That was to say, one path was the main method that could be spread far and wide. The other path remained mysterious and restrained communication. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the orthodox path, and Star Path as the mystical path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the orthodox path, and Painting Path as the mystical path. Feng Yuan's current situation was the advantage of this. Feng Yuan could reverse Wood Path methods. But he was unfamiliar with painting path, thus, painting path methods were effective. Giant Sun Immortal's situation was special. He intended to cultivate blood path as the orthodox path and luck path as the mystical path. In Giant Sun Immortal's first life, he created luck path, but he only cultivated luck path in his entire life. Thus, he kept luck path a secret, and only left behind a third of his luck path true inheritance in 88-point Jinyang Tower to support Feng Yuan and his family's ambitions. After his death, he used all methods to create blood path using his clone's ability. He had intended to use blood path as the most common method. Thus, the Blood Sea clone spread blood path everywhere. He wanted to borrow the strength of the world to help him perfect and develop blood path. In Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will use a painting path killer move called Brush Strike. The brush continued to move on Feng Yuan's image, leaving behind ink marks wherever it went. At the same time, black ink wounds appeared on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's injuries were rapidly worsening. Compound Immortal Killer Move. Man as before. Feng Yuan used another killer move to heal himself. But this way, he had no choice but to cancel the corrosive Dark Ember killer move, only using 5 restriction Profound Light Chi to counterattack. The killer moves he used at the same time did not exceed the limits of Feng Yuan's wisdom path abilities. But Feng Yuan had to leave room for thinking, to deal with sudden situations. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, Feng Yuan's reaction would be slightly slower, and the enemy would take advantage of it. After all, his enemies were not Qin Dingling or Bing Sai Chuan, but venerables. Moreover, 2 venerables were working together. Immense pressure pressed down on him like an endless mountain. They would not stop until they killed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was at a disadvantage. His situation was getting more and more difficult. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since rebirth. Compared to this, the situation during the Fate War was far less torturous. Feng Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the rest wanted to reinforce him, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable, or Giant Sun Immortal. The 2 venerables focused most of their firepower on Feng Yuan, leaving only a small part of their energy to stop the other pseudo-venerables from helping. Finally, Feng Yuan's reverse flow river was exhausted, and Feng Yuan had no choice but to cancel the move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal laughed loudly. He unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. The killer move was formless. Feng Yuan was instantly hit. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture shook intensely. Thunder rumbled and clouds of calamity gathered. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Immortal friend Feng Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar. It can turn fortune into disaster. Your Sovereign Immortal Aperture has too many resources. It is developing too well. If such a profound blessing were to turn into a calamity, how great would the calamity be? Feng Yuan's expression changed. Library of Literature. Chapter 22-28. Over 100 typos were fixed and over 30 bugs were fixed. The climax of this plot update will be released in 2019. 2-1. From now on, if there are any typos or bugs, just leave me a comment. If there is no update, it means I encountered an accident. Goo. After going through the liver life formation, I am so skinny, I am dizzy. This is a small update, don't expect too much. Also, please don't refine the human path Immortal Goo Alliance leader Goo. I really want to have a good year. The first Goo Immortal was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The last generation Combat Beast King's heart tightened. So fast. His heart was heavy. The more Goo Immortals died, the less resistance the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche, and the situation would be unsalvageable. The last generation Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the message, don't save mini Black Heaven. Abandon all desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. First, ensure that all the cities are safe, then focus on the important resources. What have the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals deduced? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Not even half. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Goo Immortal was sweating profusely. Take out the results first. The last generation Combat Beast King almost stomped his foot. The results were quickly obtained. The last generation Combat Beast King made a decision and Star Collection City began to mobilize the Gu Immortals. Oh, Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting the flame monsters, the Blaze Mist Swamp had been completely destroyed. Most of the flame monsters were still alive. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only exterminate a small portion. These flame monsters' targets were already destroyed, so all their hostility was concentrated on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreating, how could the flame monsters let him go? They chased after him. Wu Shuai led the way and met with another Gu Immortal halfway. This Gu Immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Gu Immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It works. These calamities and tribulations are not natural. They are caused by the giant Sun Immortal's killer move. Because it's just a change in luck, without Providence's unified command. It's like having an army of billions without a marshal to lead it. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Some Gu Immortals collected the acid rain, while some Gu Immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the situation in the sovereign immortal aperture was finally alleviated. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation Combat Beast King spat out a mouthful of turbid air. In just a short period of time, he was already drenched in sweat. The calamity came too fiercely. If they were slightly slower to react, they might end up collapsing. Thankfully, it was a race against time. The Gu Immortals managed to gain a foothold before the calamities and tribulations. However, it was far from enough to reach this stage. Calamities and tribulations were still taking place everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to wear each other out. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was still being damaged by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath that passed, the damage would be more severe. The tribulation clouds above the day's flower mist have completely dissipated. The tribulation clouds above the Needle Forest snowfield have mostly dissipated. The dark graphite mine is completely destroyed. The tribulation clouds have been destroyed. Something is wrong. There is a strange situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds in the Mini-5 regions are experiencing the same change. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. The last generation Combat Beast King had just let out a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no! His expression turned pale. Combining the information he had a map of the Mini-5 regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared at all the key locations. Bam bam bam, from the tribulation clouds, earthen yellow light pillars shot out. The light pillars hit the ground and penetrated deep into the ground. The tribulation clouds surged. Large amounts of tribulation clouds quickly entered the earthen yellow light pillars. A portion of the light pillar lit up. This portion of light flew down and entered the ground. Bam! A loud sound resounded. The ground shook intensely. Bam! 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 The earth-shaking light pillars in the Mini-5 regions continued to attack. The ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, rivers changed their paths, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is Luck Path. It targets the resources of the immortal aperture. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the earth veins have become the focus of attention. Thus, so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were formed, surrounding all the earth vein nodes and trying to destroy them. Wu Shuai's expression was cold as ice. Although Giant Sun Immortal's tribulation did not have Providence's overall control, there would be such a change towards the end. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of a leader. However, do you think the earth veins that we built so painstakingly will be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating the formation resolutely. The earth vein formation was activated. A grand aura rapidly spread. The rampaging underground tremors were fiercely suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu Immortals to various locations to attack the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals worked together to get through this crisis. The tribulation cloud changed again, this time forming beast calamities in various locations. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel hamsters attacked the nodes of the earth vein from all directions. After losing 7 to 8 earth vein nodes, these golden steel hamsters were exterminated, while a small portion of the hamsters were enslaved by Wu Shuai. The tribulation cloud changed again, still targeting the earth veins. The immortals defended the earth veins with all their might, working closely together. Although the earth vein nodes were decreasing, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, but their target was still the earth veins. This was a controllable factor. It gave the immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than a dozen calamities and tribulations targeting the earth veins. After the immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation cloud that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture had dissipated. However, just as the immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that caused all the living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture to feel fear suddenly appeared. At first, this aura was very small, but soon, the aura grew rapidly in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Under the immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a flame burned in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Black flame. The moment the black flame appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation cloud to nothingness. The black flame grew rapidly, as lumps of black flame continued to fall. Everywhere it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned to nothingness. The immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. The black flame's power was so terrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy of all existences. Isn't this black flame the same as the one in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal really has a good method. Wu Shuai's heart was pounding. Even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black flame. There was nothing to say. The immortals started to resist the black flame. However, all their methods were not effective. Even if Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only destroy a small portion of the black flame. Moreover, once the black flame was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Gu immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, He Chunqiu made his move. Don't panic. The main body had also expected this and instructed me to deal with it. He Chunqiu said as he activated the human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge. They flew to various places in the mini 5 regions. Wherever the black flame spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black flame quickly dissipated and changed forms, but no matter what form it was, they were all enveloped by the white light and continued to dissipate. The white light was very effective, but the black flame continued to collide and grow in size. If this continues, it will be terrible. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot compare to the growth of the black flame. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no, black flame has appeared in Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned by the black flame. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chunqiu, Wu Shuai, and the rest's expressions changed. The situation was out of control. The human path formation that Feng Yuan left behind was also not working. What to do? The defending Gu immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Feng Yuan's main body. Feng Yuan's main body continued to dodge. At this moment, he was bathed in blood. His hair was disheveled and one of his arms was cut off. It was a tragic sight. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 restriction profound light Chi was forced to stop. There was a word that could be used to describe Feng Yuan's current situation. That was, barely surviving. Giant Sun Immortal's method was truly amazing. It could be said to be taking drastic measures. The Gu immortals left behind in the sovereign immortal aperture were already powerless. They could only hope that Feng Yuan's main body would make a move. But Feng Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a storm. They came one after the other, almost suffocating him. I need to get rid of the black flame. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. If the black flame was left unchecked, his sovereign immortal aperture would be finished. Immortal killer move. Huang suddenly, a Qi Path killer move arrived and blocked a venerable for the time being. This was the Qi Si clone's move. He finally broke free from the restriction. Here I come, Jean Budu roared. Without the responsibility of protecting Qi Si, he was freed. He charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal killer move, Mortal Smoke. He used his method to save the human path formation first. Next, he worked with the human path formation to destroy the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire tangled with the black fire, tearing at it fiercely. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately restrained. However, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor were both forced back. Paradise Earth's ally. Feng Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply as he used Heavenly Net recovery again. With his help, Feng Yuan gained some breathing space again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Net, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor came to reinforce him again. At this point, the two venerables were still not able to take Feng Yuan's life. They were frowning. The crazed demon formation was getting thinner. The venerables also started to let loose. Their attacks were getting more terrifying. Feng Yuan could only escape pathetically. Immortal Gu House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Feng Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core. It could actually absorb the power of the black fire. The sovereign immortal aperture's stalemate finally started to turn around. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress lasted for Feng Yuan for a while before it was broken by the two venerables. Die. After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. Protect me. Feng Yuan could not dodge in time, he shouted. At the crucial moment, Jean Budu flew over, using his body to block the killer move. Boom. With a loud sound, Jean Budu shattered into pieces, dying on the spot. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerable's heart sank. In contrast, Celestial Court's Immortal's morale was greatly boosted. Feng Yuan lost his main clone, Jean Budu, while his immortal aperture was also rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But thankfully, the various immortal Gu were sent to Jewel Yellow Skies under the control of Jean Budu's will. However, the black fire was still rampaging in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal attacked again. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only command the Qi Si clone to block the attack. The Qi Si clone was not as tough as Jean Budu. It would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. But Feng Yuan had to sacrifice this clone for the safety of his main body. However, at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming an azure thread lump that trapped Qi Si Ancestor inside. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard. His killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at star constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter side. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were shaken. This was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle. They were really too lucky. The Qi Si clone managed to keep his life. He continued to protect Feng Yuan with his life. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture only improved slightly. As long as Feng Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again, and the entire immortal aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer completely vanished. The unified great world turned into nothingness. Countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death flew over along with the immortal graveyard. Star constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and kept them in her immortal aperture. At this point, Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Feng Yuan. The 8th layer completely vanished. Only the 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final piece of truthful floating ice remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating practice Gu together, as if they were making the final carving. Seeing this, all the immortals present were shaken, while Feng Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. He had finally gotten through the most difficult moment. As Feng Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him anymore. They stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The two venerables had worked together to get rid of these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods and tried every possible means to survive. The two venerables' plan failed. Now the eternal life research results were almost complete. The most important thing was to seize this research result. Whoever continued to tangle with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for the other venerable. Success, we succeeded. The three crazed demon cave eccentrics suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, lying on the ground in extreme excitement. Immortal killer move. Luck gamble. The two venerables were in a deadlock for a moment, when Qin Dingling suddenly appeared from the starry path. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, Golden Hooped Immortal King also appeared, using the Golden Hooped Ring to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had an obvious advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, his combat system's foundation would be dug out. He would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he did not succeed, he would be slowed down for a moment because he had to deal with Qin Dingling and Golden Hooped Immortal King. With this momentary advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, at the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a great method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House suddenly shone brightly. Most of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape. Feng Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. From then on, this Immortal Goo House had been involved in the operation of the Crazed Demon formation, until it was expelled. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not truthful floating ice after all. After it was expelled, it hid itself deeply. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had been involved in the operation of the Crazed Demon formation. It was compatible with this world. Right now, when Giant Sun Immortal activated it, it immediately affected the Crazed Demon formation, causing limitless chains to become restless. This Star Constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up not only forcefully fused with limitless chains, but also involved many pseudo-venerables including Feng Yuan. It had already reached its limit. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly erupted, finally freeing limitless chains from the starry path, causing the entire Star Constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood. She suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between itself and the Crazed Demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by endless emotions. Its speed fell sharply. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks, quickly chasing after it. Bam bam bam. The two venerables fought, wind and lightning surged, ghosts and gods trembled in fear. Thankfully this was a void, otherwise all living beings would not exist. The two venerables kept each other in check, reaching the mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. The two venerables suddenly stopped at the same time, their expressions strange. Pang Shan of the Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics woke up at this moment. He was originally extremely fat, but now, he was all skin and bones, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed dry. What is going on? Why haven't we obtained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we have no strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was unfocused. There was something wrong with his condition. He had a dazed expression as he mumbled. Alarmed by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer had an ugly expression. He collapsed on the ground, barely cupping his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away, no, half a step away. As long as either of you slightly activates practice goo, you will be able to completely mold this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they would have to completely mold this truthful floating ice. But how could that be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed. There were no longer any great worlds to provide fuel and clues for the crazed demon formation. That was to say, if they wanted to properly mold this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their strength. The amount of contribution was very important. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable who entered the truthful floating ice had the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, they might be taken advantage of by another venerable, who was in perfect condition. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they both had their concerns. They could only stop and ponder. On the other side, the Pseudo-Venerables and the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals were still fighting. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled sinisterly, pointing his finger. Boom boom boom. The chi lump exploded, blasting Duke Tong into pieces, not even leaving behind a corpse. Spear Forest. Che Wei shouted. Countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Wei-yin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A yellow giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without Star Constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you stop me? Lu Wei-yin sighed. The yellow giant hand clenched and turned Che Wei into meat paste. Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals were inferior to Pseudo-Venerables after all. Earlier, even in Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals could not resist Pseudo-Venerables and died frequently. After reviving in the Immortal Graveyard, they quickly joined the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. Now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not in charge of the situation, without Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals immediately collapsed and were slaughtered, unable to stop the Pseudo-Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, immediately taking action to help. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately attacked and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables started fighting again. The two Venerables were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. While he was resting, Giant Sun Immortal opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time he transmitted, Bing Sai Chuan Go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal's order and was about to charge in. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, waving the lamp in her hand again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, held his chest and knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself and cried, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's my fault, it's my fault. If I had performed better, I would have been able to help Master defeat Celestial Court and obtain the eternal life research results. What is the point of me living? I have betrayed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well just die." Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated his killer move and wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack and summoned Calamity Luck Altar back to him. Golden light flowed and permeated Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from his self-blame. He was covered in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. If not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. Is this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Has Master been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time? Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan's fear intensified. His face was pale as he collapsed on the ground. His body was shivering like a sieve. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear. He was about to be scared to death by himself. Giant Sun Immortal took action again and saved Bing Sichuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She had taken advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. She also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal temporarily avoided her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these Gu immortals were killed by Lu Weiyin and the rest, they quickly revived in the immortal graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they scattered and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used several methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They fought back and forth, using many methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Shenshang. "You are courting death." Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shenshang. Shenshang screamed and quickly retreated. At the same time, Paradise Earth and Lu Weiyin attacked with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore apart defenses one after another, but Shenshang was still hit. Shenshang let out a cry and fainted on the spot. His injuries were extremely severe. He was barely hanging on to his last breath. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were furious. They also understood the upper limit of their current strength. Shenshang's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scales. They immediately joined forces. Shenshang's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to take advantage of them. The situation was in a deadlock like this. The two venerables kept each other in check. Their attention was placed on each other. The pseudo-venerables were left to watch the battle. As for the pseudo-venerables, it was wishful thinking to try to enter the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Shenshang, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made a move, they took advantage of the opportunities created by the two venerables' battle, but they all returned in failure. Lu Weiyin was heavily injured. While Paradise Earth had light injuries, he was breathing heavily. Shenshang woke up. His injuries were severe and could not be healed immediately. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad and retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. Thus he was in good condition. As for Feng Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire. But he also paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were destroyed. Secluded domains of heaven and earth like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were damaged by the black fire. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire, and even more Gu immortals died. 60% of the Gu immortals died in battle, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. Just this tribulation alone caused Feng Yuan to return to his original state. He lost 70 to 80% of his foundation. I only have 20% of my immortal essence left. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. Even though he had time path methods to increase the production of immortal essence, and also had the help of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, his expenditure was too huge. All kinds of construction and immortal Gu refinement aside, just the repeated battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Feng Yuan's careful planning was useless. He had no room to save. Using only 20% of his immortal essence to deal with the two venerables who were in good condition was very dangerous. Boom boom boom. The two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, exceeding their limits. Crazed demon formation was still operating. Limitless chains appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the two venerables. The two venerables resisted limitless chains while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through the limit and triggered the chain's counterattack. He resisted the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of Limitless Chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two Venerables fought and competed fiercely. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds and thousands of chains, but soon Limitless Chains increased by several times and joined the fight between the two Venerables. The pseudo-Venerables retreated quickly. They were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two Venerables are going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even though they know this is wrong, there is no other way. The fierce competition has already formed. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a Venerable. We pseudo-Venerables don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle from a close distance. The pseudo-Venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Feng Yuan. Friend Feng Yuan, do you have a good plan? Feng Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, another change occurred. After the killer moves of the two Venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. With a series of cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics were heavily injured. Among them, Pang Shan died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood. He shouted anxiously with a distorted expression. He did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu Immortal at all. What are you doing? You bunch of idiots. This is the Eternal Life research result. We only need one person to continue activating Practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal beat his chest and stomped his feet. He pointed at the two Venerables and scolded, falling into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-Venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two Venerables did not care. The destruction of the Eternal Life research result shook their hearts. But they could not stop their attacks. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two Venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, it would affect the outcome. Once the outcome was decided, it would not only affect the Eternal Life research result, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Regardless of which side won, Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it would affect the prestige of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. In the end, it could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also a choice. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the Eternal Life research result, sending someone to complete the final step and take the Eternal Life research result. Thus, they could not retreat. Even though the Eternal Life research result was slightly damaged, it was still mostly intact. But if they continued to fight like this, neither of the two Venerables would be willing to back down. If the outcome could not be decided, the Eternal Life research result might truly be destroyed. The two Venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not back down. Even if the final battle ended in failure, it was better than the enemy obtaining it. Feng Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted, Celestial Court is our common enemy. Help me and we will split the Eternal Life research result equally, just like Primordial Domain. The Immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Feng Yuan not long ago. But now he actually took the initiative to ask for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal was actually so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest. She shouted. Feng Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you. They had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we join forces? Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this. Were all Venerables like this? But soon, the Immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. Venerables were far stronger than pseudo-Venerables, but Feng Yuan was not an ordinary person. Not long ago, the two Venerables joined forces, but he managed to barely survive. This showed Feng Yuan's strength. Now that the two Venerables were in a stalemate, Feng Yuan was a sufficient bargaining chip. Whichever side he chose to bet on would fall into a disadvantage. Just looking at the current situation, A slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory or defeat. Even if the venerables had extra strength and trump cards, they could rope in Feng Yuan to counteract the other side's trump card. It would not be a loss. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Good plan, immortal venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford the price? Feng Yuan was fearless at this moment. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The tribulation had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be destroyed, but the situation was completely different now. No venerable would be foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, Feng Yuan would be able to last for some time without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan had a falling out, but they took the initiative to make up for it, because Giant Sun Immortal was strong and Feng Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan and the Celestial Court had a deep grudge, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed join forces. Why not? Feng Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had a falling out. They could not easily join forces. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world, forcing them to think that it was more advantageous to join forces. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Feng Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately followed. I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my Wisdom Path True Inheritance, and Genesis Lotus Wood Path True Inheritance can also be traded. Not only you, Feng Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin, Sheng, Qiju, everyone. My celestial court's magnanimity is known to all. I swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished speaking, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal opened their eyes wide, staring blankly at the truthful floating ice. Cracks appeared on the truthful floating ice, spreading all over in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me that attack just now completely destroyed this truthful floating ice. Not Immortal hugged his head and shouted. The immortals stared fixedly at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The shards were like crystals, flying everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only the human-shaped ice block in the middle was left. This human-shaped ice block's figure and outline were originally very blurry, but after a few breaths of time, it became lifelike. After a few more breaths of time, it became flesh and blood. Eventually, under the dumbfounded gazes of the immortals, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo immortal. Ever mad demon Dao addict. Looking up to ask about yin and yang, heaven and earth. A million years of planning and accumulation. Today Limitless will live forever. After this immortal finished his long chant, he slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. P.S. Today I will update slightly. Roar roar. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. After countless investigations, she did not find any traces of Limitless rebirth in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal had the same result as her. Precisely because of this, the two venerables competed so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had really revived. Don't tell me. Once the final truthful floating ice block is successfully sculpted, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and become eternal? Feng Yuan was also shocked. Feng Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura was far stronger than the other two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing mountains and a vast ocean. This does not match the historical records. Did limitless demon Venerable really surpass Venerables and achieve eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other before attacking at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. His chains danced in the air, and easily turned the two Venerables' attacks into nothingness. The two Venerables' hearts shook, their battle intent increased instead of decreasing. They used even more ferocious killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After several rounds, the two Venerables could not even harm a hair on Limitless. Limitless roared and waved his hands. Space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly retreated. Paradise Earth, Feng Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay, they retreated far away. At once, within 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than not immortal and secret schemer, there was nothing else. Giant Sun had a solemn expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze, starlight flickered in her eyes. She was deducing with all her strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Friends, I do not want to be enemies with all of you. The research of 1,000,000 years of eternal life has not been verified yet. How do we verify it? Giant Sun Immortal asked. Everyone take a look. Limitless Demon Venerable slightly moved his body. The immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that there was a small hole where Limitless Demon Venerable was originally standing. Through the hole, the Gu immortals saw chaos. If one said it was black, it was not black. If one said it was white, it was not white. If one said it was light, it was light. If one said it was darkness, it was darkness. Using all the words in the world to describe it was inaccurate. Because chaos was just chaos. Chaos was a great calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again. Are you not afraid of destroying the entire world? Giant Sun Immortal shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also spoke solemnly. Limitless, I know your goal, but if you insist on destroying the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life and have the celestial court die with me, I will eliminate you. Calm down, the hole is not big, I only want to test the eternal life research results. Even though we Venerables are invincible in the world, we are still plagued by calamities and tribulations. This is chaos. Among all the Venerables here, which one of you has not been injured by the chaos? Which one of you did not suffer from it? Crazed Demon Cave has existed for 1,000,000 years. There is an obvious criterion for whether the eternal life research results are successful or not. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly stretched his arm into the hole. The other Venerables and many Gu immortals subconsciously held their breaths as they stared fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any killer moves. He was only using his own body for this experiment. He was truly too daring. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to do this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was under the condition that they used all their strength to defend themselves. Like Limitless Demon Venerable who had no defensive measures, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only needed to touch a bit of the chaos to be completely wiped out. Unless they cut off their wrists in time. Limitless Demon Venerable stretched his arm in calmly like this. After a while, he pulled his arm back. His arm was black, like charcoal formed after a tree was burned. But when he clenched his fist, the charcoal on the surface instantly turned into dust, completely dissipating, revealing a smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal opened his mouth wide. He was dazed. Is this the realm of eternal life? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. I understand why I did not deduce it. Back when you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had been using the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had almost destroyed the world, because he created a huge hole. And the deepest part of Limitless Crazed Demon Formation was a hole in the world boundary, creating a small hole. Once the Crazed Demon Formation was shaken, this small hole would turn into a huge hole. That would be a huge problem. The entire Gu cultivation world could be destroyed because of this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was not wrong in calling Limitless a lunatic. For over 1,000,000 years, the world had been on the verge of destruction. All of this was caused by Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, I had already walked to the end of my path. I asked the Heavenly Tao, there is no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by fate Gu. I racked my brains and created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no other choice, I could only think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you guys around, even if there is a hole in the Crazed Demon formation and the hole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to fix it. Once he said that, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be pleasant? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable forced her to play a game of chess, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment. He wanted to borrow the power of the Celestial Court to deduce new heaven path research results. He also wanted to use the Celestial Court as the final layer of insurance. If something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be the paper that Limitless Demon Venerable used to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court standpoint, they would definitely make sacrifices to fix the hole, and they would be very willing to do so. But Limitless Demon Venerable continued. At this level, it cannot be considered eternal life. Don't you think so? Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth nodded slowly, he was expressionless. Feng Yuan had a vague realization. True eternal life was to be undamaged by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had not reached this level. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing repeatedly. He looked at Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, can you help me? Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly. Why should I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu, smiling. This Immortal Gu was prepared for you. Qiju, for this moment. I have been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly. Tears flowed out of his eyes. My revival was indeed part of your plan. Ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, truly lamentable. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was mocking himself. He had lost to Limitless Demon Venerable. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment he finally understood the gap between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Demon Immortal Qiju quietly. He waved his hand, Practice Gu flew towards him. Demon Immortal Qiju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memory. Limitless, you want to become a venerable, have you asked me? With me around, you can become a venerable. Demon Immortal Qiju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then Demon Immortal Qiju lost. His eyes were red. He shouted at Limitless Demon Venerable. You clearly passed your tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight me to the death? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. During the intense battle, he had also been on the verge of death several times. He smiled lightly. Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am truly at the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between venerables and Tao Guardians. Ha ha ha. The truth has proven that my guess was correct. Tao Guardian, I already know the secret of Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Qiju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you even disregarded your own life? Even if you become a venerable, you will be invincible in the world. Limitless Demon Venerable replied. Even if I become a venerable, it is only a first-level cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the Great Tao is more tempting. Oh Limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still that Limitless. Demon Immortal Qiju pointed at Limitless Demon Venerable and scolded. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Just like how I am limitless, you are still that Demon Immortal Qiju, right? Demon Immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he felt powerless. He grabbed Practice Goo and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Come. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Good. You are my Tao Guardian. Our fates are intertwined, according to my deduction. Only with the help of a Tao Guardian can a Venerable advance and break through the Venerable realm, reaching eternal life. Demon Immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what true eternal life is. Saying so, he activated Practice Goo. Practice Goo's light enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chiju was extremely weak. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. He had to stop using Practice Goo. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed. He was no different from a normal person. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Because even under the Immortals' investigative killer moves, he was still like a normal person. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's Immortals did not move. They were observing the situation. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later, he retracted his arm. His arm and palm were unharmed. The entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into extreme shock when they saw Limitless Demon Venerable's unharmed arm and palm. After a Goo cultivator became an immortal, there would always be earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables would face a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic calamity every 100 years. This chaotic calamity was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They would have to use all their strength to survive. Ordinary Goo Immortals did not know. But all the Venerables had been tested by chaotic calamities. They knew the terror of these calamities and tribulations. Now Limitless Demon Venerable tested it himself. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos, and was actually unharmed. This scene gave all the Venerables an incomparable shock. As for Feng Yuan and the others who knew about it, because they had not experienced it personally, they were not as moved as the Venerables. You did it. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. No, he has not yet. This is not complete eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with an extremely firm tone and expression. The Immortals looked over. Yes, he has not yet. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable also spoke, his expression showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and started to suck. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. They could not help but suck in cold breaths of air. If the Venerables were like babies, then the chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable put his arm into the chaos. He was using his body to cook the fire. Now he was even more reckless. He was directly swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. At the same time, chaos continued to flow out of the hole. It was like a torrent, constantly washing his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time. An extremely powerful aura burst out, causing the hearts of all the Immortals to tremble. Everyone watched quietly. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge. He was charging towards the true state of eternal life. Ever since he was young, he had always maintained an exuberant curiosity. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to understand everything. He wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His venerable identity had never made him feel a trace of pride. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. He still wanted to leave, but there was no path left. Thus, he painstakingly planned to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire goo cultivation world and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation. He had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, all for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth. There was no path left. He moved his legs and used all his strength to step into the endless darkness. He wanted to carve out a path. This was his final charge. Limitless had already used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like a few breaths of time. Whoosh! Black fire suddenly spewed out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortal's heart shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the immortals, he said plainly, "I failed." "No. Me too." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted. He attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Goo. A profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable's body was extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained some time to breathe. He laughed heartily before shaking his head. "Chi-Ju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how can I know the result?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju retorted angrily. "Are you willing to give up just like this? True eternal life. I want to see it too. I want to see it too." Limitless Demon Venerable sighed. His expression was extremely complex. "After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life never existed." At the next moment, bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. "No!" Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time. They were grief-stricken. Limitless Demon Venerable had failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was too deeply involved with him. He was instantly attacked by the primal chaos and vanished into thin air. A Grand Pseudo-Venerable could not even last 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos calamity could be seen from this. The immortals present were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that involved almost all the Venerable's schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was revived, Giant Sun Immortal was revived, Paradise Earth Cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but still did not succeed. He died. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life? That was an extravagant hope. No, it did not exist. How could it fail? How could it fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head dazed. "There is no eternal life. Hee, there is no eternal life. Hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit. Is there no path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were once again the greatest doubt in the immortals' minds. No one could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified. His attainment in this aspect far surpassed the immortals. But he died. He failed. He died under the primal chaos calamity. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh. Right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Feng Yuan suddenly took action, snatching a truthful floating ice. The immortals were immediately jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. He turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the primal chaos, but there was actually a small portion that remained. The primal chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by Limitless Crazed Demon Formation, and they were definitely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead, but his 1,000,000 years of effort was not just a popped bubble. He still left behind abundant results. Snatch. There was nothing to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. A large number of killer moves were unleashed, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. But the remaining truthful floating ice pieces were still intact. They were still shining brightly. This was normal. Even the primal chaos calamity could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of venerables and pseudo-venerables naturally could not do anything to them. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals kept each other in check. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal shouted angrily. Golden light filled the sky and burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables hurriedly dodged. The golden light suddenly formed a whirlpool, sucking in one of the truthful floating ice pieces. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and threw down a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars, shining with dazzling starlight. They collided with the golden light and both were destroyed. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was sucked into the golden light regained its freedom and floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. The rest of the truthful floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size as it. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to take away half of the eternal life results of 1,000,000 years. How was that possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree so easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly attacked, aiming at the small truthful floating ice piece closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly flashed and sent Lu Weiyin flying. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. When he wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, the golden light was like a needle that almost pierced through his body. The two venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Feng Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were both very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin were both stopped. The pseudo-venerables quietened down and waited for a new opportunity to appear during the battle between the two venerables. The loophole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress this small loophole. But after his death, the strength he left behind declined rapidly. Although the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal glanced at the hole in the world boundary and said calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why don't we stop and get rid of these pseudo-venerables first, then fix the loophole and finally split the truthful floating ice? What do you think?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, then used her actions to give the most direct reply. For a moment, starlight scattered in all directions, attacking Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Feng Yuan and the rest dodged left and right, escaping pathetically. Limitless Demon Venerable was already dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two venerables could attack to their heart's content. Of course, they had not used their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Feng Yuan and the rest were still in great danger, struggling on the edge of life and death. "We can't hold on. The two venerables can't compete. Everyone, I will retreat first," Feng Yuan shouted, pulling Qi-Si Ancestor out of the 9th layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left. If Feng Yuan retreated like this, the two venerables would not be able to chase after him, because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on the truthful floating ice. Because as long as either of the two venerables attacked and blocked the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, it would be very difficult for the retreating pseudo-venerables to come back in. As long as they stalled for some time, the two venerables would keep the truthful floating ice. Then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. "Everyone else can leave, but you Feng Yuan cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their clear-cut attitudes. Among the Gu Immortals present, Feng Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Fang Yuan obtained was very large. It was at least 10% of the total truthful floating ice fragments. At this moment, the two venerables worked together again to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was completely incomparable to now. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to use reverse flow protection seal again. Reverse flow river was almost empty earlier, but during this time of rest, the river water recovered a little in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, reverse flow protection seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They only needed to use some ingenious methods to deal with it. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share the truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent, we have to work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fang Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Fang Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal also targeted the largest truthful floating ice. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path method to collect the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme. The two venerables could not sense it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they resisted it with difficulty. Fang Yuan used Fortitude Gu, Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light. All sorts of killer moves were activated, attacking all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Chi-Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone present. Her expression turned pale rapidly, the starlight around her dimmed rapidly, the 10 billion thoughts in her mind were quickly expended. She was almost out of energy. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again, pulling a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but there was an immortal Gu inside. This immortal Gu was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was because of this immortal Gu that she was willing to give up on the biggest piece of truthful floating ice and take this small piece first. After taking this immortal Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move, putting away Book Mountain and defending with all her strength. Her actions were very wise. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress him. At the next moment, he shouted loudly. Golden light shot everywhere as he counterattacked fiercely. His attacks wreaked havoc, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave, cutting a sorry figure. Giant Sun Immortal also took the chance to take a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one. It was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal also knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he could not take the biggest piece of truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered, and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using all their strength to take the truthful floating ice. They had no other choice. This gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Feng Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 to 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Shenshang, Lu Weiyin, and Qi Si also had 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean, only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables had heavy injuries. They tried to attack but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time, and attacked the pseudo-venerables again. This time, they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-venerables all had some truthful floating ice. The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-venerables. Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength at this moment. Almost every breath of time, his strength increased. His aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 Venerable level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shine brightly. So that's it. Paradise Earth, you cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually absorb strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, her killing intent surged. Earlier, when Feng Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth was willing to give up on Feng Yuan to snatch a piece of truthful floating ice. So this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the disadvantage of being forced to revive early and become a Venerable again. And this time he was not a Venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, he would become the #1 expert in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed. The two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable join the fray, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Feng Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others, "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Shenshang hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into Jewel Yellow Skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from Jewel Yellow Skies and used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly. He was only a step away from becoming a Venerable. Just one step away, friend Feng Yuan. Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Feng Yuan sneered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from Jewel Yellow Skies, as well as all kinds of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Feng Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to Jewel Yellow Skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. "Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth." After the transaction was completed, Feng Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two Venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up. Endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Xin Shang, Lu Weiyin, and even Feng Yuan and Qi Si ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed, the backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him!" Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped. They quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength. They could be said to be fearless. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with great difficulty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Starlight, however, struck Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth roared. Veins popped up on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken. His body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth's final breath was hanging on. At this time, Qi Si made a move, protecting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan quickly arrived beside Paradise Earth. Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang's heart shook. Their four eyes shined with the light of hope. The two venerables' expressions turned grim, seeing that Feng Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Feng Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back before piercing through his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Feng Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. At the moment of death, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide. He grabbed Feng Yuan's arm. "Rest in peace, Paradise Earth." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with everlasting regret. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Feng Yuan with indescribable expressions. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled. He broke the silence and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Feng Yuan, what did you do?" "Feng Yuan, you." Xin Shang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Si ancestor hovered beside Feng Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Feng Yuan. Was Feng Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. He was too reckless. Something is wrong. Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned. She did not say anything. The two venerables looked at Feng Yuan calmly storing Paradise Earth's corpse into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. "Feng Yuan, what should we do now?" Xin Shang asked anxiously. "Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables?" Lu Weiyin stomped his feet and stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. "Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right?" Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura. It was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. "Deceiving us." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan breathed out lightly. Chi tides rumbled and blocked the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles shot down like a storm. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Weiyin, Xin Shang, and even Feng Yuan's Qi Si clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Feng Yuan blocked them all, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable. Gu Alliance 858848609. As long as you are the alliance leader of Venerable Mortal Gu, there is no restriction on your books. You can enter this group. After entering the group, please verify your alliance leader identity with the administrator. You can take a screenshot. Additionally, this time's explosive update ended here. A total of 6 chapters have been updated. 5 chapters have been repaid for. The remaining updates are: first place in the logo design competition, Lu Menghan Bing. Book Friend 2018121022494518 Heavenly Essence C. Handsome Beauty Chi, Guyua Desolate Een, Jade Heart Taoist, Clear Wind Smells Immortal Drunken Moon Summoning Dream, Big 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 Raccoon. This glory shines brightly because of you. Time easily forgets people, eating melon. 3 Suns Dazzling World, Reality Bewitches Life, God God Ta Si. There are also 15 IOUs. The deduction is definitely correct because it was not me who did it. Another thing. This book's update strategy has been adjusted. Removing the Alliance Leaders update system, using monthly votes. Above 2,000 monthly votes, 1 chapter will be added for every 1,000 monthly votes. Recently, I have not been eating or sleeping well. I have also stopped playing Hearthstone. I just want to have a good new year, using all my free time to write. The result is today's explosive update. My hands are lousy. Especially when there are too many characters and too many clues, it is really hard to write. If I write too quickly, I cannot guarantee the quality. For example, singing poems, that was all my effort. But now, this level is completely because I went through the liver life formation and went into a frenzy to write. I have reached the limit of my ability. Most importantly, I am living in fear every day, afraid that a new alliance will appear. The alliance leaders are too enthusiastic. We are unable to follow the previous promise of 1 chapter per alliance, crying. Thus, we adjusted the policy and stopped updating for the new alliance leader. Actually, the alliance leader did not update much at the beginning, but for some reason he was inexplicably led by the new alliance leader. Of course, to compensate the alliance leaders and provide them with better benefits, after discussing with the management team, we decided to create the Goo World Alliance Leader Group, as well as the following 3 benefits. 1. Alliance Leaders Exclusive Logo. I specially found a designer to design it, too. Alliance Promotion Card written by me, smiling. If you want it, please register your address in the Alliance Group 3. I will enter the group at least twice a month to interact with the Alliance leaders. 4. Currently it is a secret. Rumble Fong Yuan unleashed his killer moves, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Fong Yuan become a Venerable? Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang saw Fong Yuan fighting the 2 Venerables. They had complex expressions as they asked Qi-Si Ancestor anxiously. Qi-Si Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I do not know either. Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang were speechless. Fong Yuan had concealed himself so deeply, he even tricked his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also silent. Because the 2 of them realized that Fong Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than both of them. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become a rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The 2 venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light filled the sky with terrifying might. Fong Yuan gave a light shout, using his methods to forcibly suppress the monstrous golden light. He has far more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin and the rest felt their hearts jump. Giant Sun Immortal secretly sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He focused his attention and activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Fong Yuan's head. At first, Fong Yuan's luck did not leak out at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see cooking luck pot. But soon Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Fong Yuan's true luck. A silver pillar of light stood tall in the sky. It was grand and condensed enough. The foundation of the silver light pillar was a brown grave. Most of it had already dissipated. Only a few remnants were left. Giant Sun Immortal had a thought. He sighed internally. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help stabilize the silver light pillar. On the other hand, it can be used to excavate and replace Fong Yuan's foundation. It was originally the biggest threat to Fong Yuan's luck, but now that Fong Yuan has killed Paradise Earth, the threat is gone. The remaining remains of the grave are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fong Yuan has not completely digested yet. Giant Sun Immortal looked up again. He saw the top of the silver light pillar. Back when they were in the Alliance, Giant Sun Immortal had already seen Fong Yuan's luck. Compared to before, Feng Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. It pierced through directly. It was truly an indomitable spirit. The 3 clouds were at most revolving around the top of the silver light pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could not cover Feng Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned pure gold. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Is this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is rapidly escaping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an amazing feat for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to control him. But it was not realistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck, Feng Yuan really became a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his own luck path methods. He was sure of it now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan with a gaze filled with anger. How did Feng Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and tone, it was as if rank 9 level was nothing special. What did he think a Venerable was? If rank 9 Venerables could become rank 9 Venerables so easily, then what was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? What were the previous Venerables worth? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Feng Yuan is indeed a rank 9. I underestimated his craftiness and treachery. When did he become a Venerable? Was he at this cultivation level from the start? All the signs indicate otherwise. He secretly became a Venerable at some point during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But his attainment level is clearly not enough. In the Battle of Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal tacitly attacked Feng Yuan and destroyed the refinement path-related Primordial Domain. Wait a minute. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He looked at Feng Yuan while retreating. Does Thieving Heaven's true inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? You already have enough refinement path attainment level. Feng Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the continuous attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to shoot out flying stars. Stardust flew like lightning and hit Feng Yuan's back one after another. Feng Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He immediately straightened his back and reached out his hand to wipe his back. The starlight on his back was shining brightly. They were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Feng Yuan, these Tao marks all turned into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Feng Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare to her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. It mainly relied on the power of consecutive attacks. And the key to consecutive attacks were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. With these Tao marks, the subsequent flying stars would deal more damage to the target. But now Feng Yuan directly turned these Tao marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Feng Yuan, she would be helping him. Feng Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and took the opportunity to counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it, she could only retreat for now. This refinement path killer move is used to perfection. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. It is just that he has been restraining himself. Only now that he has become rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced the true extent of Feng Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible that he could not use it just because Feng Yuan had not advanced to rank 9. If Feng Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective. But he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the flying star killer move. In the final battle, he took it out and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She instantly realized a certain truth and blurted out. Feng Yuan, you did it on purpose in the Battle of Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on the Battle of Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy the Refinement Path Primordial Domain. You showed weakness to the enemy so that we would look down on you even more. Giant Sun Immortal heard this and his mind immediately brightened. He could not help but glare at Feng Yuan even more angrily. Feng Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, Star Constellation, you think too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Feng Yuan, don't think of deceiving me. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance has refinement path true meaning or not, before you entered Primordial Domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After entering Primordial Domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of the Refinement Path Primordial Domain, you could still step into the level of a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable intentions on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to become a venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulations. It is very risky. You need to choose your timing carefully. Once you openly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you quickly become a venerable, the three worlds are not united yet. Limitless eternal life is still far away. You still need to wait. And with limitless retaliation, even if you become a venerable, your strength will not be fully displayed. Thirdly, if you are not a venerable, you will subconsciously be ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Lastly, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, all parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know how much I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been hiding your methods all along, waiting for the situation to become clearer. After we have exhausted our methods, you will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Feng Yuan's attacks, while analyzing Feng Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third venerable to appear and compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He attempted to become a venerable right under the eyes of the two venerables, but was heavily injured by them in the end. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis and understood even more clearly. With a whistling sound, he stepped on golden light and attacked Feng Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Feng Yuan from another direction. The enemy was fierce. Feng Yuan dodged temporarily. Giant Sun Immortal chased closely, shouting. Back then, I charged into the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also charged in. What a good scheme. If you stayed outside, you would still have to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven. Back then, because of Celestial Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate clearly. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still charged into the door of life and death. Because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to completely revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would heal completely. Giant Sun Immortal had been using this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting a venerable. Venerables had extremely deep foundations. He had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to attack the door of life and death. By charging into the door of life and death, he could investigate the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would break this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, then work together with him. If there was a higher possibility, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death was indeed to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's emotional methods. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really not have any methods to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life research results still needed some time to brew. He had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon Formation. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, when the three forces in Crazed Demon Cave were fighting for supremacy, other than Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. After Paradise Earth entered the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left. Although he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom. Feng Yuan counterattacked. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken, and he was forced back. Giant Sun Immortal roared. Paradise Earth was forced to revive prematurely. This is what you, Feng Yuan, wanted to see, right? Good acting skills, good acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Dingling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed your help, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You purposely fell for it. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone use Who Rise. That way, the Qi-Si clone would be restrained and John Budu would not be able to leave. You just openly watched us fight. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. Back then, he was still an immortal zombie, suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The foundation of his combat system was dug out. Although the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had a trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not act because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth attacked. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly. He tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately saved Feng Yuan. From this, it could be seen that Paradise Earth's thoughts were unpredictable. However, after Feng Yuan was saved, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card and revive completely. Feng Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling, but how could this be hidden from Giant Sun Immortal? He was very clear in his mind. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and joined forces with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables together. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered a tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. At that time, you took advantage of the fact that your Immortal Aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up. You took the chance to break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, adding calamity after calamity. You deceived everyone and succeeded in passing the tribulation, becoming a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded. He detected the decline in Feng Yuan's luck and the calamity aura coming out of him. But to think that Feng Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, breaking through an even greater calamity. Giant Sun Immortal's methods alone were not enough to create black fire in Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Black fire was a remnant of the chaotic calamity. Feng Yuan did not speak. He attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Feng Yuan and continued. You became a Venerable right under our noses just like this. I originally thought that you were not proficient in concealing your aura. But to think that you had such shocking attainment in this aspect, you hid your cultivation aura all this while. You actually deceived me and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, even Paradise Earth was deceived by you. This great liar Feng Yuan actually managed to deceive them to the end. All the Venerables were fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other. They were filled with shock. The battle between the Venerables became more intense. They gradually used their full strength. They could not interfere. The Qi clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Feng Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and impressed. After all, Feng Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed these two great existences. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were very angry. They had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death was mostly due to Feng Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his huge secret. He could absorb the truthful floating ice and increase his cultivation level. Feng Yuan purposely made a deal with Paradise Earth. He even shouted so loudly to provoke the two venerables into attacking Paradise Earth with all their might. In the end, the two venerables' attacks helped Feng Yuan instead, allowing Feng Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Treacherous, insidious, vicious. These words circulated in Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all used on Feng Yuan. Rumble. The golden aurora retreated. The starlight dimmed. Feng Yuan was in the limelight. His aura was like that of a tiger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had bitter expressions on their faces. They had expended a lot of energy fighting until now. Their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there. They had not had time to heal. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had been restraining himself and hiding his strength. His thoughts were too deep. Boom. The three venerables clashed again. Feng Yuan had a slight advantage. The two venerables retreated. They both coughed out blood. Their injuries worsened. Feng Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He swept across the battlefield with an aura that covered mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted, knowing early on the difficulties of the world, still hoping to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blowing my body like cotton wool. Fate sea sinks up and down travels alone. Heart forged by thousands of strokes, painstakingly forged a sword. Today's sword points to overlapping clouds, refine goo, refine humans and refine the heavens. Feng Yuan's attacks were like raging waves. They enveloped the entire battlefield, covering the 8 extremities of the universe. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist. They were forced to retreat. Feng Yuan grabbed. The final truthful floating ice flew towards him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the final moment. The door of life and death suddenly erupted with a suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. His killer move landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan exposed a flaw because he wanted to obtain the truthful floating ice. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other. They revealed a trace of joy. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River. A killer move that used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core was activated by Feng Yuan. A path of life was formed, extending from the door of life and death. Feng Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield. He threw the enraged spectral soul demon venerable into the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids were twitching. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Feng Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Feng Yuan had been evading with a troubled expression. In the end, he declared that the deduction had failed. But now Giant Sun Immortal saw that Feng Yuan was so familiar with this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had already used this move. But he still used Danghun Luo Pasil to fool Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a bad mood. His mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan instead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luo Pasil. Feng Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms with one attack. After Feng Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Calamity, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's. Fong Yuan roared and chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice in his hands. Star constellation. I have tried my best. Suddenly, verdant great sun's sigh came from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roaring and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Fong Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom. With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. The scene was silent again. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was poor, the grass was barren, most of it was withered wild grass. The sky was gray, there was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. Dozens of Gu immortals were gathered in this ordinary place. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal, wearing a yellowish-brown leather robe of northern plains, with a thick red leather belt and a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding, it was rather ordinary. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his surname was Chu Du, he was the domination immortal. And facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Half of her face was covered by a mask, covering her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed, but it had strong lines, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic aura. She was the famous Northern Plains Gu immortal, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all kinds of experts without a single defeat. As for her true identity, He Lulan, only a few Gu immortals knew. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu Tribe's rank 7 Gu immortal expert Lu Chang, she took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not back down, he agreed. Once the news of this battle spread, the Northern Plains Gu immortals were extremely sensitive. They paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes burned with battle intent. A battle of strength path. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Chu Du happily replied. No matter what the outcome is, I want to invite you to Chu Tribe as a guest. We can exchange our cultivation experiences on strength path. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, let's see if you have the qualifications. Come, let's fight. Chu Du smiled. Please. He Lulan did not hold back. Her body moved like lightning, flying into the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another shot down from the clouds, like shooting stars, rushing towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed was even faster. He pulled apart the distance between them, activating his killer move and pushing his palms upwards. Rumble, a surge of power gushed out. The chi waves were pushed back. He Lulan's strength path phantoms crumbled like bubbles under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed his palms again, instantly sweeping away the dark clouds above them, revealing a clear sky with resplendent sunlight shining down. He Lulan, who had drilled into the clouds earlier, was also exposed. He Lulan had a solemn expression. Using the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was ready. In the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head. She aimed at Chu Du and smashed down. A thunderous explosion occurred. The air distorted. The fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms to block the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, he was forced back over 100 steps. But he quickly stopped in mid-air, shaking his arms, causing a layer of dust to fall from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception. Her following attacks were like torrential rain, continuous and unstoppable. Chu Du blocked and counterattacked time and time again. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar. Their auras shook heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides without blinking. Interesting, to think that a strength path Gu immortal would have so many long-range combat methods. It seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. It is still early. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength path Gu immortals are best at close combat. These two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was firm as a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range offensive methods. After a dozen rounds, Both sides suddenly charged and collided fiercely. An explosion occurred, shaking the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare strength path battle. Whoever wins will likely become the #1 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated strength path. After all, strength path was declining. It was not something that had been declining for 50 to 60 years. It had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chu Du was the publicly recognized strength path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan suddenly appeared. Her path was a huge surprise to many Gu immortals. To think that another freak of strength path had appeared. Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks. It was hard to tell who would win. Offense and defense were constantly changing. A huge amount of strength was contained in every attack. Be it Chu Du or He Lulan, they did not retreat at all. They fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between strength path Gu immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned. It was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though strength path is declining, strength path Gu immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight with either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, I would be in deep trouble. Every time Chu Du and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion. The air around them was distorted. Air currents were created. The wind was blowing nonstop. Compared to long-range combat, strength path was more suited for close combat. A Gu immortal with some attainment in strength path would be able to threaten them with their punches and kicks. The advantage of close combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chu Du fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat when they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, when I meet a strength path Gu immortal, I cannot let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are too frequent. Such a battle does not allow time to prepare killer moves. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? More than 10 rounds passed. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. He Lulan was strong and had many methods, but in terms of battle experience, she was slightly inferior to Chu Du. Her cultivation time was far less than Chu Du's. Chu Du relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate advantages bit by bit. Then, these advantages accumulated and gradually suppressed He Lulan. Chun Chung, In Wu Kei, and the rest had solemn expressions. This cannot go on. I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade, flashing past. She knew. If she did not think of a way to change this, if this continued, she would be the one to lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared. Her punches and kicks flew like a torrent towards Chu Du. Chu Du was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he did not move at all. He Lulan was not surprised. While Chu Du was defending, she retreated quickly while preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled lightly, quickly approaching her. Oh no! Chun Chung saw this and shouted. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and immediately understood that Chu Du had been waiting for this chance. Chu Du burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly approaching He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner. She could only stop her killer move and fight Chu Du with her punches and kicks, blocking the opponent's endless attacks. Precisely so, when she stopped her killer move midway, the killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash, causing He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chu Du created this opportunity and also used it, forcing He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chu Du had completely gained the upper hand. A wave of cheers erupted. The voices came from Chu Du's foster sons, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. A tiger roar resounded. A huge pitch-black tiger sent Chu Du flying with its claw. The pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot. Appearing behind Chu Du quickly turned around to defend himself. Even though he blocked another attack from the Dark Capital Strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method. Dark capital strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Laowu had a cold expression. This was the first time he had seen it. This totem killer move is too convenient. Normally, it would rest on the skin, and when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. That's right. Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move disrupting the situation, our first Supreme Elder would have already grasped victory. PS 1. Congratulations to One Sword One Painting and Dodo has dollars for becoming the alliance leaders of this book. Thank you very much for your support. 2. Typos and bugs in chapters 213 to 246. Recently, many readers have provided typos and bugs, but because of the lack of time, they can only be corrected slowly. 3. I will go to the Alliance camp tonight. 4. I will try to maintain a stable update during the new year. I will not prevent unexpected goo from appearing. The dark capital strength Biao had astonishing speed. It was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized herself, she hurriedly used a healing method on herself before joining the battle. She cooperated with the dark capital strength Biao. Attacking from both sides, Chu Du was at a disadvantage. Chu Du was in a sorry state. His leather robe was torn in many places, showing his weakness in defense. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth. His injuries were accumulating. Chu tribe's Gu immortals had grim expressions. They could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The advantage that the dark capital strength Biao gave He Lulan was too huge. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan shouted as she used her killer move, 8-directional strength fighting. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures. He could not break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the dark capital strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du if it bit him. Even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly. I finally caught you. At the next moment, a strength path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The dark capital strength Biao was caught off guard. It growled and tried to fight back. But it only lasted for a breath of time before the strength path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Immortal killer move, battle strength transpiration. Chu Du suddenly burst out with an aura. His body expanded as he turned into a 10 feet tall giant. His upper body was exposed. His skin was red. The 58,000 pores on his body opened up as sweat turned into steam, enveloping his entire body. Immortal killer move. Heaven and earth combined strength. Chu Du stretched out his arms and slammed his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li was completely covered by a formless force. The Gu immortals found it hard to move. They were like mosquitoes that had fallen into a drop of oil. Affected by this killer move, the dark capital strength Biao's speed fell sharply. It was no longer a threat to Chu Du. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was beyond her expectations. I did not want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally. She activated Expend Energy Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This rank 7 immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Energy Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expend Energy. The situation was urgent. He Lulan immediately used this move. This move was silent when it was used, but when it was used, its aura erupted. It was extremely fast. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he did not manage to dodge. After being hit by this move, his every action, even his killer moves, required more energy than before, more than half. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lulan attacked fiercely again. The battle reached its climax. Both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the heaven and earth combination killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. Regardless of the result, these two are at the peak of Northern Plains rank 7. With such terrifying battle strength, they might even be able to challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chu Du, Black Moon. The pillars of strength path in the world are undoubtedly these two people. The Gu immortals sighed. At this point in the battle, Be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had won everyone's admiration. Now that they were evenly matched, the immortals were even more interested in the final outcome. Awesome, truly awesome. Chu Du had many fractures, his robes were dyed in blood, but he laughed loudly. This battle made him very excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Every tiny detail of Chu Du's control was superior to He Lulan's. Bit by bit, it affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried to salvage the situation, but the more she attacked, the more flaws she had, giving Chu Du more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expend strength killer move. How can he still have so much stamina? Chu Du did not look tired. He Lulan was surprised. Chu Du had immense strength. He Lulan was already using all her strength, but she could not take down Chu Du right now. She could only hope that 70% expend strength killer move could tire Chu Du out. However, more than 10 rounds passed again. Before Chu Du got tired, He Lulan was already at a disadvantage. She was in imminent danger. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose in this situation. She could only take a risk. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao roared loudly, pouncing towards He Lulan. He Lulan advanced instead of retreating, fusing into the dark capital strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the dark capital strength Biao's huge body shrunk rapidly, turning into a half-beast half-human form, sticking to the surface of He Lulan's armor. It was like smoke and also like an illusion. This was a higher-level usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected. Their battle strength rose sharply. Chu Du, go down! He Lulan shouted, flapping her tiger wings. She instantly appeared in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lulan's iron fists landed on his arms. A huge force erupted like thunder. The surrounding air exploded. Chu Du was sent flying uncontrollably. Chu Du stomped on the ground, creating a deep trench. While he was still flying, He Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu Du. Boom! With another heavy attack, He Lulan sent Chu Du crashing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan floated in the air. Her fists rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed. The terrifying strength made many Gu immortals turn pale. Lord Chu Du! Father! Chu tribe's Gu immortals shouted. They were extremely worried. He Lulan's state was too powerful. She had a dominating stance. Chu Du could not retaliate at all. Enough, stop, Black Moon. Chu Du's voice came from the deep pit. He spoke with difficulty. He Lulan ignored him. Her fists rained down like a tide. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang said excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With this reminder, everyone realized that He Lulan's gaze was like a wild beast. She had already lost her rationality. She was only using her killing instincts to control her killer moves. Chu tribe's Gu immortals were all overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we can win. This killer move is too powerful. Fairy Black Moon's killer move failed. She might suffer a backlash and lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure pounced out. It was Chu Du. But Chu Du's following action was out of everyone's expectations. He actually endured the violent attacks and got close to He Lulan without caring about his life, eventually placing his hand on He Lulan's shoulder. A vibration force was emitted. He Lulan and the dark capital strength Biao were separated. He Lulan regained her rationality. Her pupil shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu Du's right chest. And Chu Du had used a method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, He Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not decrease. It appeared behind Chu Du again and bit down. Stop! He Lulan shouted in her mind. Her thoughts erupted as she tried to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, Chu Du would definitely pay the price of his life after being attacked like this. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lulan's control. It was extremely ferocious. Right when He Lulan thought that Chu Du was going to die, a surging aura burst out of Chu Du's body. The killer move arrived and sent the dark capital strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chudu became a rank 8 Gu immortal? Our first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? Heilulan stared with wide-opened eyes, staring at Chudu. Why? Saying so, she retracted her left hand from Chudu's chest and placed it on Chudu's shoulder. A killer move was activated by Heilulan, but it was not an offensive killer move, it was a healing killer move. Chudu's expression was pale, he accepted her goodwill and smiled at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight with you. A fair fight. Because Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Continue walking down this path, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chudu spoke his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, Heilulan was speechless. The dark capital Strength Biao was forced back by Chudu, it flew back again. But now, Heilulan had regained control of it. The dark capital Strength Biao was heavily damaged, it returned to Heilulan's body. Heilulan looked at Chudu deeply before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chudu, you've won this battle. This battle shook the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Even though Chudu won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chudu displayed rank 8 cultivation level. He became a higher-up among Gu immortals. Be it him or Chu tribe, their reputation soared. And during the intense battle, Chudu first sealed his cultivation level, fighting with Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. Finally, Chudu disregarded his own safety and saved Fairy Black Moon. All these factors made the neutral Gu immortals have a good impression of him. Even In Wu Kei, Chun Chung Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration for him. After returning to Chu tribe, a foster son suggested holding a celebration banquet, inviting all the immortals to use this battle to raise Chu tribe's reputation. But Chudu rejected it. Chudu dealt with this battle in a very low-profile manner. However, his advancement to rank 8 Gu immortal still created a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue and Fongyuan became Refinement Path Demon Venerables. The world was in an uproar. The immortals were shocked. P.S. In the last 2 to 3 days, 6 book friends have become the alliance leaders of this book. During the new year, I would like to thank everyone for their support. Thank you One Sword One Painting, Moon Ancient, $, Emoe Me, Shadow Moon Desolate Year, and especially thank you Wooden and Rock for your Silver Alliance. Over the next 2 months, Daoist Gu's management group will hold a Daoist Gu book group activity. Everyone is welcome to participate. Please refer to the following chapter for details. Daoist Gu was an enchanting book, not only because of the charming main characters Guyue and Fongyuan, but also because of the other characters that left a deep impression on the reader. It could be said that Daoist Gu was not just a biography of Fongyuan's life. It was also a grand stage where countless characters would go on stage to display their talents. Bai Ningbing, Heilulan Wu Yong Wu Shui Pingda Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai, Zhan Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Ruanan, Shang Xianci, Yang Sanmu, Lu Wei Yin Yifan Hong Yi Han Li Duke Long, Qin Dingling Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Guyue Fangzheng Yuan Xiongdu, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Cheni, Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyun, Wang Xiao Air Song Zixing Bo Qing, Ruandan Di Zongxing, Shabi 95, Mao Li Qiu Qing Chou, Bing Saichuan Chu Du, Dongfeng Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Mahongyun Old Ancestor Shui Hu Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Sheng, Nie Kuangfeng Butian Kong 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Shenshang, Song Yi Shi, Xia Han Mo, Zue Xianwang Miao Mingshen, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fong Gong, Fong Dichong, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Little Fox Immortal Land Spirit, the Land Spirit of Langia, 10 Venerables Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, Limitless Reckless Savage, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, Paradise Earth, Great Dream, Runzu of Myth City, verdant great sun, Guyua desolate een, northern dark ice soul, boundless forest samsara, blazing glory lightning brilliance, myriad gold wondrous essence, great strength true martial, carefree wisdom heart, and others. Among these characters, there were pure humans, variant humans, sinister heroes, kind-hearted young ladies, mortals and Gua mortals, losers and victors. There were mysterious legends, as well as heroes with great achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths, and had all kinds of Gu worms. They had their own stories, their own pains, their own misfortunes, their own glory, and their own unique fortuitous encounters. They also had their own ambitions, some were selfish, some were thinking for their race, some even transcended their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh heartily, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Towards them, you might have a few words to say? Then come and participate in this book friend character selection event. The book's character column currently only had the main character Feng Yuan. It was empty. Who could accompany the main character Feng Yuan and become this book's iconic character? Participating in the event. Below the Gu Immortal Character Selection event post. In Chidian Point's book review section. 1. Write down the name of the character you want to recommend to. Upload your closest image. Uploading will give you bonus points. Can also be skipped. 3. Describe the character's most outstanding moment. Can paste the original text. 4. Express your own opinion towards the character. Bonus points if there are self-created poems. Note: 1 character per level, 1 image. Event period: February 3rd to March 31st. Selection rules. First, look at the number of likes on the post. Second, the management team will discuss the selection and get the final result. Event rewards. The first 3 winners will receive 2,000 Chidian coins and 2 character posters, signed by the author. The 4th to 10th winners will receive 1,000 Chidian coins and 1 character poster, signed by the author. During the event period, the officials will open the character column for the most popular characters at fixed times. Note: this building prohibits online posts, check-ins, and irrelevant comments. The final explanation of this event is reserved to the Gu Immortal Management Team. Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea was red. Seabirds chirped and the sea breeze blew. There was still some distance from Eastern Sea Xia family's headquarters, but it was not far. This place is good. Feng Yuan quickly landed on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Feng Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Feng Yuan directly threw out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed into one and enveloped the entire island, before spreading out from the sky, sea, and bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 and escaped from Crazed Demon Cave, he would definitely choose Eastern Sea Xia family's headquarters, or secretly go to places like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Feng Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could do it openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him at this time, Feng Yuan would be happy to see that. Feng Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense surged as he probed into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had accumulated several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was commonly known as White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger. It was like an apricot and was orange in color. This was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Feng Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But at this moment, his heart was still surging. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him alone. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Feng Yuan slowly activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move. Refine Self. A faint yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out of Feng Yuan's dantian. Next, the yellow light slowly flowed around Feng Yuan's body. The important thing was the wounds on Feng Yuan's body. There were hundreds of wounds on Feng Yuan's body. Most of them had only been roughly treated before returning. Even now, there were still many wounds bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on his bones or his mangled flesh. As the yellow light flowed in, The starlight and golden light dissipated wherever it went. This meant that the Tao marks that star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal left on Feng Yuan's body were all refined by Feng Yuan. But the refinement process was not pleasant. Intense pain constantly assaulted him. Feng Yuan's body trembled slightly, his face was pale and his forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. Finally, the yellow light stopped on Feng Yuan's severed arm. It lasted for an hour before the faint yellow light dissipated. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, slowly relaxing. After a while, he immediately activated Man as Before Compound Killer move. At the next moment, his injuries were all healed, his severed arm was also completely healed. But when Feng Yuan touched his new hand, he still felt a little weak and powerless. But this already made him very satisfied. Feng Yuan's injuries were severe. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not much better off. Feng Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Feng Yuan had the killer move Refine Self. This killer move could rapidly refine the Tao marks on the Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. The root of this method was Feng Yuan's former killer move, self-cleansing. Feng Yuan had used this to refine the Tao marks left behind by the killer move Flying Star in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star combo. His body's injuries were healed. His soul was also at peak condition. Feng Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first hit by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, triggering calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Feng Yuan's secret manipulation, it broke through the Heavenly Tao's seal and faced the Chaos Calamity. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses. Its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before in Crazed Demon Cave, it only had 20% of its foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation. It was too horrible to look at. However, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already predicted this situation and made preparations. Feng Yuan gathered his focus. His thoughts surged as he activated the Compound Immortal Killer move, Landscape as Before. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's middle-aged year essence pool, as well as the year essence pools scattered all over the place, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of Landscape as Before. It quickly swept through the entire Mini-5 regions and spread to the Mini-9 heavens. The phantom river of the River of Time quickly dissipated, but what was left behind were many restored resource points, mountains and rivers. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals saw this and cheered. Their morale greatly boosted. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Back then, when he created the year essence pools and created the time path regions, he had already planned to cooperate with Landscape as Before. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the year essence pool almost dried up. Many of the time path regions existed only in name. The difference between the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and the outside world's time flow was greatly reduced. It would take some time for the year essence pool to accumulate enough water of the River of Time to raise the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation thus recovered by 40%. This way, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only lost 40% of its foundation, greatly reducing the time, effort, and resources that Feng Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the Chaos Calamity. Landscape as Before could not be used. Gu Immortals who died in the Chaos Calamity could not be revived through Human Sea. There were many other losses as well. The Immortal Essence loss was huge. The once vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence reserves was now only 10% left. It had already fallen below the danger level, and was in a very dangerous situation. This was one of the main reasons why Feng Yuan stopped, and did not continue to make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Feng Yuan was now a Venerable. The rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence he produced was far more durable than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had helped Feng Yuan Immortal Essence reserves greatly, could not provide much help to Feng Yuan anymore. At the same time, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's flow of time was close to the outside world. Feng Yuan's Immortal Essence reserves were not as efficient. And in the near future, Feng Yuan needed to rest, manage his immortal aperture, and refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of immortal essence. I lack a lot of immortal essence, and immortal Yuan stone is already of little help to me. If I disregard everything and prioritize increasing the sovereign immortal aperture's flow of time, it will not be appropriate. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos calamity every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations. Unless they were dream path or pill path, they did not pose much of a threat to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was wary of the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. Although he had already passed a chaos calamity in Crazed Demon Cave, that was only the heavenly Tao's seal. The scale of the chaos calamity was far smaller than the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's flow of time increased too quickly, Feng Yuan would quickly attract a chaos calamity. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even on the verge of death, giving other venerables a chance. Replenishing immortal essence was a problem. Other than this loss, Feng Yuan also lost a large number of immortal goo. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after goo immortals died, Feng Yuan did not retrieve their immortal goo or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal goo houses that Feng Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan's loss of immortal goo this time was so great that other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, no other superforce could bear it. Fortunately, during the later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan consciously reduced his losses. For example, when Zhan Buddha died, his remaining will sent many precious transformation path immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Other than immortal essence and immortal goo, many goo immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal, Xiao Hejian Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Feng Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, and others all died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. A portion of them also died in the sovereign immortal aperture to resist the calamities and tribulations. Most of them revived through human sea and needed to cultivate to become immortals again. A portion of them could not be revived. Among these people, there was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the last generation combat beast king. His death made Feng Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man had worked hard and made great contributions. He was a great help to the sovereign immortal aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Feng Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Feng Yuan also had a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that he exposed many killer moves. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore, they needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future, and used the same killer moves, Feng Yuan would face a huge risk. Compared to these losses, Feng Yuan gained even more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan gained a lot. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Feng Yuan plundered the first 7 layers, and obtained a large number of Chaos Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den, and obtained a large number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to attempt the refinement of rank 9 immortal goo. The second item was Primordial Domain. Feng Yuan's Primordial Domain was similar to Giant Sun Immortals. It was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain had huge value, especially to Feng Yuan. The third item was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. It included how to digest truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path cultivation. The fourth item was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's methods, their combat systems, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Cloud City Crushing Seemingly Not Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Formation, Calamity luck alters luck-changing golden light path, and so on. The fifth item was also Feng Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose, he became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From now on, he had turned from a chess piece into a chess player. He could openly set up the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity, and the history of variant humans had to record his name. At this point he stood shoulder to shoulder with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun, shining for all eternity. No matter how heroic the other Gu immortals were, they were all stars in the sky. Guyue Feng Yuan, the 11th venerable in the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Heaven refining demon venerable. P.S. Summarizing the past, looking forward to the future. I wish the readers all the best. In the coming new year, you will be like Feng Yuan, walking towards a happy life with a brand new appearance. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal stood in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal emitted rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was Shin Clan's current first supreme elder, Shin Songsheng. Rumble. The stone door of the closed secret room slowly opened. 2 Gu immortals walked out. The one in front wore a gray robe. His long black and white hair draped over his shoulders. It was Shin Shang. He cultivated human path. His infiltration in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire injuries in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen. He had absolute pseudo-venerable battle strength now. After Shin Shang stepped out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. Dao friend Lu, please. This Gu immortal wore simple linen clothes. He had a strong body like a bear. He wore a bamboo hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin, who had come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive. Lu Weiyin cupped his hands slightly. Senior Shun's human path methods are extraordinary. My injuries have already healed by 30%. I can only repay this favor in the future. Shin Shang laughed heartily. Dao friend Lu, there is no need to thank me. There is no need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, you and I fought side by side. We worked closely together. With such camaraderie, we can talk as equals. Shin Songsheng smiled. Sirs, the banquet is ready, please come in. Before Lu Weiyin could continue being modest, Shin Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him into the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the top of the red sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 seats in the pavilion. Shin Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Shin Songsheng sat at the back. There was no need to talk about the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only tasted a little as he gazed into the distance. He saw that the surface of the sea was like a mirror. There were no waves. The setting sun was shining brightly. The clouds were like fire. What a beautiful scene. Lu Weiyin had just praised. At this time, countless birds chirped on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly in the chirping of the birds, creating a beautiful sound. For a time, the sounds of nature mixed together slowly reverberated, spreading far and wide between the vast sea and the sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He closed his eyes to enjoy the scenery. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I have heard of Eastern Sea's Shin Clan's red sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island long ago. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive and see this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it is good to be alive. Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8. His defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him experience the feeling of weakness. Ignoring the difficulties involved, Lu Weiyin had been on the brink of death many times. Thinking of these dangerous situations, Lu Weiyin still felt some lingering fear. Shin Songsheng immediately showed a curious expression. He inquired. If not for Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, But even Guyue and Feng Yuan became heaven-refining demon venerable? Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven suffered losses. Even though they gained a lot, Feng Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was shaken, after the shock, the Gu immortals felt a huge surge of curiosity. Shen Songsheng naturally could not avoid it. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other. They talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Shen Songsheng heard this, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's Pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's Strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Regret, as well as Guyue and Feng Yuan's Forbearance. The scale of this battle was simply too high. Even Demon Immortal Qiju, Zhan Budu, Qixi Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, Shen Shang, and others became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qiju died. Feng Yuan lost close to 50 Gu immortals. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, including Nie Feng, Bukong, and Duan Hu, countless living beings died. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his attempt to attain eternal life. Feng Yuan became the biggest winner. Shen Songsheng frowned, asking the two immortals, I still have 3 things I do not understand. First, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such a risk? With such strength, I could suppress the world. If this Crazed Demon formation did not work, I might as well set up another one. Shen Shang shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the path. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning, how could he be willing to give up without testing it? Lu Weiyin added. Back then, he might not have been in that state for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living Gu immortal. At least, after he died, he did not have flesh and blood, nor did his immortal aperture fall. He turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Shen Songsheng nodded, asking. Second, are we really going to leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his emotions surged and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the Door of Life and Death by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world boundary. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions did not fluctuate. He could be said to be indifferent and emotionless. Furthermore, he treated the hole in the world boundary as his biggest target. He suppressed it with his body, ignoring everything else. His strange state is like a soul beast. Shen Shang said. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this? I have already discussed it with Dao friend Lu, but there was no conclusion. The way I see it, the Venerables probably do not have a definite answer. They are only guesses at most. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained the upper hand and took the final truthful floating ice, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was focused on suppressing the hole in the world boundary, the 3 Venerables stopped. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were very weak at that time. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was dealing with the hole in the world boundary, it was wise to ignore them for now. Saying so, Shen Shang looked at Lu Weiyin and continued. As for how we will deal with them in the future, and whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality, we cannot estimate it. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was addicted to killing. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer of the void and could not break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Shen Songsheng finally asked. The third matter is that Feng Yuan's series of schemes to become a venerable have been exposed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I still do not understand. Why does Feng Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those endless compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Dang Hun Luo Pa Seal, as well as the killer moves made from Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I do not understand, forget about other aspects, but Fang Yuan's specialty in wisdom path has always been to prevent others from deducing him. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the celestial court. How can he have such rich killer moves? Don't tell me he also has a huge improvement in wisdom path? But isn't this improvement too huge? Forget about Dang Hun Luo Pasil, that killer move that allowed him to leave the door of life and death so easily uses 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core, and seems to have successfully created the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang both shook their heads. They did not know. The former sighed. If not for Fang Yuan not being so unpredictable, he might not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses for a while. After they were full, Shen Songxing took out cups and brewed tea for Lu Weiyin, and Shen Shang on the spot. Lu Weiyin looked at it for a while and sensed some clues. He asked with great interest, Is this 6-sound tea? Shen Songxing smiled. I am just a small fry, please allow me to show you my incompetence. Lu Weiyin said with a stern expression. Shen Clan's 6-sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I would have the fortune to taste it today. There is a saying in luck path, extreme misfortune brings bliss. There is another saying, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6-sound tea was a set of 6 small cups of tea. The refinement process, temperature, type of teacup, order of drinking, and drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all very detailed. Shen Songxing used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tree Sound. The tea was clear and transparent. It was like the clear sky in autumn, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin only felt a refreshing sweetness. His mind was clear, without a trace of pollution. It was like he was carefree. He had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all his worries. Shen Songxing made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique taste. It was soft like cotton wool instead of tea. But it melted the moment it entered his mouth. It turned into cold water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called River Cry. But Shen Songxing was halfway through when tears flowed down his face. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed. Shen Songxing quickly apologized while wiping his tears. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Shen Shang's treatment, and was treated so warmly by Shen Clan. He knew that the climax of the show was coming. He asked, Shen Clan's first supreme elder, why are you crying? Shen Songxing then said, Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Lu. I am so ashamed that I shed tears. My Shen Clan has been established for over 1,000 years. But to think that in my generation, I, Shen Songxing, am useless and incompetent. My Shen Clan is facing destruction. This great red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island, and the tens of thousands of people in Shen Clan are going to turn into a dream. Shen Shang heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin asked, Friends, are you worried about Fang Yuan? Precisely so. Not long ago, we received news that this demon venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. The 5 restriction profound light chi is covering an area of 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. The whole of Shen Clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Shen Songxing said this as large amounts of tears flowed down his face. P.S. Thank you to Old Alliance leader, Hysterical Elegance, for your generous reward. Thank you for your support all this time. Congratulations to Third Langya for becoming the new alliance leader of this book. The Grand Shen Clan's first supreme elder was truly crying at this moment. Shen Songxing's fear towards Fang Yuan was a part of it, but more importantly, he had his own plans. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it at the same time. This news could not be fake. Fang Yuan had become Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Qixi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about it. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been supporting Qixi Ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist the Variant Human Alliance under Fang Yuan. But the leaders of both sides were Fang Yuan. It could be said that the whole of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superclans were being toyed around by Fang Yuan. After Shen Songxing learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon he felt uneasy and fearful. Shin Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They had a huge foundation and controlled the seven seas. How could they face Feng Yuan? Previously, when Feng Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea superforces disregarded past grudges and allied together. They even elected Qi Si ancestor to stabilize the situation. Now that Feng Yuan had become a pseudo-venerable, Shin Clan and the other superforces could not run away. Because their roots were in Eastern Sea, they could not migrate. Even if they migrated, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border and western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Feng Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be finished. Secondly, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerable leaders who could resist Feng Yuan. But there were many super forces there. How could outsiders like Shin Clan have room to develop? They were bullied by Feng Yuan in Eastern Sea, but would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The five regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shin Clan sided with other venerables, when the chaotic war erupted, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shin Songxing gathered the clan's elite Gu immortals and discussed for a long time. They felt that surrendering to Feng Yuan now was the best choice. Even though it was shameful, Feng Yuan was a demon venerable after all. Anyone would understand. After Shin Songxing made up his mind to join Feng Yuan, he thought further. Since they were going to join him, Shin Clan would definitely benefit more if they were the first to do so. If Shin Clan took the initiative to join forces with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, while also encouraging other Eastern Sea Righteous Path members to join Feng Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Feng Yuan. Shin Songxing secretly reported this plan to Shin Shang. Shin Shang thought about it for a long time, and felt that it was feasible. It was best to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shin Shang felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had not met Lu Weiyin many times, they had a deep relationship. Shin Shang had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between Central Continent sects, the two could be considered fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shin Shang had fought side by side without any conflicts. This time, after returning, Shin Shang used human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If Lu Weiyin used earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Shin Songxing cried, while Shin Shang drank tea at the side, waiting for Lu Weiyin's reaction. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He knew that Shin Shang and Feng Yuan had an unclear relationship. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Shin Shang left Divine Emperor City and fought against Celestial Court because of Feng Yuan's words. What about Lu Weiyin? Where should they go from here? Lu Weiyin had considered this question for a long time already. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the world was turned upside down again. The three venerables were in a stalemate, and there was the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, was clear of his position. Fighting against venerables was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were in a stalemate, they recruited Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables one after another. These people were the best chips that could tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the three venerables stopped fighting, Feng Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the three venerables being in bad states and being wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered. If Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The reason why I helped Feng Yuan ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was because I wanted to use Feng Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin would feel better. But the truth was that Feng Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And Feng Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul mostly because of Lu Weiyin's desperate ambush. Xin Shang observed his expression. He knew that Lu Weiyin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Weiyin's conflicted emotions. Xin Shang did not speak. He had also received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Shen Songxing did not have such misgivings, he advised. In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you took the initiative to help Feng Yuan because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final instructions. After pausing for a while, Shen Songxing continued. Furthermore, even though Feng Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was the final attack. But that was only the final attack. The main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to the sky. He had to nod and sigh. That makes sense. He smiled bitterly. The situation changed, the world changed. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I am just a floating duckweed. Even though Mushroom Man Blessed Land still exists, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are all Feng Yuan's hostages now. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Xinshang, we have a deep friendship in battle. I wonder what you think. Can you teach me? I am all ears. Xinshang coughed twice. I won't hide it from you. I am likely going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had an agreement with Lord Feng Yuan. Later, we worked together and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After working together several times, Lord Feng Yuan has not mistreated my Xin clan. Of course, to say that Feng Yuan is trustworthy? That is pure nonsense. He is a demon venerable after all. But Xin clan's foundation is still here. If we move now, the future is uncertain. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu immortals could not cultivate without resources. Xin clan had a huge foundation and many Gu immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to sustain their cultivation and nurture new Gu immortal seeds at the same time. Of course, every Gu immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient with just the resources in the immortal aperture. If that could be done, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials. The 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too high. After hearing Xinshang's words, Lu Weiyin had a heavy expression. He nodded slowly. Brother Xin has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I will follow you this time. Xinshang and Shen Songxing looked at each other. They muttered internally, Old Fox. Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Xinshang's favor of healing him. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Xinshang coughed. It is for the best that you have made this decision. In the future, we will be able to look after each other. Shen Songxing quickly went along with it. He suggested using Xinshang and Lu Weiyin's names, with Shen clan as the leader, to contact the other Eastern Sea superforces and join Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed on the spot. Shen Songxing made the 6-sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Xinshang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin back to the stone room to heal their injuries. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang's injuries were quite severe. A single treatment was definitely not going to be enough. Even if Xinshang used human path methods to remove the venerable Dao marks in their injuries, he would need to spend some time. On the morning of the next day, Shen Songxing set off and visited the other super forces. His contact work was going smoothly. Originally, these super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, but the super forces heard that Xinshang and Lu Weiyin were joining Feng Yuan. Demon Immortal Qiju had already died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength left in the world. Among these 3, Xinshang and Lu Weiyin were joining Feng Yuan, while the remaining Qi ancestor was the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader, Feng Yuan's Qi Path clone. This was too powerful of an example. Eastern Sea's other super forces followed suit. Of course, Not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and the other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were quite pitiful. Their foundation was first devoured by the Variant Human Alliance, then they joined Qi Si Ancestor, and wanted to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan put on a show. They killed Xia Ruiji and the other important Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Fang Yuan killed my clansmen and devoured my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will come back one day. Let's go, otherwise Zue Xianweng will come to patrol us. Don't worry. For today's escape, I specially found a rare wine for Zue Xianweng. With his nature he would be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed while flying close to the sea, secretly leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zue Xianweng watched them from afar until they could no longer be seen. This old Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting agreeing to Qin Dingling's request. Right now he was an inner member of Celestial Court, hiding in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Celestial Court had secretly instructed him a day ago to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zue Xianweng thought of Fang Yuan's venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. Chapter 22-29. News of the first heavily injured Gu immortal on the verge of death arrived. The Warbeast King's heart tightened. So fast. His heart felt even heavier. The more Gu immortals died, the lower the sovereign immortal aperture's resistance. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche that could not be controlled. The combat beast king gritted his teeth. Send the message. Xiao He Tian doesn't need to rescue him. All desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts are to give up on rescuing him. First, he would do his best to ensure the safety of all the major cities. Next, he would secure the important resources. What results did the Wisdom Path Gu immortals deduce? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Gu immortals. I have not deduced half of it yet. After all, there are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Gu immortal said while sweating profusely. Show me the results first. The last generation Warbeast King almost stomped his feet. The results were quickly obtained. The Combat Beast King immediately made his choice and Star Collection City mobilized all the Gu immortals. Oh, Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting against the flame monsters, the extreme marsh flowery mist swamp had been completely destroyed. More than half of the flame monsters remained. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. Now that the target of these flame monsters had been destroyed, they focused all their hostility on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, how could the flame monsters spare him? They all chased after him. Wu Shuai led the way and met another Gu immortal along the way. This Gu immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Gu immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It really works. These calamities and tribulations weren't formed naturally. They were caused by my main body being struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. Because it's just a change in luck. Without Providence's unified command, it's like an army of billions without a marshal to lead them. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wu Shuai was delighted. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Some Gu immortals collected the acid rain. Some Gu immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the sovereign immortal aperture's situation finally eased. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation Warbeast King let out a breath of turbid air. In just a short time, his head was already drenched in sweat. The calamity was too fierce. If they reacted any slower, they would probably collapse. Thankfully, they fought against the calamities and tribulations. The Gu immortals managed to stabilize themselves. However, this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still happening everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to consume each other. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was still being destroyed by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath of time, the losses were increasing. Supreme marshflower mist. The tribulation clouds in the sky have completely dissipated. More than half of the tribulation clouds above the Needle Forest snowfield have dissipated. The dark blue graphite mine has been completely destroyed. The tribulation cloud has been defeated. Something's wrong. Something abnormal has happened. Report. There are more than 20 tribulation clouds in different parts of the small 5 regions. This is the earth-shaking heavenly tribulation. The Beast King of the last generation had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no. His face turned pale. Combining the information he had received, he had a map of the 5 minor regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared in all the key locations. Bam bam bam. Yellow pillars of light shot out from the tribulation clouds. The pillars of light hit the ground and penetrated deep underground. The tribulation clouds surged as a large number of tribulation clouds entered the yellow pillars of light. The pillars of light suddenly lit up. This light flew down and went underground along the pillars of light. Boom. With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely. Boom. 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 The earth-shaking pillars of light in different parts of the 5 minor regions continued to attack. The ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed their course, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is Luck Path. It targets the Immortal Aperture's resources. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the Earth Vein stands out. Thus, there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations. They are surrounding all the Earth Vein nodes, trying to get rid of them. Wu Shuai's expression was cold. Even though the calamities and tribulations caused by Giant Sun Immortal were not controlled by Providence, at the end, there would be such changes. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of commanders. However, do you think the Earth Vein that we painstakingly built will be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating the formation. The Earth Vein formation activated. A grand aura spread rapidly. The earth-shaking tremors that were wreaking havoc underground were suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu Immortals to various locations and started attacking the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The giant heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals worked together and got through the current crisis. The tribulation clouds changed again, this time forming a beast calamity in various places. One after another, primordial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats attacked the various nodes of the Earth Vein from all directions. 7 to 8 Earth Vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were exterminated. The remaining few were enslaved by Wu Shuai. The tribulation clouds changed again. They still targeted the Earth Vein. The Immortals defended the Earth Vein with all their strength, working closely together. Even though the Earth Vein nodes continued to decrease, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, their target was still the Earth Vein. This was a controllable factor. It gave the Immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than 10 calamities and tribulations that targeted the Earth Vein. After the Immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation clouds that covered the entire sovereign Immortal Aperture had already dissipated. However, just when the Immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that made all the living beings in the sovereign Immortal Aperture feel fear suddenly appeared. At first, this aura was very small, but soon, the aura grew stronger at the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Under the Immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a fire burned deep within the tribulation clouds. Black fire. The moment the black fire appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds into nothingness. The black fire grew rapidly, lumps of black fire fell down continuously. Wherever it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned into nothingness. The Immortals drew in a breath of cold air. The black fire was so terrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy. Isn't this the black fire from the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal has such a good method. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing to say, The immortals quickly defended against the black fire. But none of their methods were effective. Even when Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit used their full strength, they could only destroy the surface of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Goo immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, He Chuncheon made his move. Don't panic. My main body also expected this situation. He instructed me to deal with it. He Chuncheon said as he activated the human path formation. The human path formation had the Thousand Wish Tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light slowly flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge. They flew to all parts of the mini-5 regions. Wherever there was a black fire, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire quickly dissipated, changing forms during this period. But no matter what type it was, it continued to dissipate within the white light. The white light's effect was very good, but the black fire continued to collide and expand. If this continues, it will be bad. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot match the growth of the black fire. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned by the black fire. The situation was rapidly worsening. He Chuncheon, Wu Shuai, and the rest had a change of expression. The situation was going out of control. Feng Yuan's human path formation was also not working. What to do? The defending Goo immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Feng Yuan's main body. Feng Yuan's main body continued to dodge. He was bathed in blood now, his hair was disheveled, one of his arms was severed, he was in a terrible state. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 restriction profound light chi was forced to stop. One word could be used to describe Feng Yuan's current state. He was barely alive. Giant Sun Immortal's methods were truly powerful, he was taking drastic measures. The defending Goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could do nothing. They could only hope for Feng Yuan's main body to take action. But Feng Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a torrential storm, he could barely breathe. I need to get rid of the black fire. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be finished. Immortal Killer Move, Hu Elevation. Suddenly, a Chi Path Killer Move arrived, temporarily blocking a venerable. This was the Chi Si clone's attack. He had finally broken free from the restriction. Here I come. Jean Budu shouted. Without the responsibility of protecting Chi Si, he was freed. He charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal Killer Move, Mortal Flame Smoke. He activated his method to first save the human path formation. Next, he cooperated with the human path formation to attack the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire intertwined with the black fire, tearing at it. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately stopped. However, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor were both repelled. Paradise Earth's ally. Feng Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply, using the killer move Heavenly Web again. With his help, Feng Yuan had a chance to breathe again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor came to reinforce again. Up until now, the two venerables had not taken Feng Yuan's life. They were frowning. The crazed demon formation became fewer and fewer. The venerables started to let loose. Their attacks became more terrifying. Feng Yuan could only escape in a sorry state. Immortal Goo House Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Feng Yuan hid inside the Immortal Goo House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Goo as the core. It could absorb the power of the black fire. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's stalemate finally turned for the better. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress held on for a while for Feng Yuan, before it was destroyed by the two venerables. Die. After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. Protect me. Feng Yuan could not dodge in time. He shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Jean Buddha flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom. With a loud sound, Jean Buddha was torn to pieces. He died on the spot. Chapter 2230. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerable's hearts sank. In contrast, the morale of the celestial court's immortals rose greatly. Feng Yuan lost his main clone, Jean Budu. His immortal aperture was rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, all the immortal goo were sent to jewel yellow skies in time under the control of Jean Budu's will. But the black fire was still rampaging in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal attacked again. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only command the Qi-Si clone to block the attack. The Qi-Si clone did not have a thick defense like Jean Budu. He would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attack. But Feng Yuan could only choose to lose this clone for the safety of his main body. But at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming into a blue lump that trapped Qi-Si ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard. His killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at star constellation Immortal Venerable. The latter sighed. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were shaken. This was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle. They were truly too lucky. The Qi-Si clone managed to survive. He continued to protect Feng Yuan with his life. The sovereign immortal aperture situation had only gotten slightly better. As long as Feng Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again. The entire immortal aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer dissipated completely. The final unified great world turned into nothingness. Countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death mixed with the immortal graveyard and flew over. Star constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and stored them in her immortal aperture. At this point, of the 9 layers of Crazed Demon Cave, the first 7 layers were cleared by Feng Yuan. The 8th layer was completely gone, only the 9th layer was left. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final truthful floating ice piece was left. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating practice goo together, seemingly carrying out the final sculpting. The hearts of all the immortals shook when they saw this, whereas Feng Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. He had finally made it through the most difficult moment. As Feng Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him again. They stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. The two venerables had originally joined forces to deal with these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Feng Yuan used all kinds of methods and tried every possible way to survive. The plan of the two venerables had failed. Now the immortality results were almost complete. The most important thing was to snatch this fruit. Whoever tangled with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for another venerable. We did it, we did it. The 3 eccentrics of the Crazed Demon Cave suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice. They were exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, but they were extremely excited. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. The two venerables were in a deadlock for a while, when the starry path suddenly shook and Qin Dingling appeared. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, Golden Hooped Immortal King appeared again, activating his golden hoop to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly had the advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, the foundation of his combat system would be excavated. He would definitely fall into a disadvantage. Even if he missed, he would be delayed for a moment because he had to deal with Qin Dingling and Golden Hooped Immortal King. With this moment of advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and snatch the immortality results. However, at the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a good method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House shone brightly. Most of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape, Feng Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. Since then, this immortal goo house had been participating in the crazed demon formations operation, until it was sent out. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not the truthful floating ice. After it was sent out, it hid itself deeply. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had been participating in the crazed demon formations operation. It was compatible with this world. Now that it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal, the crazed demon formation was immediately affected. Limitless chains became restless. This star constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up forcefully fused with limitless chains. It also involved many pseudo-venerables including Feng Yuan. It was already close to its limits. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal burst out. Limitless chains finally broke free from the starry path, causing the whole star constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. She suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between him and the crazed demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by countless emotions. His speed fell sharply. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks as she chased after him. Bam bam bam. The two venerables fought, wind and thunder rumbled. Ghosts and deities were shocked. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise, nothing could exist. The two venerables were intertwined. They reached the final mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. Suddenly, the two venerables stopped at the same time, their expressions strange. Pang Shan of Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics had woken up. He was originally extremely fat, but now he was emaciated, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed out. What's going on? Why haven't we attained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we don't have any strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was unfocused, his condition was not right. He had a foolish expression as he muttered. Alerted by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly as he collapsed on the ground. He cupped his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away. No, half a step away. As long as either of you activate practice goo slightly, you can completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter. Whoever entered it would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they had to completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. But how could this be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed. There were no other great worlds that could provide the crazed demon formation with fuel and clues. That was to say, if they wanted to sculpt this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their own strength. The amount of contribution was crucial. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable that entered the truthful floating ice seized the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, another venerable that was in perfect condition might take advantage of it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, or Giant Sun Immortal, they had their worries, they could only pause and ponder. On the other side, the battle between the Pseudo-Venerables and Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed sinisterly as he pointed with his finger. Bam bam bam. The chi lump exploded, blowing Duke Tong into pieces. Not even his bones remained. Spear Forest. Che Wei shouted. Countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Wei-yin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A giant yellow hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Wei-yin sighed. The giant yellow hand grabbed and turned Che Wei into meat paste. The Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals were inferior to Pseudo-Venerables after all. Earlier, even inside star constellation chessboard formation. These celestial quartz goo immortals could not resist pseudo-venerables. They died in battle frequently. After reviving in the immortal graveyard, they quickly rushed over to participate in the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. But now, without star constellation immortal venerable controlling the situation, without star constellation chessboard formation, these celestial quartz goo immortals immediately collapsed. They were slaughtered. They could not stop the pseudo-venerables. Star constellation immortal venerables saw this and snorted coldly, immediately helping them. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good chance. He immediately acted and obstructed star constellation immortal venerable. The two venerables fought again. The two venerables were evenly matched. It was hard to determine the victor. Using this time to catch his breath, Giant Sun Immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time he transmitted, "Bing Sichuan go!" Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sichuan received Giant Sun Immortal's orders and was about to enter. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The lantern in her hand shook again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped. Bing Sichuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly clutched his chest as he knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself as he sobbed. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If I were slightly stronger, I would have helped Master defeat the Celestial Court long ago, and obtain the Eternal Life research results. What's the point of living? I failed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well die." Saying so, Bing Sichuan actually activated a killer move. He wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed as he took Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack head-on, summoning Calamity Luck Altar back to his side. Golden aurora flowed, permeating Bing Sichuan's body and mind. Bing Sichuan obtained Giant Sun Immortal's help. He broke free from his self-blaming emotions. He broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. "If not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Master has been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time?" Thinking of this, the fear in Bing Sichuan's heart intensified. His expression was pale as he collapsed on the ground. His body was shivering like a leaf. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear. He was about to be scared to death. Giant Sun Immortal took action again, saving Bing Sichuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She knew that Giant Sun Immortal was protective of his people. She also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates yet. Giant Sun Immortal avoided her for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these Gu immortals were killed by Lu Wei-yin and the rest, they soon revived in the immortal graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they split up and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Chapter 2231. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used all sorts of methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They used all sorts of methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Shenshang. Courting death. Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shenshang. Shenshang screamed as he quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Wei-yin helped him with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore through his defenses one after another, but Shenshang was still hit. Shenshang cried out as he fainted on the spot. His injuries were terrifying. He was barely hanging on. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were enraged. They also knew the upper limit of their strength. Shenshang's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scale. They immediately joined forces. Shenshang's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to fish in troubled waters under their noses. The situation was in a deadlock. The two venerables restrained each other. Their attention was basically on each other. They let the pseudo-venerables watch from the sidelines. It was also wishful thinking for the pseudo-venerables to charge onto the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Shunshang, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made their moves, they seized the opportunities created by the two venerables, but they all failed. Lu Weiyin was heavily injured. Paradise Earth had light injuries. They were breathing heavily. Shunshang woke up. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad. He retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. He was in a good state. As for Feng Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire, but he had paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were lost. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and other secluded domains of heaven and earth that were attacked by the black fire were very damaged. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. The number of Gu immortals was even higher. 60% of the Gu immortals died, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. With just this one tribulation, Feng Yuan was almost beaten back to his original state, and his foundation was lost by 70 to 80%. I only have 20% of my immortal energy left. Feng Yuan calculated in his heart. Even though he had time path methods to speed up immortal essence production, and heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus's assistance, his consumption was too huge. Not mentioning all sorts of construction and immortal Gu refinement, just the continuous battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Feng Yuan's meticulous planning was of no use. There was no room for saving at all. It was very dangerous to use only 20% of his celestial core power to deal with two venerables who were in peak condition. Boom boom boom. The two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, surpassing their limits. The crazed demon formation continued to operate. Immediately, the limitless chain appeared out of thin air, and shot towards the two venerables. As the two venerables defended against the limitless chains, their attacks became more ferocious. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through his limit and triggered the chain's counter. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced into a corner. She could only raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of the limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two venerables fought and competed with each other. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds or thousands of chains, but soon, the limitless chains multiplied by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated. They were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are fighting with all their might. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even if they know this is not right, they have no choice. The vicious competition has already begun. What should we do? If this goes on, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We, the pseudo-venerables, do not even have the qualifications to observe the battle. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, do you have a good plan? Feng Yuan's expression was pale. His aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, a change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily injured. Cracking sounds could be heard as countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three monsters of Crazed Demon Cave were heavily injured. Among them, Peng Shan even died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood, but he shouted anxiously. His expression was distorted. He did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal. What are you doing? You fools. This is the fruit of eternal life. Only one person needed to activate practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at the two venerables as he cursed, falling into hysterical madness. The pseudo-venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The eternal life research results were destroyed, their hearts shook. But they could not stop. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, the outcome would be affected. The outcome would not only affect the eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Whether it was Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who won, it would affect the reputation of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. It could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also an option. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research results, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research results. Thus, they absolutely could not retreat. Although the eternal life research results were slightly damaged, they were still mostly intact. But if they continued fighting like this, neither venerables would retreat. If they could not decide the victor, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not give up. Even if they failed in the end, it was better than the enemy succeeding. Feng Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted, "Celestial Court is our common enemy, help me. We will split the eternal life research results equally, just like Primordial Domain." The immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Feng Yuan not long ago. But now he actually asked to cooperate. Was Giant Sun Immortal so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest, shouting, "Feng Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you. They had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we work together?" Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this. Were all venerables like this? But very quickly, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd reality. A venerable's strength far surpassed pseudo-venerables, but Feng Yuan was not ordinary. Not long ago, even when the two venerables joined forces, he still managed to survive. This showed Feng Yuan's strength. Right now, the two venerables were in a deadlock, but Feng Yuan had enough bargaining chips. Whichever side he bet on, the other side would fall into a disadvantage. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage was enough to determine victory or defeat. Even if the venerables still had backup plans, it would not be a loss to rope in Feng Yuan to offset their trump cards. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Great plan, venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford it?" Feng Yuan was not afraid now. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The calamity had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be in ruins, but the situation was completely different now. No venerable would foolishly find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan could last for some time. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan had fallen out, but he took the initiative to make up for it because Giant Sun Immortal was strong, while Feng Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan and the Celestial Court had deep enmity, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed work together. Why not? Feng Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had fallen out. They could not easily work together. They were very wary of each other. Unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world, and forced them to think that working together was more beneficial. Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. "Feng Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable followed up. "I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my wisdom path true inheritance, and Genesis Lotus Wood path true inheritance can also be traded. Not just Feng Yuan but also Paradise Earth Lu Wei Yin, Shenshang Qiju, and everyone else. Everyone knows the magnanimity of my celestial court. I swear in the name of Star Constellation." Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and not immortal stared blankly at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. The truthful floating ice was covered in cracks in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me that attack completely destroyed this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal hugged his head as he shouted. The Immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The crystal-like fragments flew everywhere before dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice block was left. This human-shaped ice block's shape and outline were very vague, but after a few breaths of time, it became vivid and lifelike. After another few breaths of time, it turned into flesh and blood. Eventually, under the Immortals' dumbfounded gazes, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo immortal. It has always been crazed demon Dao addict. About to ask the universe of yin and yang. Millions of years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless shall attain eternal life. This immortal finished chanting and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth was in disbelief. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was speechless. Chapter 2232. The most shocked was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless formation. After countless investigations, she could not find any traces of Limitless Revival's arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal also had the same result as her. Precisely so, the two venerables fought so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had truly revived. Don't tell me, if the final truthful floating ice sculpture succeeds, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and achieve eternal life. Feng Yuan was also shaken. Feng Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing a towering mountain or a vast ocean. This is a discrepancy in the historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass Venerable and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other before attacking at the same time. Attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. His chains danced in the air, and easily negated the two venerables' attacks. The two venerables' hearts shook. Their battle intent did not diminish, instead they unleashed even fiercer killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After a few rounds, the two venerables could not even injure a hair of Limitless. Limitless roared lightly as he waved his hands. At once, space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated. Paradise Earth, Feng Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay. They retreated far away. At once, within 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was no one else. Giant Sun's expression was grim. Star Constellation's gaze was deep and flickering with starlight. She was clearly deducing with all her strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. Friends, I do not want to be enemies with you. I have obtained 1,000,000 years of eternal life, but I have yet to verify it. How do we verify it? Giant Sun Immortal asked. Everyone, please take a look. The Limitless Demon Sovereign turned slightly. All the immortals widened their eyes. A small hole appeared where the Limitless Demon Venerable was originally standing. Through the hole, the Gu immortals saw chaos. It was black, but it was not black. To say that it was white was definitely not white. Say it is light, it is light. If you say it is dark, it is also dark. It was not accurate to describe it with any words in the world. Because chaos was just chaos. The primal chaos was a catastrophe. You lunatic, you actually broke through the world boundary again. Aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal loudly berated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also spoke solemnly. Limitless, I know of your ambitions, but if you insist on destroying the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life and the celestial court, I will eliminate you. Don't be impatient, the loophole is not big. I just want to test the results of eternal life. Even though we venerables are invincible in the world, we are still plagued by calamities and tribulations, and that is this chaos. Among the venerables here, who has not been injured by the chaos? Who has not suffered because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has existed for 1,000,000 years. Whether the eternal life research results that were deduced succeed or not, there is an obvious standard. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly stretched out his arm into the hole. The other venerables and Gu immortals subconsciously held their breaths, staring at him. Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any killer moves, he only used his body as an experiment. He was truly too daring. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to do this. Even though they could last in the chaos for some time, that was under the condition that they used all their strength to defend. For people like Limitless Demon Venerable, who did not have any defensive measures, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only needed to touch a drop of chaos to be completely erased. Unless they cut off their losses in time. Limitless Demon Venerable stretched his arm in calmly. After a while he pulled his arm back. His arm was completely black, it looked like charcoal formed after a tree was burned to ashes. But when he clenched his fist, the charcoal on the surface instantly turned into ashes, vanishing completely, revealing a smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal opened his mouth wide. He said in a daze, "Is this the attainment of eternal life?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. "I understand now. Why did I not deduce it? Back then, when you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had been using the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had almost destroyed the world, because he created a huge loophole. And the deepest part of Limitless Crazed Demon Formation was to create a small loophole in the world boundary. Once the Crazed Demon Formation was shaken, this small loophole would turn into a huge loophole. It would be a huge problem. The entire Gu cultivation world might be destroyed because of this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's evaluation of Limitless as a lunatic was not wrong at all. For over 1,000,000 years, the entire world had been on the brink of destruction. All of this was caused by Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm as he sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "In the previous life, I had already reached the end of my path. I asked the heavenly Tao. There was simply no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by fate Gu. I racked my brains and finally created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no choice but to think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you around, even if the Crazed Demon Formation has a loophole and the loophole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to patch it up." Once he said this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be good? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with her, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment, he also wanted to use the power of the Celestial Court to deduce a new heaven path research result. He also wanted to pull in the Celestial Court as the final insurance. Once something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be used by Limitless Demon Venerable to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court standpoint, they would definitely do their best to patch the loophole, and they would be very willing to do so. But Limitless Demon Venerable continued, "This is not eternal life. Don't you think so? Paradise Earth." Paradise Earth nodded expressionlessly. Feng Yuan had a vague realization. The true realm of eternal life was to be unharmed by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that level. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more." Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head as he sighed. He looked at Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, can you lend me a hand?" Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly. "Why should I help you?" Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu and smiled. "This immortal Gu was prepared for you, Qiju. I have waited over 1,000,000 years for this moment." Demon Immortal Qiju laughed heartily. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. My revival was indeed within your calculations. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, too lamentable. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was mocking himself. He lost to Limitless Demon Venerable. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju quietly. He waved his hand as Practice Gu flew towards the latter. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memories. Limitless, have you asked me before you want to become a venerable? With me around, you want to become a venerable. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then Demon Immortal Chi-Ju lost. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed at Limitless Demon Venerable. You clearly passed the tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight to the death with me? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. There were several times during the intense battle when he was on the brink of death. He smiled lightly. Because you are my Tao Guardian. Only when I am truly on the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between a Tao Guardian and a venerable. Ha ha ha, the truth proves that my guess was right. Tao Guardian, I already know the secret of a Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you disregarded your own life? Even after becoming a venerable, you are invincible in the world. Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Even if I become a venerable, I will only have 1 layer of cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the Great Tao is more enticing. Limitless, oh Limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still limitless. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Limitless Demon Venerable and scolded. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Just like how I am limitless, you are still Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, isn't that so? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. As if he was powerless from anger, he grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Come. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Good. You are my Tao Guardian. Our fates are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of a Tao Guardian, a venerable can advance further and break through to the realm of eternal life. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what true eternal life is. Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. The light of Practice Gu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was dispirited. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Gu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed. He was no different from a normal person. But it was clear that Limitless Demon Venerable's current strength had reached an unfathomable level. Because even under the investigative killer moves of the Immortals, he was still like a normal person. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's Immortals did not move. They watched quietly. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later he pulled back his arm, it was intact. Chapter 2233. The entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Limitless Demon Venerable's unscathed arm and palm. They fell into deep shock. After Gu cultivators become immortals, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it appeared, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use all their strength to fight for survival. Ordinary Gu immortals might not know, But all the venerables had gone through the test of chaotic disasters. They knew how terrifying these tribulations were. Right now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos and was unscathed. This scene shocked all the venerables present. As for people like Feng Yuan who knew about it, because he had not experienced it personally, his feelings were not as deep as the venerables. You did it. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. No, he has not. This is not true eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with a firm expression and tone. The immortals turned to look at him. That's right, he has not. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable added, his expression suddenly showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. They drew in deep breaths. If venerables were like infants, chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable's arm went into the chaos. He was using his body to bathe the fire. Now he was even more reckless. He was directly devouring the fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable devoured a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged. At the same time, chaos continued to leak out of the hole. It was like a torrent that washed over his head, shoulders and body. Limitless Demon Venerable used his killer move for the first time. A powerful aura burst out. The immortals present were all shaken. Everyone watched quietly. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge. He wanted to charge towards the true and complete immortality realm. Ever since he was young, he had always been curious. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. She wanted to understand everything, wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His identity as a venerable one had never made him feel proud. He had once walked to the top of the world, to the end of the world. He still wanted to leave. However, there was no way out. Thus, he painstakingly plotted to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire goo cultivation world and risked his life to create the Crazed Demon formation. He had accumulated for over 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth. The road was long gone. He opened his legs and stepped into the endless darkness with all his might. He wanted to carve out a path. This was the final charge. Limitless had used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like only a few breaths. Oh! Black flames suddenly spurted out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortal's heart shook. Then the Limitless Demon Sovereign slowly opened his eyes and looked at the immortals. I failed. No. Me too. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted as he attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Goo. A profound light shot out of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and landed on Limitless Demon Venerable. The black flames on Limitless Demon Venerable's body extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained a breather. He laughed and shook his head. Chi-Ju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how will I know the result? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju retorted angrily. Are you willing to give up like this? True eternal life. I also want to see it. I also want to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable sighed. He had a complex expression at this moment. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life has never existed. At the next moment, bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless truthful floating ice pieces. No! Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time. It was like they had lost their parents. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was too deeply involved with him, the primal chaos instantly found him. He vanished into thin air. A grand pseudo-venerable could not even last for 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos great disaster was evident. The immortals were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that involved almost all the venerables' schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this? Star Constellation Immortal revived, Giant Sun Immortal revived, Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but he still failed. He died. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life? It was an extravagant hope. No. Did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not immortal shouted. Secret Schemer hugged his head in a daze. There is no eternal life. Hee, there is no eternal life, hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit. Is there no other path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were the biggest doubt of all the immortals right now. Nobody could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified. His attainment in this aspect clearly surpassed all the immortals. But he died. He failed. He lost his life in the chaotic disaster. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh. Right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Feng Yuan suddenly made a move and snatched a piece of truthful floating ice. The immortals were jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died. He turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion actually remained. The chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by Limitless Crazed Demon Formation. They were absolutely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his million years of hard work was not just a bubble that burst. He still left behind abundant results. Snatch. There was nothing much to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. Large numbers of killer moves burst out, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth split. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. However, the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice flows were undamaged, and they were still shining brightly. This was normal. The chaotic disaster could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of the Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables could not do anything to them either. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals were hindering each other. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a furious roar. Golden aurora filled the sky as light burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Feng Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables dodged in panic. The golden aurora suddenly formed a whirlpool that swept one of the truthful floating ice pieces into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, scattering a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars. Their starlight was dazzling as they collided with the golden aurora, destroying both. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was swept into the golden aurora regained its freedom. It floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. All of the remaining floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to snatch away half of this eternal life research result. How could that be possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly made a move, aiming at the nearest truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sent Lu Weiyin flying. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. He wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, but the golden light was like needles that almost pierced his body. The two Venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Feng Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin were both stopped. At once, the Pseudo-Venerables stopped fighting. They were waiting for a new opportunity when the two Venerables fought. The hole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he could suppress this small hole. But after his death, the strength he left behind weakened rapidly. Even though the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal took a glance at the hole in the world boundary, saying calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, Why don't we stop fighting and get rid of these pseudo-venerables first, then fix the hole and divide the truthful floating ice piece? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, using her actions to give the most direct response. At once, starlight danced and shot everywhere, all attacking Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Feng Yuan and the rest blocked left and right, escaping in a sorry state. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two venerables could attack freely. Of course, they did not use their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Feng Yuan and the rest were in great danger. They were struggling at the edge of life and death. If we can't hold on, the two venerables will not be able to compete. Everyone, I will retreat first. Feng Yuan shouted, pulling Qi-Si Ancestor and leaving the 9th layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left. With Feng Yuan's retreat, the two venerables could not chase after him, because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on fighting for the truthful floating ice piece. Because now, as long as either of the two venerables made a move and blocked the 9th layer, it would be very difficult for the pseudo-venerables who had retreated to come in. As long as they could stall for some time, the two venerables could keep the truthful floating ice piece. Then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. The others can leave, but you Feng Yuan cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice piece that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their attitude clearly. Among the Gu Immortals present, Feng Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Feng Yuan obtained was very large. It occupied at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice piece. At this moment, the two venerables worked together to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was incomparable to now. Soon, Feng Yuan was forced to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was almost completely used up earlier, but during this rest period, the river water in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture recovered a little. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They just needed to use some ingenious methods, and some time to deal with it. Chapter 2234. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent. We have to work together. Feng Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Feng Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Feng Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal targeted the largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again. But she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path method to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme. The two venerables could not detect it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The immortals' expressions changed, they resisted with difficulty. Feng Yuan used Fortitude Gu, Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light, all sorts of killer moves were activated and attacked all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Chi-Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerables methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone here. Her complexion quickly paled, and the starlight around her dimmed. The 10 billion thoughts in her mind were consumed in an instant, and she was close to drying up. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again, and pulled a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, but there was an immortal goo inside. This immortal goo was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of this immortal goo, she was willing to give up on the biggest truthful floating ice for the time being, and wanted to obtain this small piece first. After taking this immortal goo, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move, and put away Book Mountain to defend herself. She behaved wisely. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress it. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar. Golden light shot out in all directions as he fiercely counterattacked. The attacks were rampant. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave. She was in a pitiful state. Giant Sun Immortal also took the opportunity to collect a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he would not be able to collect the biggest truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered, and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using all their strength to collect the truthful floating ice. They had no other choice. This also gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Feng Yuan and Paradise Earth both collected 3 or 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Shunshang, Lu Weiyin, and Chi-Si also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean. Only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables were heavily injured. They tried to attack but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time, and attacked the pseudo-venerables again. This time they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-venerables all had some truthful floating ice. The two venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-venerables. At this moment, Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength. Almost every breath of time, his strength was increasing, his aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 venerable level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, you cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually draw strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, killing intent rose in her heart. Earlier, when Feng Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth would rather give up on Feng Yuan to obtain a piece of truthful floating ice. So this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the flaw of being forced to revive early and become a venerable again. But this time, he was not a venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path venerable, his strength would become the strongest in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed, the two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have another Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Feng Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path Killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others. "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Xinshang hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and immediately used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly. He was only a step away from becoming a venerable. "I am just one step away, Feng Yuan." Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Feng Yuan sneered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from jewel yellow skies, as well as all sorts of Heaven Path Killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Feng Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to jewel yellow skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. "Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth." After the transaction was completed, Feng Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two Venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up. Endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Xinshang, Lu Weiyin, and even Feng Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like a drop in the bucket. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed. The backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two Venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him!" Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-Venerables' hearts jumped. They quickly followed suit. The two Venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-Venerables used their full strength without regard for their own safety. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted. Veins popped out on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken. His body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth was hanging on to his final breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move to protect Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan quickly came to Paradise Earth's side. Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang's hearts shook. The light of hope flashed in their eyes. The two Venerables' expressions sank, seeing that Feng Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom. Feng Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back, penetrating his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Feng Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before dying, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Feng Yuan's arm. Rest in peace, Paradise Earth. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with grievance. Everyone was shocked. The two Venerables looked at Feng Yuan with a strange expression. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled as he broke the silence, shouting at the top of his lungs. Feng Yuan, what did you do? Feng Yuan, you. Xinshang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Si Ancestor was hovering beside Feng Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two Venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Feng Yuan. Was Feng Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. It was too reckless. Something is wrong. Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned slightly, remaining silent. The two venerables watched as Feng Yuan calmly stored Paradise Earth's corpse into his sovereign immortal aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Feng Yuan, what are we going to do now? Xinshang asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables? Lu Weiyin stomped his feet as he stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right? Saying so, his aura was no longer concealed, it was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. Stop pretending. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan breathed out lightly. Chi tides surged and blocked all the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Weiyin, Xinshang, and even Feng Yuan's Qi-Si clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Feng Yuan blocked all of them, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable? Chapter 2236. Rumble. Feng Yuan's killer moves were unleashed, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Feng Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Xinshang watched as Feng Yuan fought against the two venerables with complex expressions. They asked Qi-Si Ancestor anxiously. Qi-Si Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang were speechless. How did Feng Yuan conceal his strength so deeply? He even deceived his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also remained silent, because the two of them discovered that Feng Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than theirs. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The two venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light surged into the sky with terrifying might. Feng Yuan gave a light shout. He activated his methods and forcefully suppressed the golden light. The Dao marks on him far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest's hearts jumped. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sucked in a breath of cold air, concentrating as he activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Feng Yuan's head. Initially, Feng Yuan's luck was not exposed at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see a cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Feng Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver light pillar standing in the sky. It was grand and condensed. The silver light pillar's foundation was a brown tomb. Most of it had already dissipated. Only some remnants were left. The Giant Sun Immortal sighed inwardly. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help the silver light pillar stabilize its foundation. On the other hand, it can also be seen as digging and replacing Feng Yuan's foundation. It was originally the greatest hidden danger to Feng Yuan's providence. After Feng Yuan killed Paradise, the hidden danger disappeared. The remaining graves are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Feng Yuan has not completely digested. The Giant Sun Immortal looked up and saw the top of the silver pillar of light. Giant Sun Immortal had already peeked into Feng Yuan's luck when they had formed an alliance. Compared to before, the top of Feng Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. Instead, it directly pierced through, truly indomitable. At most, the 3 clouds revolved around the top of the silver pillar of light. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hide him, Feng Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned red-golden color. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal's mind moved again. Is this a hint that spectral soul demon Venerable is quickly escaping from star constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral soul demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable being able to control spectral soul demon Venerable was already an unprecedented feat, but it was unrealistic to completely control a Venerable. If spectral soul demon Venerable escapes from star constellation Immortal Venerable's control, what will happen? Regardless, in terms of luck, Feng Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his luck path methods. He was finally convinced now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan with some anger. How did Feng Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression, it seemed rank 9 was nothing special. What did he treat Venerables as? If rank 9 Venerables could be achieved so easily, then what was he Giant Sun Immortal? What were the Venerables of the past? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Feng Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and craftiness. When in the world did he become a Venerable? Did he have such cultivation level from the start? All the signs point to this. He became a Venerable at a certain point in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But his attainment level is clearly insufficient. During the battle in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both attacked Feng Yuan and destroyed the Refinement Path Primordial Domain. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He retreated while looking at Feng Yuan. Does Thieving Heaven's true inheritance contain Refinement Path true meaning? Actually, you already have sufficient Refinement Path attainment level. Feng Yuan smiled, but his attacks became more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the consecutive attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to scatter flying stars. Stardust flew out like lightning, hitting Feng Yuan's back one after another. Feng Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He straightened his back and stretched his hand towards his back. Starlight was shining brightly on his back. They were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Feng Yuan, all of these Tao marks turned into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Feng Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare for her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive attacks. And the crucial point of consecutive attacks was the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. With these Tao marks, the subsequent flying stars could deal more and more damage to the target. But now, Feng Yuan directly turned these Tao marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Feng Yuan, she would be helping the enemy. Feng Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and counterattacked. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it, she could only retreat for now. This refinement path killer move is used to perfection. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. But he had been restraining himself until now. When he is rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he finally took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced Feng Yuan's true craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible for Feng Yuan to not use it just because he had not advanced to rank 9. If Feng Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective, but he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the Flying Star Killer move. During the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a certain truth at this moment. She blurted out, "Feng Yuan, you did it on purpose during the battle in Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy Refinement Path Primordial Domain. You were feigning weakness to make us look down on you even more." Giant Sun Immortal heard this and had a flash of inspiration. He glared at Feng Yuan, even more angrily. Feng Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, Star constellation, you overestimate me. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Feng Yuan, don't try to deceive me. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance has refinement path true meaning or not, before you entered primordial domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After coming to primordial domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of refinement path primordial domain, you could still become a Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable ascension plan on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to advance to venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulation. It is very risky, you need to choose your timing carefully. Once you publicly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you advance to venerable quickly, the three realms are not united yet. The success of limitless eternal life is still far away. You still need to wait. Adding on the countermeasure of limitless, even if your strength increases after advancing to venerable, you will not be able to use it. Thirdly, you are not a venerable. You will be subconsciously ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Finally, back then in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know to what extent I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been concealing your methods, waiting until the situation becomes clear, and after we exhaust each other's methods, we will fight for the final victory. Star constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Feng Yuan's attacks while analyzing, exposing Feng Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable to compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He tried to advance to Venerable Realm under the eyes of the two Venerables, but was heavily injured by the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis, and immediately understood. With a loud roar, he stepped on Golden Aurora and counterattacked Feng Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Feng Yuan from another direction. Chapter 2237. The enemy was ferocious. Feng Yuan evaded for the moment. Giant Sun Immortal chased after him, shouting. Back then, I entered the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also entered. What a great scheme. If you had stayed outside, you would have had to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven. Back then, because of the arrangements of the Celestial Court, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate it. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still entered the door of life and death. Because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would be healed. Giant Sun Immortal had been trying to use this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had deep foundations, he had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to start from the door of life and death. By entering the door of life and death, he could find out the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he could destroy this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They could work together. If possible, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death allowed him to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods regarding emotions. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really have no way to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the Eternal Life research results still needed some time to brew, and he had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon Formation to monitor the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, at that time, the Crazed Demon Cave was a three-way struggle. In addition to the Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, the Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and the Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Land. In the end, in this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely, leaving him with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. Paradise entered the gate of life and death. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left this place. Even though they did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom. Feng Yuan retaliated. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken and forced back. The Giant Sun Immortal let out a low roar. Feng Yuan, you want to see Paradise being forced to reincarnate ahead of time, right? What great acting skills, great acting skills. After exiting the gate of life and death, I fell into Qin Dingling's trap, and fell into a disadvantageous position. I needed your help, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You fell for her trap on purpose. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation. This way, the Qi-Si clone would be restricted and Zhan Budu would not be able to leave. You just sat there and watched as we exhausted each other. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was still an immortal zombie back then. He was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was destroyed. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had his biggest trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not use it because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth made a move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly. Instead, he tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately rescued Feng Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's thoughts were quite unfathomable. However, after Feng Yuan was rescued, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Bloodpath trump card to revive completely. Feng Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling. But how could this be concealed from Giant Sun Immortal? His mind was clear. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered a calamity and tribulation. Wait. Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. It was at that time, when your immortal aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up. You used the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade, adding calamity upon calamity and deceiving everyone. You finally passed the tribulation and became a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. He thought that he had succeeded in his plan. He had detected the decline of Feng Yuan's luck and the aura of calamity and tribulation on his body. To think that Feng Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the heavenly Tao blockade, breaking through an even greater calamity and tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal's methods, he could not create black fire in Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The black fire was the remnant of the chaotic calamity. Feng Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Feng Yuan and continued. You became a venerable right under our noses just like that. I had thought that you were not proficient in concealment techniques, but to think that you had such astonishing attainment in this aspect. You were able to conceal your cultivation level all along. You actually deceived me. You deceived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, Paradise Earth was also deceived by you. Feng Yuan, this great swindler, actually managed to deceive them to the end. The Venerables were all fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang looked at each other. They were filled with shock. The fight between the Venerables was getting more intense. They were gradually using their full strength. They could not interfere. The Qi-Si clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Feng Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, They were shocked and in admiration. After all, Feng Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed the two great existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shunshang were furious. The two of them had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death could be said to be mostly due to Feng Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his biggest secret in the end. He could absorb and digest the truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Feng Yuan had purposely transacted with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly. He was trying to provoke the two venerables to attack Paradise Earth with full force. But in the end, the two venerables' attacks helped Feng Yuan instead, allowing Feng Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Devious, sinister, and vicious. These words circulated in Shunshang and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all directed at Feng Yuan. Rumble. The golden aurora retreated, the starlight dimmed. Feng Yuan's aura was unparalleled. He was like a tiger that could devour everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt bitter in their mouths. They had fought until now. They had expended a lot of energy. Their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there. They had not been healed yet. In contrast, Feng Yuan had been restraining himself and concealing his strength. He was too scheming. Boom. The three venerables fought again. Feng Yuan had the upper hand. The two venerables were defeated. They coughed out blood. Their injuries worsened. Feng Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His hair fluttered in the wind as he rampaged in the battlefield, his aura overwhelming the mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted. Early in life, I knew the difficulties of the world. Yet I still allow myself to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blow along the way. My body feels like cotton, floating in the sea of life. I travel alone, tempered by the heart of iron, racking my brains to forge a sword. Today my sword points to the clouds. Refine goo, refine humans, and even refine heaven. Feng Yuan's attacks were like raging waves. They engulfed the entire battlefield and the 8 extreme directions of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them. They were forced to retreat. Feng Yuan grabbed with his hand. The final truthful floating ice flew towards him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the last moment. The door of life and death burst out with a strong suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. A killer move landed on Feng Yuan. Because Feng Yuan wanted to take the truthful floating ice, he exposed a flaw. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, joy and surprise on their faces. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River. A killer move that used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Feng Yuan. A path of life formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Feng Yuan returned to the battlefield in an instant, leaving the furious spectral soul demon Venerable behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids twitched. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Feng Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Feng Yuan tried to evade it with a troubled expression. He eventually declared that the deduction was a failure. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw Feng Yuan's proficiency in using this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan already had this move. But he still used Danghun Luo Pasil to stall Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed softly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a violent mood, his mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was extremely chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luo Pasil. With one attack, Feng Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. After Feng Yuan became venerable and passed the Blackfire Tribulation, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's. Feng Yuan roared as he chased after them. finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice. Star constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, verdant great sun's sigh could be heard from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roars and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Feng Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom. With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. There was silence again. Chapter 2238. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was barren. The grass was mostly yellow and withered weeds. The sky was gray and overcast. There was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. In this ordinary place, dozens of Gu immortals were gathered. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal. He wore a yellow-brown leather robe of northern plains. He had a thick red leather belt. He wore a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding. It was more like an ordinary face. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his name was Chu Du, he was the domination immortal. Facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Her face was half covered by a visor that covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half was exposed, but she had strong facial features. Her eyebrows were sharp, her eyes were bright, she had a heroic aura. She was the famous Gu immortal world of Northern Plains, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all sorts of experts without losing once. As for her true identity, He Lulan, very few Gu immortals knew about it. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu Tribe's rank 7 expert, the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Chong, she took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not cower, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle spread, it affected the sensitive nerves of Northern Plains immortals. They paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes were burning with battle intent. A confrontation of strength path. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Chu Du happily replied. Regardless of the outcome, I would like to invite you to Chu Tribe as a guest. We can exchange insights on strength path cultivation. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you have the qualifications. Let's fight. Chu Du smiled. Please. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony. She flew up like lightning, flying into the clouds. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Numerous figures suddenly shot down from the clouds like shooting stars. Diving down towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head to look. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed became even faster. He pulled apart the distance and used a killer move, pushing his palms upwards. Rumble. A surge of energy surged out. The wave of chi swept out. He Lulan's strength path silhouette was crushed like a bubble under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed out his palm again, and the dark clouds above his head were instantly swept away, revealing a clear sky of several dozen miles. Bright sunlight shone down. He Lulan, who had disappeared into the clouds, was also exposed. He Lulan's expression was solemn. With the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was also ready. The next moment, she clasped her hands into fists, raised them high above her head, and smashed them down towards Chu Du with a thunderous explosion. The air distorted, and the fist shadow almost instantly blasted in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms and blocked the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, he was forced back by 100 steps. But he soon stopped in the air, shaking his arms as a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception. Her attacks were like a storm, continuous and unending. Chu Du blocked again and counterattacked. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar, the commotion shaking heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides attentively. Spectacular, to think that Strength Path Gu immortals also have so many long-range methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. It is still too early to say. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path Gu immortals are strongest in close combat. These two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was steady like a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range methods. After a dozen or so rounds, both sides suddenly charged and fiercely collided in the middle. An explosion shook the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare contest of strength path. Whoever wins will be the #1 strength path expert in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated strength path. After all, strength path was declining. It was not a concept that had existed for 50 or 60 years, it had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chudu was publicly recognized as a strength path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan's sudden appearance and her specialized path surprised many Gu immortals. To think that another freak expert would appear in strength path. Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks. They were locked in a stalemate. Offense and defense continued to switch. Enormous strength was contained in every strike. Be it Chudu or He Lulan, neither had the slightest intention of retreating. They fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between strength path Gu immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned. It was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though strength path is declining, strength path Gu immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight against either Chudu or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be dire. Every time Chudu and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion. The surrounding air distorted, air currents surged and the sound of the wind could be heard. Compared to long-range combat, strength path was more suited for close-range combat. For Gu immortals who cultivated strength path, every ordinary punch or kick was threatening enough. The advantage of close-range combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chudu fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat if they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, if I encounter strength path Gu immortals, I cannot let them get close to me. Punches and kicks are used too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in this battle. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? Another dozen or so rounds passed. Chudu gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lulan was strong and had many methods, she was inferior to Chudu in terms of battle experience. Her cultivation time could not compare to Chudu. Chudu relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate his advantage bit by bit. As these advantages accumulated, He Lulan was gradually forced into a disadvantage. Chun Chung, Inwu Ke, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade, it flashed for an instant. She knew that if she did not try to change this, she would be the one who would lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared as her punches and kicks flew like a tidal wave. Crashing towards Chudu. Chudu was like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he did not budge. He Lulan was not surprised. She retreated while Chudu was blocking her attacks. At the same time, she started to prepare her killer move. Chudu smiled as he quickly got close. Oh no! Chun Chung saw this and cried out. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and understood that Chudu had been waiting for this opportunity. Chudu burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner. She could only stop her killer move and use her fists and kicks to fight against Chudu, blocking his relentless attacks. Precisely so, she rashly stopped her killer move midway. The killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash that caused He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chudu created this opportunity and also used it to force He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chudu had the complete upper hand. Cheers erupted. The voices came from Chudu's adopted children, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. With a tiger's roar, a huge pitch-black tiger sent Chudu flying with a claw. The huge pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot. Appearing behind Chudu, Chudu quickly turned around to block, although he blocked another attack from the Dark Capital Strength Biao. His body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, Dark Capital Strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Lao had a cold expression. This was the first time he had seen it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It normally resides on the skin, but when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. Indeed. Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move, my first Supreme Elder would have already obtained victory. Chapter 2239. The Dark Capital Strength Biao had incredible speed. It was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized his footing, he hurriedly used a healing method on his body and immediately entered the battle. She cooperated with the Dark Capital Strength Biao, pincer attacks from both sides, suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a sorry state. His robe was torn in many places, his defense was at a disadvantage. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth, injuries accumulated on his body. Chu Clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. From this situation, they could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan a huge advantage. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan took the chance and shouted. Using his killer move, 8 Directions Battle Strength. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures he could not get out. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du. If this bite landed, even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly. I finally caught you. At the next moment, a Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught off guard. It growled and tried to struggle, but it only lasted for a breath of time before the Strength Path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Immortal killer move, Battle Strength Evaporation. Chu Du burst out with a powerful aura. His body expanded as he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His upper body was exposed, his skin was red, all the pores on his body opened up, sweat turned into steam and enveloped his entire body. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength. Chu Du stretched out his arms and clapped his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li was enveloped and restricted by a formless force. The Gu immortals could not move. They were like mosquitoes that fell into oil. Affected by this killer move, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's speed fell drastically. Its threat to Chu Du fell to rock bottom. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was more exquisite than she had expected. I didn't want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally, before activating Expend Strength Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This rank 7 immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expend Strength. The situation was dire, so He Lulan immediately activated this technique. When this move was being prepared, it was soundless. When it was unleashed, its aura would suddenly erupt. It was swift and violent. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he didn't manage to do so. After being hit by this move, each of his movements, even his killer moves, required more than half of his strength. He Lulan took advantage of Chu Du's decline to launch another fierce attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the Heaven and Earth Combined Strength killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. No matter what the result of this battle is, these two are peak rank 7s in Northern Plains. With such terrifying battle strength, they can probably challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chu Du, Black Moon in the current world, they are the pillars of Strength Path. The Gu immortals sighed deeply. At this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had already won everyone's admiration. They were evenly matched. The immortals were even more interested in the final outcome of the battle. Amazing, this is amazing. Chu Du had many fractures, his robe was dyed with blood, but he laughed loudly. This battle made him excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lulan in every minute detail. Little by little, they affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried all ways to salvage the situation, but the more rushed she was, the more flaws there were. Chu Du could take advantage of them. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength killer move. How can he still have such endurance? Chu Du did not tire at all. He Lulan could not help but feel bewildered. Chu Du had deep strength. He Lulan was already using her full strength, but she could not take down Chu Du currently. She could only hope that 70% expended strength killer move would tire Chu Du out. However, another dozen or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du got tired, He Lulan was already at a complete disadvantage. She was in a precarious situation. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose in this situation. She could only take a risk. At the next moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao growled and pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan did not retreat. She moved forward instead, fusing into the Dark Capital Strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's huge body shrunk at lightning speed, turning into a half-beast half-human form. It stuck to the surface of He Lulan's armor like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level of usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected. Their battle strength would rise sharply. Chu Du lose. He Lulan shouted. Her tiger wings flapped as she instantly appeared in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lulan's fists landed on his arms. A huge force exploded like thunder. The surrounding air exploded as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably. Chu Du stomped on the ground, creating a long trench. He was still flying back when He Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu Du. Boom! With another heavy blow, He Lulan sent Chu Du crashing into the ground. Bam bam bam. He Lulan floated in the air. Her punches rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed. The terrifying power made many Gu immortals pale. Lord Chu Du. Godfather. Chu clan's Gu immortals shouted with worry. He Lulan was too powerful. She was suppressing Chu Du. He could not retaliate at all. Enough is enough, stop He Yu. Chu Du's voice came from the pit. He spoke with much difficulty. He Lulan ignored him. Her punches rained down. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang asked excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With his reminder, everyone realized that He Lulan's gaze was like that of a wild beast. She had lost her rationality. She was only using her killing instinct to control her killer moves. Chu clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we will win. This killer move is too strong. Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation failed. She might even lose her life due to the backlash. But right at this time, a figure pounced out. It was Chu Du. But Chu Du's next action was out of everyone's expectations. He forcefully endured the intense attacks. Disregarding his own life, he forcefully got close to He Lulan and placed his hand on He Lulan's shoulder. A shockwave spread out. He Lulan and the Dark Capital Strength Biao separated. He Lulan regained her rationality. Her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu Du's right chest. But Chu Du used his method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, He Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's ferocity did not diminish. It appeared behind Chu Du and bit down. Stop! He Lulan shouted in her mind. Her thoughts burst out. She wanted to stop the Dark Capital Strength Biao. In this situation, Chu Du would definitely pay with his life if he was hit like this. But the Dark Capital Strength Biao was not under He Lulan's control. It was extremely ferocious. Right when He Lulan thought that Chu Du was going to die, a powerful aura burst out of Chu Du's body. The killer move arrived immediately, sending the Dark Capital Strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu immortal. My first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? He Lulan stared with wide eyes, staring at Chu Du. Why? While saying this, she pulled back her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lulan, but it was not an offensive method. It was a healing killer move. Chu-Du's expression was pale as he accepted her goodwill, smiling at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight you. A fair fight. Because Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Let us continue like this, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chu-Du expressed his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, He Lulan was speechless. The dark capital Strength Biao was repelled by Chu-Du, it flew back. But now, He Lulan had regained control of it. The dark capital Strength Biao was damaged in many places. It rested on He Lulan's body. He Lulan gave Chu-Du a deep look before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chu-Du, you've won this battle. In this battle that affected Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Even though Chu-Du won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chu-Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level. He became a high-level character among Gu Immortals, be it himself or Chu Clan, their reputation soared. During the intense battle, Chu-Du first sealed his cultivation level, and fought with Fairy Black Moon with only rank 7 cultivation level. Finally, Chu-Du disregarded his own life and saved Fairy Black Moon. All of these made the neutral Gu Immortals have a good impression of him. Even Yin Wu Kei, Chun Chung Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu Clan, one of his adopted sons suggested holding a celebratory banquet and inviting immortals to use this battle to raise Chu Clan's reputation. But Chu-Du rejected it. Chu-Du kept a low profile regarding this battle. However, becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal still had a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue Fengyuan became a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar. Immortals were shocked. Chapter 2240. The fascinating thing about Venerable Gu was not just the charismatic main character, Guyue Fengyuan, but also the other characters that left a deep impression. It could be said that Venerable Gu was not just a biography of Fengyuan. It was also a grand stage where countless characters would show their prowess. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, Peng De, Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiao, Baijian Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Ruanan, Shang Xianci, Yang Sanmu, Lu Weiyin, Yi Fan, Hong Yi Han, Li Duklong, Qin Dingling, Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Guyue Fengzheng, Yuan Qiongdu, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Chen Yi Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyan, Wang Xiao Air, Song Zixing, Bo Qing, Ruandan Di Zongxing Shabi 95. Mao Li Qiu, Qing Chou, Bing Sai Chuan, Chu Du Dongfeng Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Mahong Yun Old Ancestor Shui Hu Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Sheng, Nye Kuangfeng Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Shen Shang, Song Yi Shi, Xiahan Mo, Zui Xianwang Miao Mingshen, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Feng Gong, Feng Dichong, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Hu Immortal Land Spirit of Langya, the 10 Venerables, Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, Limitless Reckless Savage, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, Paradise Earth, Great Dream Mythology's Human Ancestor, Verdant Great Sun, Desolate Guyue, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Boundless Forest Samsara, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, Great Strength True Martial, Carefree Wisdom Heart. Among these characters, there were pure humans and variant humans. There were sinister heroes and kind-hearted girls. There were mortals and Gu Immortals. There were losers and winners. There were unfathomable legends. And there were also valiant heroes with outstanding achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths and possessed all kinds of Gu worms. They had their own stories, their own pain, their own misfortunes, and also their own glory and fortuitous encounters that belonged solely to them. They also had their own ambitions. Some were selfish, some were thinking for the sake of their race, and some even surpassed their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Perhaps you have something to say to them? Then, come and participate in the book friend character selection. Currently, there was only the main character, Feng Yuan, in the character list of this book. It was completely empty. Who can accompany the protagonist, Feng Yuan, and become the symbolic character of this book? Participating steps. There was a post under Venomous Insect Master's character selection thread in Chidian's book review and comments section. Chapter 2241. Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea surface was dyed red. Seabirds were chirping. The sea breeze was gentle. This place was still some distance away from Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters, but it was not far. This is good. Feng Yuan quickly descended, landing on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Feng Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Feng Yuan directly used the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the entire island, before spreading from the sky, the sea surface, and the bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 now, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose to go to Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters, or go to a place like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Feng Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable. He could act openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him now, Feng Yuan would be more than happy to see it. Feng Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense surged as he entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was called White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger. It was like an apricot, and had an orange-yellow color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Feng Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. But at this moment, he was still slightly agitated. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Feng Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A pale yellow light the size of a fist flowed out of Feng Yuan's dantian. Next, the pale yellow light slowly flowed and covered Feng Yuan's entire body. The focus was on the injuries on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan had hundreds of injuries on his body. Most of them were only treated roughly before he returned. Even now, there were still many wounds that were bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on the bones or in the mangled flesh. The pale yellow radiance flowed in, and wherever it went, the starlight would dissipate and the golden clouds would vanish. This meant that the Tao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal left on Feng Yuan were all refined by Feng Yuan. However, the process of refinement was not pleasant. Intense pain kept coming. Feng Yuan's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Finally, the pale yellow light stopped on Feng Yuan's severed arm. This lasted for an hour before the pale yellow radiance dissipated. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly relaxed. After resting for a while, he immediately activated the compound killer move man as before. In the next moment, all the injuries on his body disappeared, and his severed arm was completely restored. However, when Feng Yuan held the new hand, he still felt a little weak. But this was already enough to satisfy him. Feng Yuan's injuries were severe, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were also not in a good state. Feng Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Feng Yuan had the killer move Refine Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the Tao marks on a Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. This method originated from Feng Yuan's previous killer move, Self-Cleansing. Feng Yuan used this to refine all the Tao marks left behind by the Flying Star killer move during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star killer move. His physical injuries were healed, and his soul was also at its peak state. Feng Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, causing calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, Under Feng Yuan's secret manipulation, it attacked the Heavenly Dao's blockade and suffered the chaotic calamity. The entire sovereign immortal aperture suffered heavy losses. Its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before Crazed Demon Cave, it had less than 20% of its original foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation. It was a tragic sight. However, even before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already expected this situation and made preparations for it. Feng Yuan focused his mind. Thoughts surged as he activated the compound immortal killer move. Landscape as before. The sovereign immortal aperture's middle year essence pool, as well as the various year essence branch pools, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the river of time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of landscape as before. It quickly engulfed the mini-5 regions and the mini-9 heavens. The phantom water of the river of time quickly disappeared, but what was left behind were many resource points, mountains, and rivers that were restored to their original state. The Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture saw this and cheered. Their morale was greatly boosted. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the year essence pool and created the time path zones, he had already planned to coordinate with landscape as before. With this method, the water of the river of time in the year essence pool almost dried up. Many of the time path zones only existed in name. The sovereign immortal aperture's time difference with the outside world was greatly reduced. It would take a long time for the year essence pool to accumulate enough water of the river of time to increase the sovereign immortal aperture's time speed again. The sovereign immortal aperture thus recovered 40% of its foundation. This way, the sovereign immortal aperture only lost 40% of its foundation. It greatly reduced the amount of time, effort, and resources that Feng Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the chaotic calamity. Landscape as before was not an effective killer move. The Gu immortals who died in the chaotic calamity could not revive through human C. There were many other losses. The immortal essence losses were huge. The vast amount of rank 8 immortal essence reserves was now left with only 10%. It had fallen below the danger line and was in a dangerous situation. This was one of the reasons why Feng Yuan stopped and did not make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Feng Yuan was a venerable now. The rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence that he produced was far more durable than white lychee immortal essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 immortal Gu heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus that had once given Feng Yuan a huge amount of help to his immortal reserves was now sharply decreasing. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was close to the outside world. Feng Yuan's immortal essence storage efficiency was not high. And in the near future, Feng Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal aperture while refining the natural Dao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of immortal essence. The immortal essence shortage is huge. Immortal Yuan stone is already of little use to me. If I increase the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow regardless of the consequences, it is not appropriate either. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years. A myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were dream path or pill path, did not pose much of a threat to Feng Yuan. What Feng Yuan was wary of was the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. Even though he had already survived a chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. But this was only a heavenly Dao blockade. The scale of the chaotic disaster was far smaller than the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased too quickly, Feng Yuan would quickly attract a chaotic disaster. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even die. Other venerables would take advantage of him. Immortal essence replenishment was a problem. Other than this loss, Feng Yuan also lost a large number of immortal Gu. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after the Gu immortals died, Feng Yuan did not take back their immortal Gu or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal Gu houses that Feng Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan's immortal Gu losses this time. Other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, none of the other super forces could afford it. Thankfully, during the middle and later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan consciously reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when John Buddha died, his will sent many precious transformation path immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Other than immortal essence and immortal goo, many goo immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal Life, Xiaohe Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Feng Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Some died in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, while resisting the calamities and tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea. They needed to cultivate to become immortals again. The other group of people could not be revived. Among these people was the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Last Combat Beast King. His death made Feng Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man was a hard-working person. He was of great help to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Feng Yuan could not revive. Other than these material losses, Feng Yuan also suffered a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that his killer moves were exposed. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore. They needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future, using the same killer moves would bring huge risks to Feng Yuan. Compared to these losses, Feng Yuan gained much more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had huge gains. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Feng Yuan plundered the first 7 layers. He obtained a vast number of chaotic Dao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to obtain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to advance to rank 9 immortal Gu refinement. Second was Primordial Domain. Feng Yuan's Primordial Domain was about the same as Giant Sun Immortals. It was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain's value was huge, especially to Feng Yuan. Third was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. These included how to digest the truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path cultivation level. Fourth was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court, and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's methods, their combat system, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Cloud Suppressing City Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremes Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and so on. The 5th gain was also Feng Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose. He became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From today onwards, he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. He could openly make arrangements in the world and rule over the 5 regions. In the history of humanity and variant humans, his name had to be recorded. At this point, he stood side by side with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun that illuminated the world. The other Gu immortals, no matter how heroic they were like stars in the sky. Guyue Feng Yuan, the 11th venerable of the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator, who became a venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2242. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal was standing in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal was emitting rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was the current first supreme elder of Shin Clan. Shin Songsheng. Rumble. The stone door of the secret room opened as 2 Gu immortals walked out. The leader wore a gray robe. He had long black and white hair that draped over his shoulders. It was Shin Shang. He cultivated human path. Hiding in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter for him. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen to pseudo-venerable battle strength. After Shin Shang walked out of the stone door, He stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. "Friend Lu, please." This Gu immortal wore simple clothes made of sackcloth. His body was strong like a bear. He wore a conical hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin, who had survived Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Weiyin cupped his fists. "Senior Shun's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have already healed. I can only repay this favor in the future." Shang laughed heartily. "Friend Lu, don't worry about it. You don't need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, we fought side by side, we cooperated closely. With such camaraderie, we can treat each other as equals." Shang smiled and said, "The two of you, the banquet has been prepared. Please come with us." Before Lu Weiyin could be modest, Shang laughed heartily, grabbing his arm and passionately bringing him into the banquet. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the peak of Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 pavilions. Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Shen Songsheng sat at the end. There was no need to mention the delicacies and wine on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only took a small sip as he looked into the distance. The sea was like a mirror, there were no waves. The setting sun was shining brightly, the clouds were like fire. What a beautiful scene! Lu Weiyin praised. At this time, countless birds were chirping on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly, creating a beautiful melody. For a moment, the sounds of nature mixed together and spread far and wide between the vast sea and sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but reveal a look of indulgence. He closed his eyes and admired it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. "I've long heard of the Eastern Sea's Shun clan's Red Sandalwood 10,000 Sparrow Islands reputation. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of the Crazed Demon Cave alive and witness this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it's good to be alive." Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8. His defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave had fully allowed him to feel the feeling of being weak. Not mentioning the hardships, Lu Weiyin was on the verge of death many times. Thinking back to those dangerous situations, Lu Weiji still had lingering fear. Shen Songsheng was instantly curious. If not for the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, even Guyue and Feng Yuan became Heaven-refining Demon Venerable? Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses, even though their gains were not small. Feng Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was in an uproar, after the Gu Immortal's shock, they were filled with immense curiosity. Shen Songsheng was one of them. Lu Weiyin and Shang looked at each other as they talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Shen Songsheng heard it, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's regret, as well as Guyue and Feng Yuan's patience. The scale of this battle was simply too high. As for Demon Immortal Qiju, Zhan Budu, Qixi Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Shen Shang, they all became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qiju died. Feng Yuan lost close to 100 Gu Immortals, while only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, countless living beings including Nie Kuangfeng, Bu Tiankong, and Duanhu perished. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his pursuit of eternal life. Feng Yuan became the biggest winner. Shen Songsheng frowned as he asked the 2 immortals. "I still have 3 things that I don't understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such risks? With such strength, I can even suppress the world. If this Crazed Demon formation failed, I might as well set up another one." Shen Shang shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the Tao. He had 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning. How could he be satisfied without testing it? Lu Weiyin added. His state back then probably could not last for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living goo immortal. At least, when he died, he did not lose his flesh and immortal aperture. He turned back into many truthful floating ice pieces. So that's it. Shen Songxing nodded as he asked. Secondly, did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really leave him alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable at first. His emotions surged and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the Door of Life and Death by star constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world wall. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality, like I had expected. His emotions became emotionless. He could be said to be emotionless. He even treated the hole in the world wall as his biggest target. He used his body to suppress it, ignoring everything else. His state was strange. He was like a soul beast. Shenshang said. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this? Lu Wei and I had discussed it long ago, but there was no conclusion. In my opinion, the Venerables do not have a definite answer. They are at most guesses. After Feng Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice piece, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the hole in the world wall, the 3 Venerables gave up. After the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were also very weak. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is dealing with the hole in the world wall, it is a wise move to ignore it for now. Saying so, Shenshang looked at Lu Weiyin and continued. As for how to deal with it in the future, whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality or not, we cannot estimate that. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer, unable to break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Shen Songxing asked at the end. Thirdly, that Feng Yuan's scheme to become a venerable has already been exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I do not understand. Why does Feng Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Dang Hun Luo Pasil, as well as the killer move that uses Dang Hun Mountain Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. I cannot understand it. It would be fine if it were other aspects, but Feng Yuan's expertise and wisdom path has always been in defending against deductions of others. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the Celestial Court. How could he have such great gains in his killer moves? Don't tell me he also made huge progress in wisdom path? But isn't this progress a little too huge? Forget about Dang Hun Luo Pasil. The killer move that allowed him to escape from the Door of Life and Death easily used 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He even managed to replicate a life path. Lu Weiyin and Shenshang shook their heads, expressing that they did not know the former side. If not for Feng Yuan being so unexpected, he would not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses. After eating and drinking, Shen Songxing took out cups and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Shenshang. Lu Weiyin watched for a while before noticing something, asking with great interest. Could it be 6 sound tea? Shen Songxing smiled. It is just a small trick. Please allow me to make a fool of myself. Lu Weiyin said with a solemn expression. Shin Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I would be able to taste it today. In Luck Path, there is a saying, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. There is also a saying, after surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6 sound tea was a set of tea with a total of 6 small cups. The brewing process, temperature, type of cup, order of drinking, and specific drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all extremely detailed. Shen Songxing continuously used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tongue Sound. The tea was clear and bright. It was like the clear autumn sky, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear, without any trace of pollution. He felt carefree, like he had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all worries. Shen Songxing made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique texture. It was soft like cotton instead of tea. But it melted in his mouth, turning into a cold stream of water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called Jiang-yi Sob. But halfway through, Shen Songxing's tears flowed down. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Shen Songxing quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Shen Shang's treatment and Shen Clan's hospitality. He knew that the highlight of the show was coming. He asked, Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, why are you crying? Shen Songxing said, thank you for your concern. I am so ashamed that I am shedding tears. My Shen Clan has been established for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in my generation, I, Shen Songxing, am incapable and immoral, causing my Shen Clan to be on the verge of destruction. This great red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island, Shen Clan has millions of people. They are all going to turn into illusions. Shen Shang heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin said, are you worried about Feng Yuan? That's right. Not long ago, I received news that this Lord Demon Venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. 5 restriction profound light chi covers the surrounding 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. Shen Clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Shen Songxing said this as tears flowed down his face again. P.S. Thank you to the old alliance leader Hysterical Elegance for your generous rewards. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to Third Langya for becoming the new alliance leader. Chapter 2243. The dignified Shen family's first Supreme Elder really had tears streaming down his face at this moment. Of course, Shen Songxing's fear of Feng Yuan was part of it, but more than that, he had other plans. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it together. This news could not be fake. Feng Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while Qixi Ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about this. Previously, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had always supported Qixi Ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist Feng Yuan's variant human alliance. It turned out that the leader of both sides was Feng Yuan. It could be said that all of the super clans of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path were toyed with by Feng Yuan. After Shen Songxing learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon, he felt fear and unease. Shen Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had a lot of assets and controlled 7 seas. How could they face Feng Yuan? Previously, when Feng Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces disregarded the past and worked together to elect Qixi Ancestor, barely stabilizing the situation. But now that Feng Yuan became a pseudo-venerable, Shen Clan and the other superforces could not escape. Because their foundation was in Eastern Sea, they could not move. Even if they moved, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border or western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Feng Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be doomed. Next, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerables as leaders. They could resist Feng Yuan. But there were many super forces there. How could there be room for outsiders like Shen Clan to develop? If they were oppressed by Feng Yuan in Eastern Sea, would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shen Clan sided with other venerables, they would be used as cannon fodder when the war erupted. Thus, Shen Songxing gathered the clan's Gu immortal elites and discussed for a long time. They felt that pledging allegiance to Feng Yuan was the best choice now. Although it was a little shameful, Feng Yuan had become a demon lord after all. Anyone would understand. After Shen Songxing made up his mind to rely on Feng Yuan, he thought about it further. Since he was going to rely on Feng Yuan, the Shen family would be the first to do it. And it would definitely be more beneficial. If Shen Clan took the initiative to link up with pseudo-venerables like Lu Weiyin and instigate other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to side with Feng Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Feng Yuan. Shen Songxing secretly reported this plan to Shen Shang. Shen Shang thought about it for a long time, and felt that it was feasible. And it was best to convince Lu Weiyin first. Xinshang felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he rarely met Lu Weiyin, they had a deep relationship. Xinshang had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between sects in Zhongzhou State, the two of them could be regarded as fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Xinshang had been fighting side by side, and did not have any dirty thoughts. This time, Xinshang took the initiative to use human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin's injuries. If he relied on Lu Weiyin's earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Shen Songxin cried while Xinshang sat at the side and drank tea, waiting for Lu Weiyin's reaction. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood. Xinshang and Fang Yuan's relationship was unclear. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist the Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Xinshang left Divine Emperor City and immediately fought against the Celestial Court because of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go from here? Lu Weiyin had actually considered this problem for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed again. 3 venerables faced off, and there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. As a pseudo-venerable, Lu Weiyin was clear of his position. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of a fight between venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal fell into a deadlock, they recruited Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. These people were the best bargaining chips to tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the fact that the 3 venerables were not in good condition and were wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered. If Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the pursuit battle, I helped Fang Yuan ambush Spectral Soul because I wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. He had an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by either Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin would feel slightly better. But the truth was that Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And the reason why Fang Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul was because of Lu Weiyin's desperate ambush. Xinshang observed his expression. He knew that Lu Weiyin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Weiyin's conflicted emotions. Xinshang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Shen Songxin, however, did not have this concern. He urged. In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan. It was mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final orders. After pausing for a moment, Shen Songxin continued. Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was only the final blow. But that was only the final attack. The main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed to the sky. He had no choice but to nod and say, that makes sense. He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed. The world has turned upside down. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, would only be a fugitive. Right now, even though the Mushroom Man blessed land is still around, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Xinshang, we have a deep friendship from battle. I wonder if you have any ideas. What can you teach me? I will definitely listen. Xinshang coughed. I will not hide it from you. I am probably going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. In fact, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we already had an agreement with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we cooperated and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cooperated several times. Lord Feng Yuan did not mistreat my Shen clan. Of course, to say that Feng Yuan was trustworthy? That was pure nonsense. He was a demon venerable after all. It is just that Shen clan's foundation is here. The future is uncertain if we move. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shen clan was a huge clan with many Gu immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to maintain their own cultivation. They also needed to nurture new Gu immortal seeds. Of course, every Gu immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient just by relying on the resources in the immortal aperture. If they could do this, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials. The 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too great. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Lu Weiyin nodded with a heavy expression. Brother Shen has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I Lu Weiyin will follow you this time. Shen Shang and Shen Songxing looked at each other, muttering internally, sly old fox. Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Shen Shang's favor for healing him. Sure enough, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Shen Shang coughed. It is for the best that Lu Weiyin has made this decision. In the future, we will be able to take care of each other. Shen Songxing quickly went along with this suggestion. He suggested using Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin, with Shen clan as the leader and the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed to it on the spot. Shen Songxing made 6-sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Shen Shang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin into the stone room to continue healing his injuries. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang's injuries were severe. A single treatment was definitely not enough. Even if Shen Shang used human path methods, he would need some time to get rid of the venerable Dao marks on his injuries. Early in the morning of the second day, Shen Songxing set off to visit the other super clans. His plan was progressing quite smoothly. Originally, these super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, but when they heard that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Feng Yuan, they all heard about it. Demon Immortal Qiju had already died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among these 3, Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Feng Yuan, while the remaining Qi Si ancestor was the Righteous Qi Alliance leader, Feng Yuan's Qi Path clone. This example was too powerful. Eastern Sea's other super clans quickly followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Feng Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and several other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were truly pitiful. Their foundation was first annexed by the Variant Human Alliance. They then joined Qi Si Ancestor, wanting to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si Ancestor and Feng Yuan put on a show and killed Xia Ruiji and the other Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Feng Yuan killed my clansmen and annexed my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will return one day. Let's go. If we don't, Zui Xianwang will come to patrol. Don't worry. For today's escape, I found some rare wine for Zui Xianwang. According to his nature, he will be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed as they flew close to the surface of the sea, leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zui Xianwang watched them from afar until he could no longer see them. This elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting it. He should not have agreed to Qin Dingling's request back then. Right now, he was hiding in the Righteous Qi Alliance with the identity of an insider of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had secretly given him instructions a day ago. It was to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zui Xianwang thought about how Feng Yuan had venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. How did he become a venerable all of a sudden? Chapter 2244. Venomous person of venomous worms, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2245. A thin bamboo skewer with 5 cicadas on it was being roasted over the fire. The bamboo stick was not ordinary. The fire was also not ordinary. And these 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path goo worms called purple smoke cicadas. Once it was instilled with quintessential essence, it would emit thick purple smoke that would cover the entire world. If it was in the mortal world, every purple smoke cicada would cause goo masters to fight over it. But right now, they were only food. The person roasting the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. Even though he was sitting on a folding stool, he still revealed his tall and thin figure. It was the Northern Plains rank 8 goo immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains goo immortal world. He liked cooking goo worms, and would occasionally create such delicacies. Apart from enjoying the delicacies he made himself, he would also reward the members of the Centipede clan. Any goo immortal who obtained such a reward would feel extremely honored. This was a sign that Heavenly Lord Baizu appreciated. Sometimes, Heavenly Lord Baizu would invite some goo immortal friends as guests and personally cook for them. At this moment, Chu-Du was sitting in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the only guest that the latter had invited. Chu-Du kept chewing, and there was only one purple mist cicada left on the bamboo stick in his hand. "Brother Chu, how's the taste?" Heavenly Lord Baizu asked with a smile, while roasting the cicadas. Chu-Du laughed and said, "The taste is excellent." Who would have thought that after being roasted, the purple smoke cicada would actually have the deliciousness of chicken mixed with a hint of sweetness of taro. When you eat it, it's crunchy and crispy. One skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. As everyone knows, I am an itinerant cultivator. A long time ago, I roamed Northern Plains without clothes to cover my body and food to fill my stomach. Once I failed to capture a wild goo worm and crushed it. Half a month of hard work went up in smoke. I can't bear to. He was angry and hateful. I cooked the goo worm and ate it. The smell was terrible. I had diarrhea for 7 days and 7 nights and almost died because of it. After this disaster, I've become even more ruthless. From then on, I swore that after I became rich, I would often eat goo to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu's eyes were like clouds. Chu-Du was silent. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him before, and it felt like he was opening his heart to him. Chu-Du knew that this was because he had exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, and was on equal footing with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed and changed the topic. "This roasted cicada is just a quirk of mine. They only wanted the delicacy on the tongue, but there were no practical benefits. Unlike the superpowers with deep foundations, most of these superpowers had famous teas and wines that had been passed down and improved over the generations. Among them, there are even some excellent products. I heard that eating and drinking them can increase your Dao marks." Chu-Du nodded as he analyzed the situation. Ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has been very active. His food path methods are extraordinary. The Celestial Court was their enemy, and they once focused on studying the esophagus, which was quite fruitful. And when the Chi tide swept through the world, I heard that there were 5 to 6 food path inheritances exposed. Most of these inheritances were sold into Jewel Yellow Skies. One person sold many copies, allowing more people to benefit. Because of all these, food path gradually spread. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded as he sighed. Fate is destroyed. The 5 regions are won. The 3 venerables rule the world. Chaotic war is about to happen. This was something that had never happened in the history of the human race. Food path originated from beastmen. There were some that were hidden by some people, but in this great era, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future? Food path is like this. Strength path will also not remain the same. Brother Chu, your ambition to revitalize strength path is almost impossible in normal times. But in such a great era, there's a lot that can be done. Chu-Du laughed heartily. When he fought with Fairy Black Moon earlier, he did not hesitate to get heavily injured to save He Lulan. Thus everyone could see his ambition. Chu-Du's eyes shined. It is still too early. Right now, there are less than 5 strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, only Western Desert's Fong clan's first Supreme Elder is the most famous. To revitalize Strength Path, we need to attract more Gu Masters to cultivate Strength Path. I am powerless to change the environment, but I can create more Strength Path experts and trigger this trend. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally found a topic and interrupted. Brother Chu, you seem to have forgotten about a Strength Path expert. In his early years he relied on Strength Path methods. But now, this person is high above us, looking down on us like a bird's eye view. Chu Du was stunned before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was talking about Guyue and Fong Yuan. Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention in mentioning Fong Yuan, so he cooperated and said with a solemn expression, Guyue, Fong Yuan was actually able to advance to Venerable. It was truly out of my expectations. Thinking back to the first time I met him, I felt that he was extraordinary and unfathomable. Later, I fought alongside him several times, and found that this person has a persevering temperament, and is both brave and intelligent. Anyone with such a temperament would not stay under others for long. But his identity is special. He is the person chosen by Providence for rebirth, and was the only person that many venerables place their hopes on to destroy fate. His life's encounters and dangers are so strong that no one can compare to him in history. So he was able to reach the final step, and become one of the strongest in the world. After my initial shock, I analyzed it and felt that it was only natural. Heavenly Lord Baizu heard this and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously lowered his voice and leaned forward, asking Chu Du, I wonder if Brother Chu has contacted this heaven-refining demon venerable recently? Chu Du did not answer directly but asked, Oh, Brother Baizu, you want to? Heavenly Lord Baizu spread his arms and smiled bitterly. In the current situation, Brother Chu, why ask when you already know the answer? You and I don't know each other without fighting. Even though we both established our own clans, we have always been ostracized in Northern Plains. If it was a normal era, you and I would both have rank 8 cultivation level, other than Central Continent. As long as we do not die in any of the other 4 regions, we would be able to establish ourselves. But now, we are in an unprecedented great era. Giant Sun Immortal has revived. He has a special title. People call him Protective Immortal Venerable. My Baizu tribe was able to establish our force because we annexed He tribe's foundation. And He tribe has the Huangjin bloodline. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep these last days. I am very worried. Chu Du quickly consoled. No matter how protective Giant Sun Immortal is, Brother Baizu has rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. If we kill you, we will lose everyone's support. If Giant Sun Immortal was the only one left in the world, our lives would be in danger. But now with the 3 venerables, there is still hope and hope. Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. However, there are countless ways to deal with them. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were established, we have been ostracized by the other Huangjin tribes. Haven't we learned enough of their methods? Giant Sun Immortal does not need to attack us. He only needs to push our tribes to the front lines in a chaotic battle, and use us as cannon fodder. It is a simple matter. Chu Du heard this and nodded slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu's words were exactly what he was worried about. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fong Yuan through Chu Du, but he did not want to join Fong Yuan immediately. After all, Fong Yuan was known as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan's nature was known to the world. Ruthlessness and ruthlessness were a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave a way out for himself in case he needed it in the future. His idea was also Chu Du's. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fong Yuan for a long time. Chu Du sighed, speaking the truth. Chu Du continued. My relationship with Fong Yuan is known by almost everyone in the world. Oh Giant Sun Immortal, if I contact Fong Yuan, the risk is too high. If it's exposed, it'll be an unexpected disaster. That was what he said. But Chu Du had already made up his mind. While the 3 venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fong Yuan and create a way out for himself and Chu clan. The news of the 3 venerables coexisting shocked the world. After the shock, All the forces and Gu immortals started to think about their current situation. Almost at the same time, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, who was mentioned by Chu Du as a strength path expert, was also discussing with the other clan's Gu immortals. In the study room, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong was sitting, speaking with a tone of lingering fear. To think that Fang Yuan actually became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject Fang Yuan back then. We made a deal with him. Otherwise, if we offended this person, we might have been able to resist him back then. But now, we would have to face his revenge. Our clan would fall into a crisis of survival. At the side, Fang clan's third Supreme Elder, Rank 7 Gu Immortal Fang Huasheng said, "Speaking of which, it is not a big deal that our Fang clan has been deceived by Fang Yuan for so long. After all, he is someone who can become a venerable." Fang Dichang snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. He had a deep grudge with Fang Yuan. Back then, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan, but was killed by Fang Yuan. His soul was later released by Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of soul cores, thieves' den, and other items from Fang clan. Now that Fang Dichang had a body again, even though he only had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already actively preparing for his immortal ascension. His cultivation level fell sharply, but his status did not change. After all, his adopted son Fang Yin was supporting his faction. He was still trusted and valued by Fang clan. Even though Fang Dichang's wisdom path methods were very weak, he still had the big picture. He sneered, analyzing. "Don't look at how Fang Yuan has already become a demon venerable. The current situation is unprecedented. 3 venerables coexisting in the world. This has never happened before in history. And among these 3 venerables, there is a subtle difference. Look, the celestial court exposed that giant sun immortal created and cultivated blood path, and also claimed that Fang Yuan is heaven refining demon venerable. He is the strongest. Longevity Heaven refuted the celestial court, saying that giant sun immortal cultivated blood path. It was a benevolent act to benefit the world. At the same time, they criticized Fang Yuan as a demon venerable. Among the 3 parties, only Fang Yuan did not say anything. After the battle in Craze Demon Cave, he has been resting in Eastern Sea. From this, it can be seen that Fang Yuan is still the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, there will be a great battle between the 3 venerables. It is not that I have no hope of revenge. And my Fang clan is located in the depths of Western Desert. It is an excellent location. In the future, when the 5 regions fight, the border forces will definitely be in chaos. My Fang clan only needs to keep a low profile and quietly develop. If there is a winner among the 3 venerables, we will join them. If all the venerables die, our Fang clan will have no hope of becoming the overlord of Western Desert." Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng heard this analysis and nodded slightly. Chapter 2246. Finally, Fang Dichang emphasized. Looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have venerable leaders. Southern Border also has a Righteous Path alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided. We are in a state of disunity. It can be said that our Western Desert is the weakest among the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the initiative to set an example. If other forces try to recruit us, we will secretly join them and prioritize our clan's benefits. Earlier, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot make such a mistake again. It would be too foolish to become everyone's target. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng nodded again. Even though Fang Dichang's cultivation level was low, he still had his vision. Southern Border. Heavenly Blue Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, almost all of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those who did not come personally had sent their wills to participate. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder Luo, Zhu only had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around and said, "With the reign of 3 venerables, a chaotic war is about to break out. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, please speak them out." Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated Space Path. He was Luo clan's General Luo Ran. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was even stronger than first Supreme Elder Luo Zhu. Luo Ran spoke. Everyone, the news of the reign of 3 venerables is shocking. I have thought about it for a long time. If I were any one of the 3 venerables, I would first annex southern border and western desert. After all, we have to pick on the weak. If the 3 venerables start a war, it would not be good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. The wisest decision would be to strengthen ourselves and annex more territories and resources before fighting with the venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of southern border, closest to Central Continent. If star constellation Immortal Venerable attacks southern border, our Luo clan will be the first to bear the brunt. Luo clan's immortals nodded with cold expressions. Ever since the 5 regional walls disappeared, their pressure had been increasing day by day. At the same time, he was also secretly thinking about the way out for himself and the Luo family. Luo Ran continued. With 3 venerables coexisting, unless a venerable appears in southern border, even if all the southern border Gu immortals unite and work closely together, we are not the match of any one of the 3 venerables. The other superpowers located in the hinterlands might still have room to wait for the right price. Our Luo family is located at the border of the southern border and the central continent. I'm afraid that once there's a conflict, we'll have to make the first choice. The moment he said that, the Luo family immortals all became slightly restless. One of them stood up and said angrily, Luo Zhu, are you saying that our Luo clan will surrender without a fight? Do you not care about our Luo family's reputation of being upright for generations? Have you abandoned our Luo family's honor of upholding justice? Everyone looked at her. The one who had questioned her was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals agreed with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan was glorious, we were close to the Wu clan's position. How could you do such a cowardly thing? Yes, it's true that venerable ones are invincible, but in the current era, there are 3 venerable ones in this world, so it's not impossible for other venerable ones to revive. The future is full of possibilities, we cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables are worthy of our clan joining them. Celestial Court is a sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we will have to change the system. Giant Sun Immortal is a protective immortal venerable. Northern Plains by Zhu tribe and Chu tribe have been ostracized by the Huangjin bloodline. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has many old grudges with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, even I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider this thoroughly. Luo Fei stared with wide eyes. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of our Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, then it's too disappointing. Luo Ran showed an ashamed expression. I was wrong. Luo Fei continued. From what I see, the situation is not very dangerous. The 3 venerables are wary of each other and restraining each other. They will not attack so easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qiju, Xiao Hejian, and the rest have already died. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered great losses. Even he is still recuperating. Eastern Sea has not been evaluated yet. He does not have the strength to invade other regions. Furthermore, even though Southern Border does not have a venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the Alliance leader, Lord Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our Southern Border righteous path. He has never disappointed us. Why can't we have some expectations for him, for ourselves? After saying this, Luo Fei sat down. But many Luo clan Gu immortals nodded. They felt this was reasonable. Luo clan had a good impression of Wu clan. Because back then, when Luo clan explored Qiju Grotto Heaven and was pursued, they asked Wu clan for help to preserve their clan's strength. 15 minutes later, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind for a secret discussion. This time it was hard on you, Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Submitting to Central Continent was my original intention. But after today's probing, Luo clan does not want to lower their heads easily. They feel they are submitting. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu is only Crane Gate's intention. Even if our Luo clan decides to join Central Continent, we need to at least get in touch with Celestial Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been a righteous clan. I am lacking in virtue. I am deeply worried about our clan's safety. But you are right, the time is not ripe yet. We should continue to maintain contact with Crane Gate secretly. Central continent, Crane Gate. Lush green trees, a cool breeze brushed past. In a pavilion at the waist of the mountain, a young Gu immortal was playing a jade flute. The sound of the flute was melodious. An immortal crane was flying in the sky. The young Gu immortal wore a snow-white robe. He was gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching his waist. It was He Fengyang who cultivated enslavement path. He was called Winged Crane Flying Immortal. I succeeded in my tribulation this time, and advanced to rank 7. To think that the moment I came out, I would hear news of 3 venerables in the same era. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revive, there is also a newly advanced Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Guyue Fengyuan. He Fengyang had complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who instructed Master Tenshuru to go to southern borders Guyue village, to deal with Fengyuan and obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If I had hardened my heart back then and made a move personally, would I have been able to kill Fengyuan directly? This thought appeared in He Fengyang's mind, but soon He Fengyang shook his head. There was a high chance that he would fail, because behind Fengyuan, there was the entanglement of Providence and the other venerables. But even if there was a possibility of getting rid of Fengyuan, what was the point of saying this now? Fengyuan was already a demon venerable, and He Fengyang had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. He Fengyang felt a lot of disappointment and envy in his heart. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years, but he could only watch as Fengyuan rose from a mortal to a venerable in the end. He had left him far behind. He could not even see Fengyuan's back. But as he listened to the flute music, He Fengyang's emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone has their own fate. Fengyuan was able to have his current accomplishments. Other than fortuitous encounters, he also had his wits and risked his life. He saw through the chaotic situation many times, but he still died many times. And I am not without hope. During peaceful times, enslavement path is a waste of the sect's resources. But the 5 regions chaotic war is about to start, and I cultivate enslavement path. The sect will definitely place more importance on me. I will receive more resources and care. Furthermore, I acted on my own and secretly used Crane Gate's name to send an information path Immortal Gu to southern borders Luo clan to recruit them. Luo clan's first supreme elder did not immediately destroy the information path Immortal Gu. This is already a clear indication of his attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge merit. The sect contribution points will be very high. At that time, I will exchange for the Celestial Court's immortal pill for you to become an ancient desolate beast. He Fengyang looked at the 9-palace crane flying in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast. It had a close relationship with He Fengyang. It had once been affected by the time path Immortal Gu turned back, from an adult to a youth, then to a child. He Fengyang actively healed it. He paid a huge price and finally restored it to its original state. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke surged and shrunk, eventually entering Fengyuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fengyuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island. There was nothing in front of him. There was no longer any smoke. Next, he saw a large group of Gu immortals walking over. When they were 1,000 steps away from him, they landed on the sea surface and kowtowed to him, submitting to him. These people were Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals. The first supreme elders of the various clans were here. Among them, Pseudo-Venerable Shenshang and Lu Weiyin were the leaders. Fengyuan was slightly dazed before understanding. He laughed heartily. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, stand up. From today onwards, I will treat you and my subordinates equally. The immortals immediately showed expressions of gratitude. They said in unison, "We pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. We are willing to give our all to Lord Demon Venerable." But Fengyuan shook his head. "Let me announce it to the world." At the same time, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and announced, "What Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I don't accept this title." Shenshang and the rest were stunned. "I am not of the demonic path. I am of the righteous path. Everything I did before was for the welfare of the people of the world. I disregarded my own life and went through countless dangers to destroy fate, to give the people of the world complete freedom. However, I was suppressed by the rotten forces like the celestial court. They tried to obstruct me. I am good friends with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me to imitate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after becoming venerable. I will devote my life to the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not listen to the rumors. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me. Star Constellation and Giant Sun worked together to kill him. Feng Yuan said righteously. Xin Shang and Lu Weiyin could only look at him in a daze. The other leaders of Eastern Sea's righteous path also felt like they had heard wrongly. Feng Yuan's voice became louder. Everyone remember this, I Guyua Feng Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will benefit the world and bring harmony to the 5 regions. This news spread rapidly in jewel yellow skies. All the Gu immortals in the world knew about it. Be it Chu Du who was grilling skewers with Heavenly Lord Baizu, the 3 leaders of Feng clan who were discussing in private, the Luo clan immortals, or He Fengyang, they all received this shocking information. But Feng Yuan did not stop, he continued. He directly threw out a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were a vast number of Gu worms in the list. As long as the Gu masters and Gu immortals paid the appropriate price, Feng Yuan would refine Gu worms for them. No matter the size of the mortal Gu, or even rank 8 immortal Gu, he could refine them. The 5 regions were in an uproar. This is the promise of I Guyua Feng Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Gu worms are the core and foundation of our Gu cultivation. But they have always been too few, especially immortal Gu. Because of this, the first thing I Guyua Feng Yuan will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal Gu for everyone in the world. No matter what grudges we had in the past, no matter if we were enemies or friends, I will disregard the past and refine Gu for everyone equally. This will prove my love for everyone. I know your worries. But the truth is, I have already transacted with many forces and Gu immortals. I have refined many immortal Gu for them. For example, Western Desert's Feng clan, I have transacted with them many times. These are all evidence. In Western Desert, Feng Gong, Feng Dichang, and Feng Huasheng stared with wide-opened eyes. Feng Dichang, who had just emphasized keeping a low profile and not becoming the target of everyone, had a pale expression. For example, Southern Borders Wu clan, I have refined more than 1 rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu Yong. The evidence is all here. Wu Yong. Luo clan. Luo Fei held her head. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you are actually secretly working with Feng Yuan. Why? For example, Northern Plains Baizu clan, I have many intentions to cooperate with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have been in frequent contact. Feng Yuan continued to declare. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a statue. The bamboo skewer in his hand was already burning. Chu Du looked at him as if saying, Brother, what's wrong with you? Since you are already secretly communicating with Feng Yuan, why did you use my channel to contact Feng Yuan earlier? Feng Yuan continued. Not just Northern Plains, even Central Continent has it. For example, He Fengyang of Crane Gate, I have interacted with him in my early years. We can be said to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Slander, this is pure slander. He Fengyang was so angry that he threw the jade flute in his hand on the ground, his body trembling. Finally, Feng Yuan said, Whether you believe it or not, it is up to you. There is a risk, but what if it is true? Why don't you give it a try? Everyone, please have some trust in me. A long time ago, many people misunderstood me. So please let me prove to everyone in the world that I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan finished his declaration. On the surface of the sea, winds were blowing. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground looked up at Feng Yuan with dazed expressions. Looking at them, Feng Yuan smiled warmly. Everyone get up. You have all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. You will receive even more benefits. I promise. P.S. When the update was about to start, I made some urgent adjustments, so I updated it late. This chapter is 4,000 words long. Combining this chapter with the previous one, the effect is even better. Chapter 2247. Li Xiaobai followed several information path Gu immortals, as they carefully concealed themselves. Xiaobai, black and white heavens are fusing together now. There are intense fluctuations and the environment is dangerous. When the dog group comes, watch and don't move, understand? The leading rank 7 information path Gu Immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded. Yes, I will listen to seniors. He was very obedient. He did not have the arrogance of a great scholar. This made the information path Gu Immortals present have a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had advanced to rank 6 long ago. He was an information path Gu Immortal. And because of his aptitude, he was the most favored Gu Immortal Junior in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. These information path Gu Immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They were at least rank 2 officials in the Imperial Court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system. Gu Immortals gradually entered the Imperial Court. Most of them held important positions in the court. After Li Xiaobai became a Gu Immortal, he would also work in the Imperial Court in the future. The only exception was old Immortal Huayu. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He stayed behind the scenes and controlled the situation. They're here. A moment later, the investigating Gu Immortal spoke. The Immortals quickly used several more killer moves to conceal themselves even deeper. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a large group of remnant heavenly dogs. They stepped on the void and charged over. These were ancient desolate beasts of Space Path. They ate Space Path Gu worms as food. There are a total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven-swallowing dogs. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path. He was most skilled at gathering information. He immediately understood the size of the dog group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After growing to a certain stage, they could become heaven-swallowing dogs. Heaven-swallowing dogs were immemorial desolate beasts. They ate 9 heavens fragments, blessed lands and grotto heavens as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heaven. As the dog group got closer, the Gu Immortals in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven started to cooperate and use killer moves. This information path killer move spread out soundlessly and quickly. At first, there were no changes in the dog group, but after a dozen breaths of time, 3 of the heaven-swallowing dogs stopped moving. They bared their teeth and looked in the same direction, showing vigilance. The remaining heaven-swallowing dog also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing dogs barked at each other. 3 of them brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs and changed their route, moving in another direction. The last heaven-swallowing hound led the other 20-odd remnant heavenly hounds back to their original path. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals had been hiding themselves. Only when these dogs were out of sight did they reveal themselves and let out sighs of relief. Alright, it's done. Most of the hounds have been misled by us into thinking that there's plenty of food in that direction. They're actually a bunch of soul beasts. Haha, those soul beasts were also planted with information path methods. After the dogs charge over, they will mistakenly think that the soul beasts are hiding immortal apertures. Let them kill each other. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not bewitched. It is likely that it has a wild immortal Gu. But with this scale, Sir Hua, you can handle it. Little White, did you see that? In the future, when your cultivation level rises to rank 7, you will need to complete these missions frequently. Our Profound Literature Paradise cannot move at all. It looks like it has shrunk to a point and is entrusted to the void, but there are still many dangers that need to be resolved in advance. Li Xiaobai quickly replied. I will definitely work harder. This group of Gu Immortals immediately moved, following the path of that heaven-swallowing hound. This heaven-swallowing hound was leading some remnant heavenly hounds, but they were ambushed along the way. They were surrounded by old immortal Huayu's battlefield killer move. After a huge battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was indeed a wild immortal Gu, but it was destroyed in the battle. A few remnant heavenly hounds escaped. They escaped through the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They cultivated Space Path after all. They had the ability to escape. But soon they ran into Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly hounds turned into minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also made a move. He expended some immortal essence, but it did not have much effect. But he showed an excited and unsatisfied expression. The other information path Gu Immortals saw this. It deepened their impression of him as a cute junior. Old immortal Huayu stopped the battlefield killer move. The immortals quickly greeted him. Old immortal Huayu nodded. He looked at the crowd and smiled at Li Xiaobai. He was also very appreciative of this young junior. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good background. He was the most outstanding Gu immortal that appeared in the Grotto Heaven in the last 100 years. He represented the future of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Sigh. To think that Qi-Si ancestor is heaven-refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan's clone. Feng Yuan is crafty and sinister. I was deceived by him. If not for Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven exposing the truth, I might have been used by him. What great love immortal venerable. This can only deceive ghosts, right? Sigh. Outsiders cannot be trusted. Only these Gu immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi-Si ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, old immortal Huayu had always respected Qi-Si ancestor. After joining the Righteous Qi Alliance, he had always followed Qi-Si ancestor's lead. But now that Qi-Si ancestor's identity was exposed, old immortal Huayu's previous respect for Qi-Si ancestor was replaced by his anger and humiliation. Old immortal Huayu felt uneasy, but his expression was calm as he took charge of the situation. He ordered a portion of Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield and remove the traces, while sending a portion of Gu immortals to investigate the surroundings. They were all information path Gu immortals. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no obvious clues behind. Other investigative Gu immortals also brought back information. The heavenly wind Qi wall between the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens has become even more intense. Not only are the beast groups of the two heavens fighting each other, the original Tao marks of the two heavens are also changing intensely. Some are in conflict with each other, some are tangled together, they are hard to separate. Actually, the heavenly wind Qi wall had started to dissipate long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone, Qi tides were sweeping the world. The fusion of the two heavens was also at its most intense. This caused intense turbulence. The Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were facing endless trouble. The dog group earlier was a huge threat to profound literature Grotto Heaven. Fortunately, they were dealt with in advance. What made old immortal Huayu and the other information path Gu immortals worried was not just the current problem, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Feng Yuan came out of seclusion, publicizing himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable, and creating the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang, the 2 pseudo-venerables, immediately led the Eastern Sea Righteous Path superclans to pledge their loyalty to Feng Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and Variant Human Alliance joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old immortal Huayu and the rest were in an awkward situation. Speaking of which, they and Granny Skeleton were also members of the Righteous Qi Alliance. But all along, their foundation was in the 2 heavens. Thus they were ostracized by the Eastern Sea super forces. Originally, this was nothing. Old immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to cling on to Qi-Si ancestor. But now Qi-Si ancestor's identity was exposed. He was actually the clone of their greatest enemy, Feng Yuan. The person they had been clinging on to was Feng Yuan. Old immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest were stunned. And the changes in the 2 heavens caused them to be exhausted from dealing with them. Right at this time, Feng Yuan declared himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. This declaration shook the world. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Guyue Feng Yuan had been ruthless and ruthless ever since he started cultivating. He slaughtered countless people. He was definitely a demonic path member. How could he cleanse himself with just a few words? If cleansing oneself was so easy, what was the use of the world's righteous path? Old immortal Huayu scoffed inwardly, but he felt very refreshed. Feng Yuan's declaration was simply a joke. But with the support of a demon venerable's cultivation level, who dared to laugh? Did they not see that Eastern Sea's righteous path was the first to lower their heads? Even if Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court mocked and ridiculed him, what could they do to Feng Yuan? We can't delay any longer. Feng Yuan has already taken in Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our 2 heavens forces cannot wait any longer. But should we join Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound literature Grotto Heaven was not above Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why old immortal Huayu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Joining Feng Yuan now was naturally the most convenient. But if that happened, profound literature grotto heaven would definitely be lost. Why? Everyone knew that Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were his targets for annexing apertures. Since they could not protect their homeland and were destined to be abandoned, why must they join Feng Yuan? Honestly speaking, old immortal Hua Yu was very disgusted with demons like Feng Yuan. Old immortal Hua Yu's thoughts became active, his options had widened. But how to choose was a problem. Longevity Heaven. At the center was Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was divided into 4 directions, forming the 4 desolations. The surroundings of the 4 desolations were divided into 8 regions, the 8 extremities. The sky of the 4 desolations was covered in golden light. In the sky of the 8 extremities, there was a green halo. It had been some time since Giant Sun Immortal returned to Longevity Heaven. Whoosh! There was a soft sound. The final star path Tao marks on Giant Sun Immortal's body turned into a spark and vanished. My injuries are completely healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, to recover my Tao Lord might. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not displayed their full strength as venerables, because there were no natural Tao marks in the void for them to refine. If there were, of venerables every move would be amplified and strengthened by natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the help of a vast number of soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not a true Tao Lord. After all, his mind was not clear. Giant Sun Immortal had already refined all the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions when he was alive. But after his death, these luck path Tao marks were gradually controlled by the heavenly Tao. Now he needed to refine them again before he could use them. Literature Hall. Chapter 2248. The luck path Tao marks in Longevity Heaven were Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture to begin with. They were not corroded by providence because they did not devour the 9 heavens fragments. As long as he fought in Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's current strength was even stronger than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal's own luck path Tao marks could not compare to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But with the vast Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, it surpassed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal's mind was clear. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original immortal aperture into my body now. Giant Sun Immortal had methods to move his immortal aperture. Once he fused with Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would rise sharply. The number of luck path Tao marks in his body would greatly surpass Feng Yuan's limit. By then, he would have no worries in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After all, Longevity Heaven was the peak cultivation achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's first life. It was the foundation of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 chaotic disasters. And Feng Yuan had only broken through the Heaven Tao restraints once. The chaos that he fought in Crazed Demon Cave was only a small chaotic disaster. But now, for Giant Sun Immortal, it was not time to absorb Longevity Heaven yet. Because he cultivated Blood Path in this life. Giant Sun Immortal used Blood Path as his primary path and Luck Path as his secondary path. He planned to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned for so long, he naturally had the best Blood Path dual cultivation method. But his body was not the sovereign immortal body. No matter how he cultivated, the Tao marks would conflict with each other. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal had only started cultivating Blood Path not long ago. He had many Luck Path Tao marks but few Blood Path Tao marks. The difference between them was already at its limit. If he recklessly merged with Longevity Heaven, the number of Luck Path Tao marks would increase exponentially. It would suppress the Blood Path and destroy Giant Sun Immortal's dual cultivation plan. Although I can't retrieve the Longevity Heaven for the time being, I have a great advantage in refining natural Taoist marks. And that is my celestial core power. The Giant Sun Immortal had the most celestial core power among the 3 of them. Currently, there were more than 1,000 yellow apricot immortal energy beads. Most of them were left behind in the Longevity Heaven from his first life. At that time, he had saved a lot of it, But after that, a lot of it was consumed intermittently. In addition, ever since the fall of the giant sun immortal, longevity heaven could no longer produce immortal essence. So in the end, the immortal essence reserve was less than 10%. But this number is definitely the most. Regarding this, the giant sun immortal was very confident. Because he knew that heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan had just advanced. He had 0 rank 9 immortal essence reserves. As for rank 8 immortal essence, even though he had it, it was definitely scarce. This point could be figured out with one's but. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had not been left behind in any of the battles. Furthermore, he had refined so many immortal goo and assembled so many immortal goo houses. With such a huge investment, how much immortal essence would he have left? The thing that Giant Sun Immortal was most satisfied with now was that Feng Yuan was hit by his luck path killer move in Crazed Demon Cave. Fortune depends on disaster. Even though Feng Yuan used this killer move to successfully deceive him, it was not enough. But it was undeniable that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had suffered huge losses because of this move. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal estimated that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was in a terrible state. Even if Feng Yuan was like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal essence reserves could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal. Why? The reason was simple. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a huge amount of immortal essence, the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals would expend most of it in the future. Don't forget, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, 3 Demon Venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had attacked Celestial Court. When Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables, could they not use venerable methods and expend their immortal essence? It is a pity that the 2 heavens merged, the heaven path Tao marks gathered and the environment changed. I had no choice but to remove luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, I would have an even greater advantage now. Giant Sun Immortal took away luck suppression Heavenly Palace because he had no other choice. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was located in immemorial Black Heaven. Its essence was to create luck path Tao marks and participate in the transformation and operation of heaven and earth, all living beings. Thus, this immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains became Giant Sun Immortal's territory. He could use it for his own purposes. Back then, during the Reverse Flow River battle, Celestial Court had organized an army to invade Northern Plains, but they suffered a huge loss in immemorial Black Heaven. Most of the losses were due to luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Now with the fusion of immemorial 2 heavens, the luck path Tao marks that luck suppression Heavenly Palace had spread out were affected by this change. They became chaotic and shattered. If they forcefully protected these luck path Tao marks and resisted the Heavenly Tao's change, the whole of luck suppression Heavenly Palace would be destroyed instead. Over these days, Giant Sun Immortal had been healing his injuries in Longevity Heaven while thinking about the current situation. He had a clear understanding of it. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, it still depended on the victor between venerables. For Giant Sun Immortal, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, they were both unprecedentedly strong enemies. In a short period of time, Giant Sun Immortal could not find a way to eliminate these 2 enemies. He could only try to weaken them and gain the upper hand. Abundant immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I can refine all of the luck path Tao marks in the world first. With this foundation, I can definitely gain the upper hand if I attack either of the 2 venerables. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to deal a heavy blow to either the Celestial Court or Feng Yuan. If I cannot do this, I will be in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal felt a sense of urgency. If he missed this opportunity and did not grasp his advantage, as time dragged on, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path arrangements would become deeper and more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he had to guard against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly reviving other Celestial Court Immortal Venerables. As for Feng Yuan, it was the same. Right now, he lacked immortal essence the most. Once he had sufficient immortal essence, With his refinement path attainment level, he could refine immortal Gu on a large scale. His strength would soar rapidly. Refinement path venerable. Thinking of Feng Yuan's declaration of great love not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He had a premonition that a force that originated from Feng Yuan himself was going to impact the entire Gu immortal world. This force was so huge and unprecedented. Even Giant Sun Immortal could not estimate to what extent the future would change because of Feng Yuan. After all, in history, there had never been a refinement path venerable. And refinement path was not the same as other paths. Gu cultivation had three main aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of them. This was a unique characteristic that other paths did not have. Celestial Court. Cough cough. In a sealed stone room, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not fully recovered yet. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. In terms of healing, she could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal who cultivated Blood Path. Gu Immortal injuries were very troublesome. Venerables were no exception. Celestial Court did not lack excellent healing methods, but for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were very few that were suitable. Because she had too many Wisdom Path and Star Path downmarks, healing methods of other paths were almost useless. Human path methods were an exception, but Celestial Court did not have any pseudo-immortal venerable level human path experts. This was the lowest standard to heal a venerable's injuries. Thus, other than saving herself, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no other choice. I still have 671 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. I did not have much to begin with, and some were expended during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The injuries on my body are stubborn. If I continue to heal them, the yellow apricot immortal essence will be expended again. After that, I will refine the Tao marks in Celestial Court, as well as the natural wisdom path Tao marks of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made precise calculations. Her immortal essence storage was ample now, but Wisdom Path had always been planning ahead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had made even more calculations. This little immortal essence storage would not be enough to refine the Wisdom Path Tao marks of the outside world in the future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal's. Celestial Court contained a huge amount of Wisdom Path Tao marks, but they did not belong to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because Celestial Court had annexed a 9 Heavens fragment. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had contributed her immortal aperture to fuse with it, the Tao marks that originally belonged to her were all corroded and assimilated by Providence. Of course, during the process of refining the Tao marks of the outside world, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture would also produce rank 9 immortal essence. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this process was filled with danger. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable were likely to attack. Thus, the more immortal essence storage, the better. Giant Sun Immortal definitely has a lot more immortal essence storage. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Feng Yuan is the weakest in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and showed a complex expression. Feng Yuan's declaration regarding great love Immortal Venerable had shocked the world. Giant Sun Immortal was wary of Feng Yuan's refinement path ability, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about Feng Yuan's nature. Looking at the 10 venerables in history, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a grand temperament. Limitless Demon Venerable had a crazy Tao addict. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was wild. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent. And Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stubborn. In any case, every venerable one had a sense of pride within them. As for Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. She had never seen a venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know how to write the word shame. He had no sense of shame, directly distorting the truth and lying in such a righteous manner. What great love Immortal Venerable! Star constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this was just Feng Yuan's one-sided statement. He was only using it to achieve his own goals. If everyone in the world could turn over a new leaf, then Feng Yuan was the one with the lowest possibility. As long as he felt the need to make a move, he would definitely make a move, no matter how many innocents he killed. By then, Great Love Immortal Venerable's declaration would be thrown to the back of his mind. It would be as simple as a fart. But if he felt that turning over a new leaf was beneficial to him, he would definitely make the same declaration again, without any sense of shame. Star constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood Feng Yuan. If we say this person has principles, then his principles are that he has no bottom line. If we say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is that he has no principles. This was simply a shameless person. However, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache, this shameless person became a venerable. What made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more troubled was that this shameless person could see through people's thoughts to the bone. His actions would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Gu Immortal world. Everyone would gather to follow him. The temptation of Immortal Gu was huge. Even if they could not trust him, there would always be Gu Immortals who would take the risk. Once Feng Yuan showed his sincerity, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world would gradually fall into his hands. Even the Celestial Court will not be spared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2249. Western Desert. The calm desert suddenly exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge beast the size of a mountain fiercely drilled out from the ground. This fierce beast had the body of a python, a crocodile head, and 6 eagle claws. Dragon crocodile. An immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared, its voice shaking the surroundings, but there was a trace of fear in its roar. The dragon crocodile had the innate ability to climb the clouds. After coming out of the desert, it immediately flew up. But along the way, the dragon crocodile's body froze. It opened its mouth and shot out flames that soared to the sky. The dragon crocodile cried out as it fell to the ground, creating a huge wave of sand. It struggled for a while before gradually becoming still, motionless. After a while, 3 Gu Immortals came out of its crocodile mouth. 2 males and 1 female. They were all Gu Immortals. They came from Western Desert's 3 superforces, Shirkong, Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Fengyan. Shirkong cultivated Earth Path, while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. Many Western Desert Gu Immortals cultivated Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yanming. The only female immortal, Zhuqiu Yanming, nodded and opened her immortal aperture's entrance, taking this immemorial dragon crocodile inside. She activated her divine sense and looked around the immortal aperture, revealing a smile. This immemorial dragon crocodile corpse is not bad. It has many Dao marks left. It is all thanks to Brother Fengyan's method of eliminating the enemy. Not at all. Tuoba Fengyan smiled. If not for Brother Shirkang's method, we would not have taken the risk of entering the dragon crocodile's stomach. Thus, the greatest contribution in this battle belongs to Brother Shirkang. Not at all. Not at all. Shirkang smiled, expressing humility. Dragon crocodiles originally lived in immemorial Black Heaven. But recently, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven had fused together. The originally balanced ecology was completely disrupted. A dragon crocodile group lost in battle and escaped from immemorial Black Heaven. They escaped along the way, passing by Zhuqiu, Tuoba, and Shir clans' territories. These 3 clans discussed and each sent out a rank 7 Gu immortal expert to deal with this dragon crocodile group that was already heavily injured. Shirkong, Zhuqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Fengyan worked together and spent 3 days and 3 nights to completely annihilate this group of dragon crocodiles. However, just as the 3 of them were about to bid each other farewell, they suddenly received orders from their clans almost simultaneously. Oh. One clan wants to gather all the great clans to suppress Feng clan together? Hee. So it turns out that the Wan clan is the first to become restless. From the looks of it, the 3 of us are the closest to the Wan clan's territory. That's why we all received this order. The 3 immortals discussed for a while, and decided to travel together. Although this place isn't far from the Wan clan, we still need to rest for a while. Indeed. At the very least, we need to heal the injuries on our bodies. There is also the dragon crocodile corpse in my immortal aperture. I need to deal with it. Shirkong pondered for a moment and smiled. Gentlemen, we will pass by the myriad or desert on our way to the Wan clan. That resource point is guarded by my tribe's Gu immortal Shizhong. We can go there to rest. Of course, the conditions in the wilderness could not be compared to resource points. Almost every resource point had an immortal formation and was relatively safe. Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Fengyan glanced at each other before nodding at Shirkong. The latter said, "Then we will have to trouble you." Shirkong laughed heartily. "Please." Myriad or desert was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the rocky ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. But there was a completely different world under the desert. A large number of ore veins were gathered here. Over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of ores for the Wan clan Gu immortals. But these rockmen were mortals. They were at most Gu masters with limited abilities and could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shir clan would send Gu immortals to guard this place while Shir clan's Gu immortals excavated the immortal ores here. This was a tough job. Normally, Gu immortals who were sent here were the kind that were ostracized. Shizhong was a typical case. Shizhong's father betrayed Shir clan and caused the clan to suffer severe losses, not only in resources, but also in Gu immortals' deaths. To gain trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong to express his loyalty to the clan, but it was to no avail. At this moment, Shizhong's divine sense was roaming around in jewel yellow skies. In jewel yellow skies, what attracted the Gu immortals' attention the most was that large piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal traded it to heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan. If only I could get one, how great would that be? Shizhong was very envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was naturally because of Feng Yuan's publicity. His motive was obvious. He wanted the world to know. Giant Sun Immortal is doing business with me. What are you afraid of? Of course, the current Giant Sun Immortal was also declared a demon venerable by the Celestial Court because he created and cultivated Blood Path. And above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will condensed into a human figure, white-robed, black hair, handsome appearance. It was Feng Yuan's will. Heaven refining demon venerable. If I ask him to refine the Gu, will I be able to get wealth Gu? No, that is too risky. Wealth Gu is my hope of rising up. How can I give this Gu recipe to Feng Yuan? If he succeeds in refining the Gu but does not give it to me, that would be too foolish. I cannot do anything to a venerable. This thought only flashed past Shizhong's mind for a moment. Shizhong had obtained a remnant immortal Gu recipe of Wealth Gu by chance. Wealth Gu was a legendary immortal Gu. If Shizhong could refine it, he would become extremely wealthy. He would quickly accumulate an enormous amount of cultivation resources and be free from the constraints of his clan. In order to refine Wealth Gu, Shizhong did not hesitate to secretly use people to refine it. If this demonic act was discovered, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk and tried over 100 times to refine the Gu, he still failed every time. There was still a long way to go before he succeeded. Shizhong knew about Feng Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to take the risk. Wealth Gu was his only hope. A Gu immortal is approaching. Right at this time, the immortal formation suddenly issued a warning. Shizhong's expression changed. He immediately cut off the divine sense in jewel yellow skies and controlled the immortal formation. Shirkong led the other two immortals in the sky. They stopped at the periphery of the immortal formation's detection. They did not go in. After Shizhong contacted them, he verified their identities and learned of Shirkang's intentions. I am very happy that Brother Shirkong is here. Please come in. Shizhong showed great enthusiasm. The three immortals entered the immortal formation and rested for a while. Shizhong held a banquet and invited the three immortals. He purposely gave the main seat to Shirkong out of humility. Shirkong declined a few times before sitting on the main seat. This scene was seen by the other two immortals, They thought of the rumors and knew what was going on. Compared to Shizhong, Shirkong was a popular person in Shir clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone and obtained Sand Lump Blessed Land. After killing the dragon crocodiles, Shirkong did not need to hand them over to the clan. Many of the dragon crocodiles were directly sold into Jewel Yellow Skies. Zuoqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yan were envious of such treatment. This time, Wang clan is leading the charge to gather all of Western Desert's clans to attack Feng clan. I wonder what you two think. After 3 rounds of wine, Shirkong asked. Zuoqiu Yanming said. Wang clan and Feng clan have deep enmity. It is not surprising that Wang clan is leading the charge. Their reason is also very reasonable and impeccable. But I feel that Wang clan's gathering will not have a good future. That's right, I have the same opinion. Tuoba Feng Yan slowly put down his wine cup. Firstly, the 5 regional walls are gone. Western Desert has several large clans at the border. It will be hard for them to make any big moves. Secondly, Feng clan is not weak. Their first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level. And Feng clan is most proficient in immortal Gu houses. Thirdly, Feng clan has good relations with many clans. Feng clan was the one who started the Fate War. This caused Feng clan's reputation to soar. Fourthly, and most importantly, Feng clan made a transaction with Feng Yuan. This is the reason for us to take action. It is also the reason we are wary of them. Who knows what the relationship between Feng clan and Feng Yuan is? Shirkong nodded repeatedly, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is clear and logical. It is very convincing. Shizhong was silent, deep in thought. Tuoba Feng Yan's analysis was actually very simple. Shirkong knew it himself, but he had to ask. Because Shirkong represented Shir clan to communicate with Zuoqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yan. He wanted to know the intentions of their clans. Now that he knew that Tuoba and Zuoqiu clan had the same intentions as Shir clan, Shirkong felt much more relaxed. Come, let's drink. Shirkong raised his wine cup with a smile. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 3 immortals thanked Shizhong and immediately left for the Wan family. Shizhong put away his cup, feeling unhappy. Shirkang's treatment was completely different from Shizhong's. Previously, when Shirkong was in closed cultivation, Shir clan provided him with sufficient resources. After Shirkong obtained Sand Heap Blessed Land, the clan immediately rewarded him. He did not need to hand over any dragon crocodiles. The profits were truly plentiful. But there was no risk in going to Wang clan. The result was almost set. He would definitely receive Wang clan's hospitality. Although it was a mission, it was actually a benefit. Sai, my hope is still wealth Gu. When can I refine this Gu? Heaven refining demon venerable. No, I will not use others, the risk is too high. Even though Shizhong made up his mind, his confidence in refining Gu had already been eroded after hundreds of failures. His intuition was telling him that the chances of him refining wealth Gu were very slim if he tried to do it alone. Thus, unknowingly, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and probed with his divine sense. Within Jewel Yellow Skies, Feng Yuan's will suddenly opened his eyes and spoke with a loud voice. This is rank 7 movement immortal Gu. Take wind Gu. It has already been refined by Southern Borders Wuyong. It will be transacted now. What? Shizhong was shocked. At this moment, all the Gu immortals who were paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies went into an uproar. Under everyone's gazes, Wuyong's will got close to Feng Yuan's will. Feng Yuan's will through the rank 7 take Wen Gu to Wuyong's will on the spot. Wuyong's will nodded and did not say anything, immediately leaving Jewel Yellow Skies with the immortal Gu. Someone really made such a transaction with Feng Yuan. And it is Southern Borders Wuyong. Shizhong was in a daze. Chapter 2250. Southern Border. Wui Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Wu Clan's Gu immortals gathered together. Wuyong sat at the main seat. Most of the people present were Gu immortals themselves. Only a few could not attend. They were participating with their wills. These are the letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan and others. Take a look. Wuyong waved his hand. More than 10 information path Gu worms flew out. Wu Clan's Gu immortals read them one after another, their expressions turning grim. The contents of these information path Gu worms were all the same. There was nothing to write home about. They were just using the righteous path's tone to condemn and question Wu Yong. Why did he make a deal with a demon like Fang Yuan? A portion of them even threatened to leave the Southern Alliance. They felt that Wu Yong was not qualified to be the leader of the Southern Alliance. They wanted to replace the alliance leader and choose someone else. These guys, shameless words. I really can't stand this. Many of these super clans had colluded with Lu Weiyin in the past, right? Back then, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin worked together to kill Spectral Soul. They escaped from the Celestial Court's pursuit. Now these people still have the face to reprimand us? Changing the alliance leader? Hehe, in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World, who is more suitable than Lord Wu Yong? Wu Clan's Gu Immortals discuss with indignant tones. Wu Yong did not speak. He drank his tea calmly while listening to the Immortals' conversation. The Immortals' voices became louder. Some were agitated. They even wanted to take revenge on those clans. Wu Yong put down his cup at this moment. He raised his hand. The Immortals saw this and went silent. Many of the Wu Clan Gu Immortals who stood up uncontrollably because of their indignation quickly sat down. Wu Yong's eyes turned slightly as he looked around. The hall was already silent. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Yong was expressionless, but he was very satisfied internally. Ever since he took control of the Wu Clan, he had been leading the Wu Clan and turning the tide. He had experienced several battles, and even pursued Fang Yuan. Most importantly, his exceptional political skills had won the loyalty of the entire Wu Clan. Among them were not only the original Wu Clan Gu Immortals, but also the external Lone Immortals, as well as the newly advanced Rank 6 Gu Immortals. In the course of the discussion just now, none of these people voiced any objection or advice to Wu Yong's decision and method. From this, it could be seen how high the prestige Wu Yong currently had. 8th Supreme Elder, please explain the details to everyone, Wu Yong said faintly. Yes. As the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, Wu Bachong immediately stood up and said to the Gu Immortals present. Several days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no Great Love Immortal Venerable personally sent a message to 1st Supreme Elder. He forcefully requested 1st Supreme Elder to conduct the first public Immortal Gu transaction with him. Considering that Wu Clan cannot stop Fang Yuan, 1st Supreme Elder could only endure the humiliation and agree to Fang Yuan's request. Wu Clan's Immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression. Some clenched their fists, some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did things without any qualms. In this situation, it was understandable that Wu Yong was forced to agree to this transaction. But at the next moment Wu Yong laughed. Oh Bachong, no need to say that. We are all on the same side. I will say it directly. The Immortals' expressions shook. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. This is not the first time I transacted with Fang Yuan. I have already conducted several secret transactions with him. Fang Yuan's evidence is real. Saying this, Wu Yong purposely paused for a moment. Seeing that the hall was still silent, all the Gu Immortals were still looking at him with heated gazes. Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing. The reason is simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fang Yuan or the venerable Fang Yuan, they are both existences that our Wu Clan cannot afford to offend. Secondly, transacting with Fang Yuan is very beneficial to our Wu Clan. Our Wu Clan obtained several new immortal Gu. All of them were refined by Fang Yuan. If our Wu Clan were to do it ourselves, we might not succeed even after spending several times the amount of immortal materials. Wu Clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong's gaze swept past Wu Bachong, stopping at Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered. He quickly stood up and asked with a trembling voice. But, how should we deal with the condemnation of these super forces? Wu Yong smiled lightly, nodding at Wu Qiao. Good question. Saying so, he waved his hand. All of the information path mortal Gu flew into his palm. Wu Yong blew lightly. A light breeze blew, crushing all of the information path mortal Gu into pieces. These so-called condemnations are useless. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Do you think they will dare to attack our clan? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair. He looked around with a condescending gaze. Do you still not understand? Everyone. Times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The celestial court's foundation has been completely depleted. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she has no choice but to declare the demonic path identity of the other two venerables. And be it Giant Sun or Feng Yuan, they both claim to be immortal venerables, not demon venerables. What is an immortal? What is a demonic path? What is the righteous path? What is a demonic path? The immortal's heart shook. Wu Yong laughed heartily. With the confrontation of three venerables, the 5 regions and 2 heavens have entered an unprecedented era. If we still use our previous views and get entangled in the division of righteous and demonic, we will only be drowned by the terrifying tides of this era. Didn't you see how Feng Yuan effortlessly subdued the Righteous Qi Alliance? And our Southern Alliance, in front of the Venerable One, can't even be considered a mob. It was impossible to lead a flock of sheep to defeat a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, we are not even a group of sheep in front of a venerable. Venerables can only fight against venerables. Meanwhile, we pitiful worms need to survive in the cracks of the venerables. We can only work hard to absorb nutrients and strengthen ourselves. If we receive the pity of fate, we will have a chance of survival. Let go of the so-called righteous path's dignity and the shackles of cheap morality. Let go of the sense of superiority and security of being a Gu immortal. These are all fake. Just like the information path mortal Gu I destroyed earlier. As long as a venerable exhales, we Gu immortals will immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation. Finally, Wu Yong raised his voice and said with a solemn expression, "Let's do our best, race against time. In this terrifying great era, we need to survive first." Yes, we will heed First Supreme Elder's words. Wu Ba Chong Wu Qiao, and the other Wu clan Gu immortals stood up and answered solemnly. Western Desert. One clan headquarters. A banquet had just ended. Only a few One clan Gu immortals were left in the messy hall. Rank 6 Gu immortal Wan Jueqing smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These despicable hypocritical clans, they are simply a disgrace to Western Desert. Do they still have any sense of righteous path's glory and self-awareness? Wan Jueqing shouted in anger, his face was red. Jueqing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't that so? Wan Jueqing was still furious. These days we have been having small banquets every 3 days and big banquets every 5 days. But what about these clans Gu immortals? All of them are giving vague answers and making excuses. Jueqing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it, forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first supreme elder left his seat. He had a bleak expression and his back seemed to be slightly hunched. The remaining Wan clan Gu immortals fell into silence. Outside Wan clan's blessed land, Tang Fongming and Tang Miao were floating in the sky, looking at the stars in the night sky with relaxed moods. Coming out to relax once in a while is indeed the right thing to do, big brother. Big brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fongming nodded, showing an expression of agreement. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert that Tang clan held the most in high regard, but different from Shirkong. The reason why Tang Fongming received the full support and attention of Tang clan was because he had extraordinary talent in the exploration of Dream Path. This trip to Fong clan was also because Tang Fongming loved his sister Tang Miao. He wanted to satisfy her desire to go out and play. Big brother, Wan clan's hospitality is really good. They are also very determined to take down Fong clan. These days, we have been discussing with the other clans and Wan clan has made many concessions. How long do you think the alliance army will take? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fongming sneered. The alliance army to take down Fong clan will never succeed. Ah, why? Let me give you an example. Tang Fongming sighed. Right now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are like a forest with 3 terrifying fierce beasts inside. Tang Miao's eyes brightened. Big brother, you are talking about the 3 venerables? Tang Fongming nodded. And besides these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits and fish. Now a little bird with the surname Wan wants to deal with a little rabbit with the surname Fong. The little bird can't deal with it by itself, so it gathered some other little birds and rabbits and kept offering high prices, wanting to bully him with numbers. However, that little rabbit surnamed Fong is currently leaning against a ferocious beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angry if they touch this little rabbit. Once the fierce beast gets angry, no matter how many small animals one clan's little bird gathers, they will only become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was slightly shocked. Big brother, you are saying that these righteous path super forces cannot form an alliance army just because of this? Tang Fongming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how joyous the banquet is, no matter how intense the negotiations between one clan and the other clans are, these are all superficial. In truth, it is just the appearance of small animals trembling in fear. If 3 fierce beasts suddenly appear in the forest, us small animals cannot resist them. Tang Miao breathed in deeply. Fortunately, our Tang clan has already contacted Lord Fongyuan and had private transactions with him. In my opinion, Southern Border's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made public transactions with Fongyuan. Why can't our Tang clan? Absolutely not, Tang Fongming said. Lord Fongyuan's every action has deep meaning. Earlier, he exposed the evidence and said that he had transactions with many forces and Gu immortals, but he did not mention our Tang clan. This is his love for our Tang clan. Our Tang clan cannot compare to Southern Border's Wu clan or Fong clan. We are the weakest super clan in Western Desert. We are also at the center of the region, and can easily be attacked. At this time, we cannot be in the limelight. We only need to secretly transact with Lord Fongyuan. We cannot let down Lord Fongyuan's painstaking efforts. Of course, we can sell the inside information of one clan's gathering to Fong clan as a favor. Fong clan has frequent transactions with Lord Fongyuan. From this perspective, they are our Tang clan's natural ally. Tang Fongming spoke with fervor and composure. He was very insightful about the current situation. Tang Miao's eyes shined as she realized something. Right at this time, Tang Fongming's expression changed slightly. Big brother, what is it? In jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals have publicly transacted with Fongyuan again. This time, it is 3 people. Among them, 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fongming quickly answered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 2251. A lump of fire was quietly burning in Fongyuan's hand. The fire was only the size of a baby's fist. Its color was constantly changing. If a refinement path expert saw this, they would definitely shout in shock. Because the changing color of the fire was only the appearance, its nature was also completely different. For example, when it was red, it was fire refinement. When it was dark white, it was light refinement. When it was ice blue, it was ice refinement. Fongyuan lightly clenched his fist. The fire instantly disappeared. Fongyuan was silent. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and collected his thoughts. Recently, he had been refining immortal Gu personally. He had not used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. He had refined more than 10 immortal Gu. Their ranks were limited to rank 6 and 7. It was not a big achievement for Fongyuan. But during this process, Fongyuan had a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was already at Supreme Grandmaster. No matter what Gu refinement method, he could easily see through all of its profundities. All Gu recipes had no secrets to Fongyuan. Right now, Fongyuan could modify Gu recipes in one go most of the time. Even if many profound immortal Gu recipes needed some time to be modified, this was only the time needed to deduce and choose the appropriate immortal materials. Fongyuan's refinement path intuition was already so strong that he could determine the direction of modification of an immortal Gu recipe with just one glance. Fongyuan had tried several times, and his practice proved that this intuition was absolutely correct. Modifying refinement path killer moves, Gu refinement methods and so on was the same. Fongyuan even had a flash of inspiration during one of the Gu refinement processes. He thought of a new Gu refinement method and succeeded in putting it into practice. And in terms of refining Gu personally, Fongyuan felt a sense of control. This sense of control greatly increased the success rate of refining immortal Gu. Many times after refining immortal Gu, at some point, Fongyuan would be sure that the Gu refinement would succeed. Even if the immortal Gu refinement failed, Fongyuan would feel a sense of control. He could predict that the Gu refinement would fail in the end. Even a refinement path venerable would fail when refining immortal Gu. On one hand, it was the refining method. If it was a human error, it would definitely fail. On the other hand, there were restrictions from the other sections. For example, to refine Firepath Immortal Goo, large amounts of Firepath Immortal materials were needed. As for Firepath Immortal materials, Fang Yuan's sense of control would be much weaker. Fang Yuan's Firepath attainment level was far from his Refinement Path attainment level. But the success rate of refining Refinement Path Immortal Goo is almost 100%. Of course, I have not tried Rank 9 Refinement Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement Path Immortal Goo used large amounts of Refinement Path Immortal materials, and Fang Yuan had complete control over these Refinement Path Immortal materials. On this point, old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, and long-hair ancestor could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable, he could refine the natural Refinement Path Dao marks in the outside world. Refinement Path Dao marks and Refinement Path Immortal materials naturally belong to this category. Thus, Fang Yuan knew these immortal materials like the back of his hand. He had perfect control over them. Thus, as long as there were no mistakes in Refinement Path techniques, and there were not many immortal materials of other paths involved in the refinement, Fang Yuan's refinement success rate was infinitely close to 100%. But in terms of Goo refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already completely surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was still under the situation where he had not practiced many refinement path methods and killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, there was still a lot of room for improvement in refinement path. Other than gaining practical experience, when my attainment levels in other paths rise in the future, it will rapidly increase my success rate in refining immortal Goo of the corresponding paths. It is a pity that I cannot take out the primordial domain at the moment. Fang Yuan did not have a method to retrieve the primordial domain, so the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal was still stored in Jewel Yellow Skies, and he was still paying for it. Thinking of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan thought of the 3 Goo immortals who had transacted with him earlier. These 3 immortals came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had all publicly transacted with their real names, thus the Goo immortals of the 5 regions knew about them. Among them, the Southern Border Goo immortals were from Qiao Clan. Qiao Clan was a vassal of Wu Clan. Qiao Clan's Goo immortals publicly transacted with Fang Yuan. It was likely that they had received Wu Yang's instructions to help Wu Clan share the political pressure. The other 2 were Northern Plains Lone Immortals and Central Continent's Demonic Immortals. In fact, ever since Wu Yang's transaction, many Goo immortals had secretly contacted Fang Yuan to refine immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan had forced them to disclose their identities to transact. This made many Goo immortals flinch. Only a few Goo immortals, because of their temperament or external pressure, reluctantly accepted the conditions of the public transaction. After Fang Yuan filtered them, he chose these 2. These 2 did not have high cultivation level, only rank 6. They were at the bottom of the Goo immortal world of the 5 regions. Maybe it was because of their low status that these 2 were more inclined to take risks. They wanted to seize the chance to turn things around. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people cherished their lives and were cautious. Of course, these 2 were no longer in Northern Plains or Central Continent. Nobody knew how Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would react after they publicly transacted immortal Goo with Fang Yuan. These 2 Goo immortals were not fools. They had already escaped to other regions. If this was in the past, there would definitely be many disadvantages. But now that the regional walls were gone and the 5 regions were united, the Qi tides dissipated. The 5 regions Heaven and Earth Qi were the same, there was no difference. Thus, no matter which region the Goo immortals went to, they would not be restricted by Heaven and Earth Qi. Now there is a crucial point. Fang Yuan did not know what Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' reactions would be. He was looking forward to it, and also vigilant. According to his deductions, the 2 Venerables would have 4 possible reactions. First, they would send their subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Goo immortals. This was easy. Fang Yuan had purposely chosen the weaker Goo immortals and transacted with them. If these 2 were chased by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, and lost their lives, Fang Yuan would be very happy. Second, the two venerables would join forces to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan would be very vigilant against such a situation, but he would also be happy to see it. Third, the two venerables would attack Jewel Yellow Skies. In this situation, Feng Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan would lose its foundation. But the possibility was very small, because ever since Jewel Yellow Skies appeared, it had existed until now. During this period, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and countless other heroes had the idea of attacking Jewel Yellow Skies, but they all failed. Feng Yuan did not know the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies even now. This was an extremely mysterious mystery. The fourth situation was also the most likely choice for the two venerables. That was to ignore his Gu refinement business. They could not stop it anyway. The two venerables would try to manage their own cultivation level, forces, and so on. They would gain an advantage in other aspects to restrict Feng Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. In fact, ever since I left Crazed Demon Cave, the competition between me, Giant Sun Immortal, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already begun. Whoever manages it better will have the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Advantage might not necessarily turn into victory, but after the accumulation of advantages, the result will be hard to say. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his position among the three venerables. Looking back at the entire Crazed Demon Cave battle, it was clear that the biggest reason why Feng Yuan could win was because he had the correct strategy. Feng Yuan only had pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because he had been used as a pawn by the venerables, the two venerables looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they viewed each other as their greatest enemies. This gave Feng Yuan room to display his abilities. But the venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Feng Yuan purposely exposed his ambition in refinement path, to let the two venerables know that Feng Yuan wanted to become venerable through refinement path. Next, when his refinement path attainment level was almost fully accumulated, Feng Yuan purposely gave up on the contest for primordial domain in front of the two venerables. The refinement path portion of primordial domain was destroyed. After the two venerables knew that Feng Yuan could not become venerable quickly, they were relieved. On this basis, Feng Yuan showed weakness step by step. For example, Jean Budu gave Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a huge headache in several battles. He was in the limelight. Alright, Feng Yuan purposely let Jean Budu die at the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. For example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were used by the venerables. Alright, Feng Yuan used these two methods to dispel the vigilance of the venerables. In fact, he even purposely sacrificed the Qi Si clone, Feng Yuan. Even after doing this, the two venerables were still worried about Feng Yuan. At some point, the two venerables cooperated and wanted to eliminate Feng Yuan first. That was the most dangerous moment for Feng Yuan. He was trapped both internally and externally. His life was hanging by a thread many times. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Feng Yuan managed to endure it in the end. He finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The two venerables expended a lot of energy on each other. Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's venerable ascension caused the two venerables' remaining vigilance to dissipate. Eventually, Feng Yuan seized the opportunity and killed Paradise Earth, forcing the two venerables to retreat, becoming the greatest victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than using the correct battle tactics, the other main reason for victory was that Feng Yuan made all sorts of preparations before the battle. Feng Yuan obtained Ability Gu, Fortitude Gu, and others. They played a huge role in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Feng Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves, like Dang Hun Luo Pasil, Road of Life, hundreds of totem killer moves, Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses, large numbers of compound killer moves, and so on. Feng Yuan even created the Earth Vein and Food Path defensive methods. He prepared Dream Path killer moves and so on. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. Without these ample preparations, even if Feng Yuan's strategy was correct, he would not be able to last until the final moment. I became a refinement path venerable. I am the victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attach great importance to me. Only by using all my strength and working hard can I gain an advantage in the future contest of 3 Venerables. The results of his efforts now would be the key to victory in the contest of 3 Venerables in the future. Chapter 2252. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal held an information path mortal goo in his hand. He had a calm expression but was sighing inwardly. To think that as a Venerable, I would actually pay attention to a mere rank 6 Northern Plains lone cultivator, and I can't do anything to him for now. According to Giant Sun Immortal's temper and nature, this Goo Immortal who transacted with Feng Yuan publicly was simply provoking him. If it were in the past, this Goo Immortal would be dead already. The dignity of a Venerable was not to be offended. But now Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities. Go send the order to all the Super Huangjin tribes, contact them and recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive a special reward from me. Yes. This 8 extremities immediately accepted the order and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal could not make any statements. It would be disadvantageous to him and Longevity Heaven. But he could let the Super Huangjin tribes do it. This was the shrewd and ruthless righteous path political method. Giant Sun Immortal knew. Feng Yuan's great love goo refinement plan could not be stopped. This was a blatant scheme. The hearts of those who desired immortal goo could not be shaken. Once Giant Sun Immortal stopped it or ordered for this Northern Plains lone cultivator to be killed, Longevity Heaven would lose a lot of people's support. They might be able to suppress the situation for a short period of time, but the more they suppressed it, the deeper this dissatisfaction would accumulate, and when it erupts, it would bring even more trouble to Longevity Heaven. In the end, this would be the result. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would mostly transact with Feng Yuan publicly. After the transaction, these Goo immortals would immediately leave Northern Plains and go to the other 4 regions. Of course, they would most likely go to Eastern Sea, which was under Feng Yuan's control. This was equivalent to Feng Yuan using immortal goo to lure the lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, expanding the scale of his heaven and earth great love alliance. Of course, the Giant Sun Immortal wouldn't fall for it so easily. Feng Yuan is really arrogant. He doesn't have enough immortal essence, but he still took the initiative to provoke me. Humph, I must return the favor. If the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave gave Giant Sun Immortal a taste of Feng Yuan's combat power, then now Giant Sun Immortal felt Feng Yuan's ruthless and sharp political skills. Giant Sun Immortal thought about it before taking out an information path immortal goo from his immortal aperture. The information path immortal goo rapidly flew towards Central Continent. Zhongzhou State Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also dealing with Feng Yuan's methods. She summoned He Fengyang, gave him a few words of encouragement, and gave him the task in person. He Fengyang was still in a daze when he left the Celestial Court. The task that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Feng Yuan to refine new immortal goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's response was even more direct than Giant Sun Immortal's. Since Feng Yuan declared that he would love the world and refine goo regardless of friend or foe, the Celestial Court went with the flow. In any case, the Celestial Court couldn't stop this scheme. It was a wise choice to profit from it. Of course, the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not publicly transact with Feng Yuan. They still needed face. After all, they had declared Feng Yuan to be a demon venerable earlier. He Fengyang and Feng Yuan's transaction, regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the Celestial Court would ignore it. It would create an ambiguous political stance that it didn't care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sections. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would participate and obtain many immortal goo. It would be very helpful to Central Continent's stamina. If Feng Yuan refused or asked for an unreasonable price, it would be inconsistent with his previous declaration. It would greatly damage Feng Yuan's reputation. Weakening Feng Yuan's appeal was a victory for the Celestial Court. Greetings to Immortal Venerable. Qin Dingling appeared with 2 information path immortal goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at them and pondered. The first one came from southern borders Wu clan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at it and realized that Wu clan's first supreme elder, the current leader of the Southern Alliance, Wu Yong, wanted to publicly transact with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had once led the Southern Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court during the Fate War. A hint of admiration flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly an outstanding person. Earlier, he publicly transacted with Feng Yuan, but now he wants to transact with my Celestial Court. His ambition is huge. But this is good. Agreeing to your request is also beneficial to the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately decided to transact with Wu Yong. On one hand, it was to express her attitude. She and the Celestial Court were very tolerant towards all Gu immortals who transacted with Feng Yuan. On the other hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to rope in Wu Yong. Wu Yong and Feng Yuan were very close. If she rejected, Wu clan might be easily roped in by Feng Yuan. This was not something Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal Gu, it came from Giant Sun Immortal. The content of the letter was simple. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to ally with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Feng Yuan. Of course, they would not ally for no reason. After all, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were already working together to deal with the venerable Feng Yuan. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerable's strength had not risen much. If the two Venerables worked together to deal with Feng Yuan, they would only be asking for trouble and humiliation. Giant Sun Immortal's intention was, he had been using luck path methods to monitor Eastern Sea and investigate Heaven refining Demon Venerable. Once Feng Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, there would be a huge change in luck. By then, it would be the best time to deal with him. Currently, Feng Yuan was very strong. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled even if they worked together, but they did not have much of an advantage. The two Venerables could easily defend themselves. However, if Feng Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, his immortal essence would be greatly damaged. Especially at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, if the two Venerables grasped the opportunity, that would be Feng Yuan's greatest weakness, and also his weakest moment. If Feng Yuan failed in the Gu refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash. After all, this was the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was no small matter. Towards Giant Sun Immortal's suggestion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She agreed. In fact, she had an entire set of investigative methods to monitor Eastern Sea, to guard against Feng Yuan's attempt to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed great importance on Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of three Venerables was a fight for every inch of land. If any side gained a rank 9 Immortal Gu, their strength would rise sharply. This was not a loss of land, it was a change of ownership. In fact, even if Giant Sun Immortal did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would contact him. If Feng Yuan truly displayed his refinement path specialty and refined a rank 9 Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would gain a huge advantage. This was something the two Venerables did not want to see. This secret blockade against Feng Yuan's refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu was easily formed under the tacit understanding of the two Venerables. If Feng Yuan rashly refines a rank 9 Immortal Gu, that will be the time to attack. But if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal, I need to pay attention to my immortal essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence reserves were higher than hers. If they worked together to deal with Feng Yuan and expended too much immortal essence, even if they had the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal, it would be disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal had an absolute advantage in terms of immortal essence reserves. If such a thing happened, Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence advantage would be even greater. This was definitely a secret scheme of Giant Sun Immortal. Eastern Sea. Oh. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. Right now, he was refining Immortal Gu while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. He was also thinking about the arrangements of his immortal aperture. He was very calm. At this moment, his will inside Jewel Yellow Skies received He Fengyang's transaction request. He Fengyang actually took the initiative to openly transact with me. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. Feng Yuan immediately realized the truth behind this. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Fengyang dare to do this? As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan praised in his mind. This was a very mature and rational response. In the competition between forces and experts, it was never a simple matter of friend or foe. It was based on the specific situation and could be flexible. Sometimes they were enemies, sometimes they were allies, and sometimes they were enemies while cooperating. However, this reaction was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Towards He Fengyang's transaction request, Feng Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected it, it would weaken his influence. Furthermore, why would he reject it? This was beneficial to Celestial Court and Central Continent. It was even more beneficial to Feng Yuan. After all, he was the one making the offer, he was the seller. Of course, Celestial Court and Central Continent would also benefit from it. Both sides would take what they needed. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. The most disadvantageous one was Longevity Heaven. Because Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aspects had improved, Longevity Heaven would fall behind. And if Longevity Heaven saw this, it would not want to fall behind. Even if it was unwilling, it would have to transact with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan naturally would not reject it. By then, he would gain the most out of the three parties. Since you want the rank 7 Immortal Goo, give me 9 Central Stone Forest. Feng Yuan gave He Fengyang a price. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. Its value could not be compared to a rank 7 Immortal Goo. In the short term, a rank 7 Immortal Goo was naturally more valuable. But in the long term, 9 Central Stone Forest, which produced Earth Path cultivation resources, was more valuable than a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This price was very high. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's previous Goo refinement price. He Fengyang could not make the decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. All in all, this price was above the bottom line. He Fengyang agreed to it. In the future, when Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me, I will ask for Earth Path resource points so that I can repair the Earth Vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was undergoing construction again, but currently they were mainly building water veins. Since the Righteous Qi Alliance had taken the initiative to side with Feng Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Feng Yuan had already ordered for the clans to contribute a batch of Water Path resource points. I already have dozens of yellow apricot Immortal Essence beads. I cannot rashly refine rank 9 Immortal Goo, moreover, I do not have enough Immortal Essence. I should refine a few Heaven Path rank 8 Immortal Goo first. Chapter 2253. Southern Border. A group of 5 Goo Masters was moving at full speed on the road. The leading Goo Master had rank 4 cultivation. He had an ordinary appearance but was very capable. It was Shang Clan's Goo Master Xiaoyan. Fire Travel Goo. He was using a Fire Path Goo Worm to travel. Every step he took was burning with a little fire. Along the way, he left behind a long trail of fire. Behind him were 4 Goo Masters with rank 2 cultivation. At this moment, they were gritting their teeth and following with all their might. Lord Xiaoyan, let's take a break, we don't have enough primeval essence. While moving, a rank 2 Goo Master suggested. Xiaoyan's speed slowed down but he was still moving. This was the wilderness. If a Goo Master did not have enough primeval essence, the risk of survival would rise. Moreover, rank 2 Goo Masters did not have the qualifications to explore the wilderness. They lacked survival skills. But right now, Xiaoyan had an important mission. According to the information, if I delay any longer, the mountain village will catch fire. I need to get there quickly. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and insisted on going out to search for deviant fire goo materials, but I did not expect Lady Shang Xinci to be in danger. This time, I need to complete this mission with all my strength and make up for the points I lost earlier. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan made his decision. He immediately ordered, "You four rest here, I will go first. After you are done resting, immediately catch up." "Yes." The four Gu masters answered in unison. Xiaoyan's speed rose sharply. He quickly entered the forest. A few hours later, he reached his destination, a small village that was affiliated to Shang clan. "Lord, you are finally here. The village has prepared some wine." The village head was a rank 4 Gu master. He was very polite to Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan waved his hand. "The fire is more important. We need to deal with this danger first." The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Then come this way. To be honest, I have been very anxious these days." The village head led Xiaoyan to the back mountain. Xiaoyan saw a large area of dazzling white flames burning brightly at the back mountain. "That's right, it is light fire." Xiaoyan sized it up, his pupils shrinking. "This light fire is very large. It covers at least 200 steps. It is beyond my limits." Light fire was a type of deviant fire. It was a rank 5 Gu material. According to what Xiaoyan knew, this Gu material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path Gu worms. From a Gu immortal's perspective, the essence was clear. This light fire contains some light path and fire path Dao marks. "I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a large amount of light flames after searching for so many mystical flames. Lady Shang Xinci specifically left this mission to me. She is too kind and forgiving." "Sigh, this kindness." Xiaoyan sighed in his heart, gradually understanding Shang Xinci's intention. He slowly approached the fireball. The closer he got, the more agitated he became. He was inexplicably angry. This was not surprising. This was the effect of light fire. The closer one was to this Gu material, the more furious they would be. Xiaoyan tried activating a fire path technique, and quickly succeeded in collecting a cluster of light flame. It was the size of a wash basin. Xiaoyan quietly nodded. His previous assessment was correct. With such a large area of fire, he couldn't rely on himself, but he could still collect most of it. Soon after, for rank 2 Gu masters would arrive. With their help, this mission could be completed. But he had to be fast. Gu materials like light fire would spread and expand rapidly during the day. Thankfully, it was nighttime now, so the scale of the light fire was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan hurried over, and even abandoned his subordinates. "Before they arrive, I will make arrangements in the surroundings as a precaution." Xiaoyan immediately set up an alert method around the light fire. One had to be wary of others. Moreover, Xiaoyan would have to use his full strength to collect this heavenly fire. Why are there mortals patrolling the surroundings? While patrolling, Xiaoyan found many mortals in the forest were kowtowing towards the heavenly fire. The village leader quickly chased these villagers away. He would not let these mortals disturb Xiaoyan and the rest for a period of time. Next, the village leader explained the reason. It turned out that the sky had been changing recently. There was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. It was a mixture of black and white. This situation made the Gu masters and mortals of the 5 regions extremely fearful. On a certain night, there was a sudden rain of fire. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the village, balls of heavenly fire fell to the ground. The villagers were shocked by this strange phenomenon, and generally believed that God was angry, and wanted to burn the sinful mortals to death. Therefore, there were always mortals who came here to kneel and pray. "Fools." Xiaoyan snorted, but his expression also eased up, because he could understand. When the sky changed, he was also extremely fearful. But after Shang Xinci's revelation, he understood that although this matter was huge, it was not fatal. Even if there was, it was not something a Gu master at Xiaoyan's level could worry about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven. No, more accurately speaking, it was in the black and white heaven of immemorial white heaven. Tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan looked at the huge sun. The sun seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving quickly. Its path was very fixed. It had always been from east to west, before turning back and going from west to east, repeating this process. Every time the sun moved from the east to the west of immemorial white heaven, it would be exactly 12 hours. Black heaven and white heaven alternated. The 5 regions were shrouded in darkness. And in white heaven above black heaven, The sun would turn back and go from west to east, spending another 12 hours to return to its original starting point in the east. At this time, black heaven and white heaven alternated again. Thus, in the eyes and senses of mortals, the sun always appeared in the sky during white heaven. It would appear from the east at dawn, and the darkness would disappear. At dusk, it would disappear from the west, and the darkness would thicken. The sun was extremely huge. Among the 11 venerables, spectral soul demon venerable was the largest. He was like a mountain, but he could not compare to the sun. The size of the sun, Feng Yuan estimated that it was about the same size as Giant Majestic Sea Area. Giant Majestic Sea Area was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's path was completely empty. But now that the black and white heavens merged, the environment changed and became chaotic. While Feng Yuan was observing, there was a large patch of black clouds blocking the sun. Every time the sun moved forward, a portion of the larger black clouds would disappear. Of course, the sun was not unharmed. From time to time, sparks would scatter on the surface of the sun. Most of these heavenly flames were absorbed by the black clouds, but a small portion flew away. A portion of the sparks that flew out landed in the 5 regions. From Feng Yuan's perspective, the battle between the black clouds and the sun was the collision of 2 lumps of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black clouds will definitely lose, but the sun will also suffer a lot of damage. With such an intense change, no wonder heaven form is in chaos. It is even showing signs of collapsing. Feng Yuan was originally refining heaven path immortal Gu, but his journey suddenly changed. He went up from Eastern Sea to the 2 heavens because of heaven form. Heaven form was left behind by thieving heaven demon venerable. It was half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in his grotto heaven. It was filled with providence, and could be replenished at any time. Even thieving heaven demon venerable could not use his will to refine it completely. Thus, thieving heaven demon venerable thought hard, and came up with a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. He named it heaven form. Refining heaven form required a long time. Generations of wills would cleanse it. One day, it would be refined by a Gu immortal. At that time, it would be used by one person. Later, this heaven form killer move was obtained by Southern Border's heaven inspecting 5 xiangs. They made a bet for 1,000 years, but it was obtained by Feng Yuan. Heaven form provided a lot of help to Feng Yuan, especially in the aspect of conquering the 2 heavens grotto heavens. It had displayed its might during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were white as snow, and its beak was red. When it was activated, it would spread its wings and flutter in the air. When not activated, it would close its eyes and rest on one leg, its neck would turn around and its head would rest on its back. Heaven form had always been an immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan could not bring it away. Its foundation was immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven had merged, heaven form's foundation was shaking. Feng Yuan had to lend a hand in time to help it stabilize its form. Otherwise, if it relied on itself, it would definitely disintegrate and be destroyed. Chapter 2254. Originally, I didn't want to go to the 4 drip, but when I woke up this morning, I realized that my throat was so swollen that I couldn't speak. It greatly affected my daily work and life. While I was on the 4 drip, I was thinking, should I not have written about Xiao Yan's character yesterday? I still have to go on the 4 drip tomorrow. I'll try my best to update tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2255. Heaven form, which was in the form of a white crane, wailed in front of Feng Yuan. It was in great pain, its body was twisting and curling up at times. Feng Yuan's fingers bloomed like flowers as he activated a refinement path killer move. Wisps of fragrant green wind coiled around the white crane like chains, gently stabilizing its body. Heaven form's condition was deteriorating, but after Feng Yuan's method, it was greatly alleviated. But it was far from enough. The white crane was still wailing. "Don't worry, I am here, I will protect you," Feng Yuan consoled. This move was an information path Gu immortal killer move. It had refinement path effects. Because it was special, it was recorded by the land spirit of Langia. After Feng Yuan's modification, it abandoned its original name and changed it to Love Consolation. It looked like information path, but was actually refinement path. It returned to the origin and its power increased greatly. This move could allow the Gu Immortal to have a mystical consolation effect on the incomplete Immortal Gu during the Gu refinement process. For example, when facing failure, Feng Yuan would continue to urge, "I know you can do it. Do your best. You can definitely do it, believe in yourself." The incomplete Immortal Gu that was about to collapse would stop worsening under these words of encouragement. It would even recover and have a higher chance of success. There were several limitations to this move. First, the effect was continuous. Every sentence had a small effect. Only by accumulating the effects of continuous consolation would it have an obvious effect. Thus, during the Gu refinement process, the Gu would suddenly deteriorate and this move could not be used in time. Or after using this move, the accumulation of effects would not be able to keep up with the deterioration. It would not be able to save the Gu refinement. Second, this move had a target, the incomplete Immortal Gu. That was to say, one had to refine the Immortal Gu to a certain extent before they could use this move. Without refining the incomplete Immortal Gu, they would not even think of using this move. Many Gu recipes were completed in one go. They would not produce an incomplete Immortal Gu in the middle or late stages. Thus this move could not be used. But Feng Yuan could use it now. Because the situation was special. Heaven form was originally in perfect condition, but under the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, it started to break apart and get damaged. It was almost like an incomplete Immortal Gu. Of course, this was also because Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He had the attainment level and methods to refine rank 8 heaven form as a Gu worm. "It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry," Feng Yuan said gently. Tianxiang's cries grew louder. Suddenly, the snow-white feathermen in the sky started to burn. At first, it was only the size of a spark, but it quickly expanded. In just a few breaths, it had grown to the size of an adult's palm. Feng Yuan immediately took action. He breathed in deeply and prepared a killer move. 2 lumps of qi came out of his nostrils, one white and one blue. The aura landed on the burning feather one after another, causing sparks to spread out. Then, it condensed into a layer of frost, preventing the flames from regenerating. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move when refining Gu earlier. I am quite familiar with it. Feng Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it in time. The larger the flames, the higher the price Feng Yuan had to pay to deal with them. Once the flames spread to the entirety of heaven form, this killer move would be completely destroyed. At that point, even Feng Yuan would not be able to stop it. "You will definitely be able to get through it. Master believes in you," Feng Yuan said gently. The white crane's wails became more intense. "What's going on?" Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Soon he found out the reason. A pitch-black poison was produced in the white crane's body. It quickly spread and corroded the surroundings, causing the killer move to face the danger of breaking apart. The white crane started to vomit intensely, spitting out pitch-black poison from its mouth. Feng Yuan called out. He knew that he could not use fire refinement now, otherwise he would ignite the fire from earlier. Thus he pointed with his finger. In an instant, 100 green specks of light flew into the white crane's mouth like a group of fireflies. The specks of green light scattered into the poison, growing rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew from small sprouts in the blink of an eye, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Feng Yuan flicked his finger again. Golden light flowed into the white crane's body like water, turning the green grass into powder. Countless powder entered the white crane's body, healing its injuries. After the storm, there will definitely be a rainbow. Don't give up. Feng Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its body twitched like it was electrocuted. Next, its elegant body expanded rapidly like a balloon, becoming larger and larger. It was about to reach its limit and self-detonate. Feng Yuan quickly stretched out his hand. Clenching his fist, a huge iron rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He quickly manipulated the goo worms in his immortal aperture, helping Fang Yuan prepare another killer move. In the next moment, sharp ice spikes appeared on the giant iron rod. Bam! Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arm, smashing the huge iron rod on the white crane's body. The white crane screamed in pain, looking at its master with an incredulous gaze. Fang Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Believe in master, believe in yourself even more. Bam! Fang Yuan smashed down again. The white crane's inflated body shrunk. At the same time, the ice spikes pierced through the body. Strong air currents gushed out of the wounds. Bam! Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Good white crane, do your best. Bam! Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Little cute white crane, persevere. Perseverance is victory. Bam bam! Fang Yuan smiled benevolently. No matter what you are going through, don't give up easily. I am here. I will not let you break down. Looking at the iron rod smashing down again, the white crane's expression had already collapsed. Bam! With a loud sound, it seemed to have fainted from the impact. It was motionless. However, its body had already returned to its original size. It was no longer expanding, but it was covered in wounds and was barely breathing. It no longer had the power of a rank 8 killer move. Only then did Fang Yuan put away the big iron rod with the ice thorns. He nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, although this is the first time I've tried combining these two moves, it's not a big deal. But the refinement path Venerable's intuition was not wrong. The effect is as strong as I expected. This move isn't like love's consolation. It has a wide range of applications. I can practice it more in the future. The next time such a situation occurs, I'll use this move as well. As if it had heard Fang Yuan's words, the dead crane suddenly shuddered and closed its mouth. The fusion of white heaven and black heaven caused heaven form to fall into a dangerous situation. Fang Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize the situation. The current difficulty isn't high, but I can't say for sure in the future. Furthermore, guarding heaven form is like restricting my movements. Refining it will also cause my immortal essence to be expended. Fang Yuan's immortal essence accumulation was not high to begin with. This would only make his situation worse. But I can't give up on heaven form. Fang Yuan wanted to protect this killer move, because after using cooking luck pot to inspect his luck, Fang Yuan analyzed that heaven path was a shortcut to his current predicament. Like now, he was guarding heaven form while refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path immortal goo was created. This heaven path immortal goo was like a crystal spider. It was transparent and flawless. The spider's 8 legs were long and slender. Its body was small and was supported by the 8 legs. Rank 8 Heaven Path Immortal Goo, Heavenly Web. With this goo as the core, he could create the Heaven Path killer move Heavenly Web. Back then in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth had used it many times. Its defensive effect was superb. It could match Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that he only had 2 Heaven Path Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web Goo, and one was Heavenly Birth Goo. Heavenly Birth Goo was the core immortal goo that allowed Paradise Earth to revive and cultivate Heaven Path from Earth Path. There were many other immortal goo. For example, Information Path Immortal Goo Outline Goo. It could allow goo immortals to analyze the general structure of complicated information. Or Rule Path Immortal Goo Normal Goo. It could restore the target to their normal state. With these immortal goo, Paradise Earth could create all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves, like Heavenly Web, Heartless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary and Earthly Norm, and so on. Heavenly Web Goo was already refined. Fang Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth Goo now. Heavenly Birth Goo was an immortal goo that could heal injuries. It could be used with Fang Yuan's refinement path. It had a miraculous effect on heaven form. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path accumulations to begin with. Rank 8 Heavenly Secret Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, as well as the killer move Heaven Envy's Geniuses that Fang Yuan used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the killer move Heaven Form that he was protecting now. Paradise Earth was a huge gift. After Fang Yuan consumed it, his Heaven Path foundation rose by several times. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a killer move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. It can use Heaven Path methods to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fang Yuan's biggest goal was Obscured Heavenly Secret. Next was to refine Heavenly Birth Goo to stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal Goo used, the stronger the concealment effect. There were only two ways for Fang Yuan to resolve his low immortal essence storage. One was to manage his immortal aperture. But blindly speeding up the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was not a good idea. Fang Yuan could only publicize his plan of Great Love Goo refinement, to gather resource points as efficiently as possible to manage his immortal aperture, and raise his immortal aperture origin core to produce more immortal essence. The second way was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Without this goo, Fang Yuan's immortal essence would have dried up long ago in Crazed Demon Cave. It was truly an amazing effect. Anyone who used it would know. It was indeed worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Fang Yuan was a rank 9 Venerable now. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable anymore. Once he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fang Yuan to break out of his current predicament. However, if he tried to advance it directly, the information would definitely be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely be keeping an eye on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He was rank 9 now. Rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. By then, if he refined rank 9 Immortal Goo, his luck would undergo an even greater change. Against Giant Sun Immortal, Cooking Luck Pot would not be able to block him. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not hide it from them. The moment I advance to rank 9 will be my weakest moment. The two Venerables will definitely join hands to attack me. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret is crucial. Cooking Luck Pot could not hide it from Giant Sun Immortal because of Luck Path. But Obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fang Yuan faced Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would also be at a loss. But this plan has its own hidden dangers, because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once fused with the Tao for over 3 million years. Celestial Court has abundant Heaven Path research results. How long can Obscured Heavenly Secret hide it from her? Chapter 2256. Although the pain in his throat had greatly improved, he could not muster up any strength. Rest and build up strength. Try to update as much as possible tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2257. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 Goo Immortals were fighting against an ancient cloud beast. Be careful. The ancient cloud beast suddenly changed. Its speed increased as it pounced at the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not flustered. Her white dress bloomed like a flower as she blocked the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also went all out. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat like before. Its body turned illusory as it enveloped the female immortal. At first glance, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had swallowed the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun. Shi Zhengyi shouted. He was about to use his information path killer move in a hurry. But at this time, Yu Yizi called out to him. Wait! If you use this killer move, what if it pierces the cloud beast and injures Fairy Lian Yun? Shi Zhengyi immediately stopped. He gritted his teeth. What do I do now? Yu Yizi, who had the appearance of a young girl, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try that move. What move? Shi Zhengyi felt something amiss. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet. Yu Yizi was already preparing his killer move. Sensing the killer move's aura, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun as it charged over. Shi Zhengyi immediately used his ability to stall this ancient cloud beast as much as possible. Its mouth was wide open, its tongue was exposed. After activating his information path killer move, Shi Zhengyi continued to speak. The power of his words enveloped the ancient cloud beast, accumulating a formless force that stalled the ancient cloud beast. Shi Zhengyi held on for more than 10 breaths of time before he heard Yu Yizi's voice. He was overjoyed. He stopped his killer move and dodged to the side. Yu Yizi's palms were aimed at the ancient cloud beast as two pillars of light shot out from his palms. The light pillars were light blue. They shined on the ancient cloud beast's body and dissolved it. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, had been trying to break free. He exerted more strength and successfully broke free, regaining his freedom. Good, it is my turn. Shi Zhengyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and immediately cooperated with Yu Yizi, activating an offensive killer move. The two killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast's body. Finally, with a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded. The corpses of the ancient cloud beasts turned into lumps of clouds, and most of them were immortal materials. After collecting them, Zhao Lianyun and the other two rested on the spot. It's my fault. I was caught by the cloud beasts, causing the quality of the immortal materials to be low. Zhao Lianyun said apologetically. This loss is nothing. Furthermore, we only have rank 6 cultivation level. It is already amazing that we could win against an ancient cloud beast. It's not good to have too many extravagant demands, Yu Yizi consoled. Shi Zhengyi said casually. Ever since the battle at the Reverse Flow River, we rarely get together. I didn't expect that when the black and white heavens merged, the beasts from the black and white heavens would often escape to the Zhongzhou state to cause trouble. That's why we met again. There's no need to fuss over these trifles. The friendship between the three immortals was forged during the battle at the Reverse Flow River. Although Feng Yuan was the biggest winner in the battle at the Reverse Flow River, he was not the only one. But the three of them had excellent performances in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, with Wei Lingyang risking his life to escort them, as well as Central Continent's reinforcements. They managed to escape with their lives. The three immortals returned to their sex and were heavily nurtured. Zhao Lianyun smiled, following Shi Zhengyi's words. Since you don't care about these trifles, please accept this gift. Saying so, she handed an information path immortal material to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi was surprised. Ah, this is a nonsense petal flower? This is the immortal material. I need to refine immortal goo. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun looked at Yu Yizi, smiling as she handed him a refinement path goo immortal true inheritance. I did not fail you. Yu Yizi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called the 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors were true, a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Oh my fairy Lianyun. How can I thank you? Zhao Lianyun shook her head repeatedly and said with a smile. This is something that I can do. It's also your good luck. I happen to be the current generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Otherwise, I would not have the authority to deal with such a true inheritance. As for thanking me, I need it. Zhao Lianyun said casually in a joking tone. In the future, when you become rank 7 or 8 Gu Immortals, just take care of me a little. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi's mood dimmed. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. He could not undergo tribulation. Thus his cultivation level could not rise. In contrast, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi's cultivation level had improved a lot compared to the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Zhengyi gritted his teeth. To speak the truth, I have been asking about the breakthrough method. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they are restricted by the heavenly Tao. Providence controls the calamities and tribulations. Fairy, the reason why you cannot undergo tribulation is because of divine concealment. You cannot be investigated by Providence. The solution is actually very simple. You just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. It is very difficult to unravel this killer move. But since there are 3 venerables in this world, it is not impossible to break a rank 9 killer move. But if we simply unravel it, it would be a waste of a treasure. I think if we can seek Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, She is a wisdom path venerable. She will definitely be able to find a solution. Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly. Star constellation immortal venerable is a high and mighty existence. How can I get close to her at my level? Fairy, don't look down on yourself. Just with the rank 9 love goo that you control, you will not be neglected. Yu Yizi consoled. But to seek star constellation immortal venerable's help, according to the rules of our 10 great ancient sects and celestial court, you will need a huge amount of sect contribution points. But now, Fairy Lianyun, you've used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance for me. So, please take all the Cloud Beast immortal materials I have here, Fairy Lianyun. Shi Zhengyi laughed heartily. Then take mine as well. It is a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Lianyun immediately shook her head. I appreciate your kindness. Even though the immortal materials of these Cloud Beast corpses will give me a huge amount of contribution points, it is more than what I used to exchange for the true inheritance. But I am still far from asking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for help. In that case, why don't I fully support you and help you advance? When you become rank 7 or 8, you can return and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyun's words made sense. Under her persuasion, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi kept the Cloud Beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these immortal Yuan stones. That's right, in the following battles, the immortal essence expenditure will be huge. If we use immortal Yuan stones to replenish them at the crucial moment, we can deal with dangerous situations. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyun did not reject them. She accepted the 2 batches of immortal Yuan stones. I do not have many immortal Yuan stones with me. Speaking of which, the sect rarely distributes immortal Yuan stones anymore. Do you know why? Zhao Lianyun asked. Yu Yizi and Shi Zhengyi shook their heads. Their situation was the same. Shi Zhengyi was an information path cultivator after all. He revealed a secret. Our 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. All of our immortal Yuan stones are distributed by the Celestial Court. It seems that after the Fate War, the Celestial Court has gradually reduced the distribution of immortal Yuan stones. Right now, this distribution of immortal Yuan stones has already stopped. The 10 great ancient sects definitely have their own immortal Yuan stones, but in order to plan for the future, they have gradually stopped distributing them. Yu Yizi also said, recently, I have been transacting refinement path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. I have also noticed this. The transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies are even more intense, but there are more exchanges of materials. Immortal Yuan stones are becoming rarer. Does the Celestial Court want to use immortal Yuan stones to influence the 5 regions Gu immortal world? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the immortal Yuan stones in the 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu immortal world had all come from the Celestial Court. If the Celestial Court controlled the source, the range of influence would be huge. Among them, the ones who would be the most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu immortals who had the most numbers in the Gu immortal world. As their cultivation level rose, the influence of rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals would gradually decrease. This was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 main reasons. Firstly, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were very inconvenient. Secondly, if Zhao Lianyun's immortal essence reserves were low, she would not have immortal Yuan stones to expend. She would not be able to replenish her immortal essence quickly. Is the Celestial Court trying to use this to slow down and suppress the transactions of the 5 regions Gu immortals, as well as to prevent the frequent fights between the Gu immortals at the bottom level? Zhao Lianyun inwardly pondered. The phenomenon of immortal Yuan stones decreasing in quantity was discovered by more and more Gu immortals. Because the source was in the hands of the Celestial Court, other forces could not do anything about it. Immortal Yuan stones were usually used as currency to assist Gu immortals in transactions, but during times of war, they were an important strategic resource. Gu immortals could use immortal Yuan stones to replenish their immortal essence rapidly. Thus, after noticing this phenomenon, the 5 regions' forces started to purchase immortal Yuan stones and increase their reserves. This caused the already limited supply of immortal Yuan stones to decrease even more rapidly. Feng Yuan had also noticed this phenomenon long ago. Is the Celestial Court trying to weaken the battle potential of other forces, while increasing the value of their own immortal Yuan stones? He had always been interested in the secret of the Celestial Court's possession of immortal Yuan stones. Unfortunately, be it Shadow Sect's true inheritances or Paradise Earth's true inheritances, he did not obtain any clues. Even during the Fate War, when Feng Yuan attacked the Celestial Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, he did not discover the secret of immortal Yuan stones. The Celestial Court restricted the circulation of immortal Yuan stones. It was indeed a headache for countless forces and Gu immortals, but to Feng Yuan, it was a small problem. One immortal Yuan stone was equivalent to one green grape immortal essence bead. Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence bead was equivalent to 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stones. Feng Yuan had been in the immemorial Two Heavens for several days, maintaining Heaven Form Killer move for the past few days. Let's begin. He let out a breath of air as he prepared an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer move, obscured heavenly secret. P.S. Corrected all the typos and bugs in chapters 247 to 261. The bugs related to Heavenly Secret Gu would be explained in the following chapters. Normally speaking, they would be fixed first, followed by Chidian's app. Other channels might not be able to change it. Pirated versions could not be fixed. Other than that, I recommend the book Ancestor of Body Cultivation. Cultivation is hard. The path is hard. The path of body cultivation is long. This is a story about body cultivation from nothing to something. It is a book written by a Silver Alliance master. He is one of us. If anyone is interested, go and support him. Chapter 2258. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. The jade green water current was huge like a dragon, flowing rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 Gu immortals chased after it. Quick, the water current is heading towards you. Watch me. Boom. The water current surged, creating waves that were over 100 feet tall. We blocked it. No, be careful. 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were engulfed by the waves. Damn it. The remaining Gu immortals used all their methods. Finally, this jade green water current did not escape this sea area. When the time was up, a pure white light covered the surrounding 10 li of the sea. He Chunqiu showed himself and shouted as he raised his hand. Immediately, the sea surface started to move. After more than 10 breaths of time, a water path formation was completed. The core of the water path formation was a rank 7 water path immortal Gu. The main body was a batch of water path immortal materials that had already been expended. The jade green water current turned into a whirlpool in the water path formation, continuously rotating and emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 Gu immortals flew into the air. Seeing this, they cheered. He Chunqiu inspected it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he let out a breath of air. At this point, the resource point of the long stream of emerald water was settled here. Jade green water was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a famous characteristic. It would flow continuously and never stop. Feng Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and annexed the Righteous Qi Alliance. He forced Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to hand over a batch of water path resource points. This jade green water was one of them. He Chunqiu was in charge of setting up the jade green water. He set up an immortal formation and ordered the other rank 6 Gu immortals to trap this jade green water and prevent it from escaping to other places. After several days of effort, the construction was finally completed. From now on, this resource point would not only produce jade green water, it could also be used as a water vein node. In the future, with further development, it might even form a long-flowing jade green water area. Splitting Divine Whirlpool, 7 Treasure Sea Spring, Underwater 1,000-Year Profound Ice Island, Clear Water Area, Rolling Bead Reservoir. These last days, Mini Eastern Sea has gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed to form a water vein. Just as He Chunqiu was thinking, a rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully asked, Master, do you have any other instructions? He Chunqiu waved his hand at them, immediately activating Time Path Killer moves to heal their injuries. Go ahead, said He Chunqiu. The Gu immortals left gratefully. They were very busy. They needed to go around and resolve abnormal situations to stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The tasks in the star-aligning palace could be said to be piled up like a mountain. He Chuanqiu sighed again as he watched them leave in a hurry. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced two main problems. The first was that strange things were still happening frequently. The non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body was the root cause. The more Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture increased, the greater the trouble. After Feng Yuan ascended and passed the small primal chaos disaster, his refinement path Tao marks increased explosively. At the same time, they had been frantically building resource points. These resource points were also where Tao marks were gathered. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, more than 100 Gu immortals were sacrificed. A portion of them could not revive because of the small primal chaos disaster. One of them was the last generation combat beast king. Most of the remaining people had revived, but they only had Gu master cultivation level. The current situation was special. They could not let these people undergo immortal ascension quickly. Thus, looking at the current sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chuanqiu, Wu Shuai, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin. These rank 8 Gu immortals. He Chuanqiu and Wu Shuai were the ones who constructed the resource points and set up the formations. Even though they did not cultivate formation path, they were Feng Yuan's clones. They had the same formation path attainment level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. He Chuanqiu had already entered the liver life formation several times. He had no time to rest. Maybe I should ask my main body to send a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to deal with this? He Chuanqiu thought. Compared to humans, variant humans were more reliant on Feng Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea needed to move a large number of mermen. Compared to the other 4 mini-regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men. The 3 continents were filled with vitality and people. The other places had almost no variant humans. They were too sparsely populated. The sovereign immortal aperture was managed by his clones and subordinates, while Feng Yuan's main body was guarding heaven form. Bam bam bam. Feng Yuan's metal rod continued to smash. This time, Feng Yuan's metal rod no longer had ice spikes. It was burning with intense flames. Heaven form gritted its teeth. It did not dare to make any sound. It curled up its body with all its strength. The frost that appeared on its body was shattered by the metal rod and melted by the intense flames. As the black and white heavens became more chaotic, heaven form became more and more unstable. But Feng Yuan still had energy to spare. He stabilized heaven form while activating obscured heavenly secret, practicing and comprehending it at the same time. The obscured heavenly secret killer move he was using now was the original version of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth did not have heavenly secret immortal Gu. He used heavenly web Gu as the core. It also expended a lot of heaven path immortal materials. After these heaven path immortal materials were expended, a new layer of heaven path Tao marks would appear all over Feng Yuan's body. It was like a fishing net. Whenever someone tried to deduce or investigate Feng Yuan, this fishing net made of heaven path Tao marks would change shape. The lines of the fishing net would bend and shrink. It would become unrecognizable in an instant. Thus, obscured heavenly secret's true effect is not to block all deductions. It is to mislead others and make them get the wrong conclusion. Feng Yuan had already realized the essence of this move. Once the heaven path Tao marks used to make the fishing net are expended, obscured heavenly secret will lose its effect. Conversely, the more heaven path immortal materials I expend, the more heaven path Tao marks I need to make the fishing net, the stronger and longer this obscured heavenly secret will be. From this, Feng Yuan saw hope of deceiving the 2 venerables. In theory, as long as he expended enough heaven path Tao marks, the 2 venerables would not discover his rank 9 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence storage had just reached 100. As long as he reached the minimum requirement, Feng Yuan would start refining the Gu. Feng Yuan was in a hurry to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, because he knew that the best opportunity was now. Because the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the The three venerables were familiar with each other. They did not have time to modify their methods. Thus, in a fight between venerables, Feng Yuan had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this opportunity and the two venerables modified their methods, the result would be uncertain. Immortal essence storage is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to make up for this weakness, in the long term, my immortal essence storage will always be lower than the other two venerables. I will be restricted by this weakness forever. Feng Yuan knew that he needed to take a risk. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal shouted. He stared with furious eyes. His gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and looked at the 5 regions. Good. With the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see the luck of all living beings in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal first looked at Celestial Court. After a while he looked at Eastern Sea, but he did not see Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal was shocked. He immediately searched and found a trace of luck in the black and white heavens. This luck was like a furnace. There were cracks on the surface of the furnace. There was very little firewood at the bottom of the furnace. There was an immortal crane inside the furnace that was like a cloud or mist. It seemed to be burning. Heaven form. At that instant, Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He laughed heartily. He understood Feng Yuan's current situation. This Heaven form killer move was left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. During the Fate War, Feng Yuan used it to invade Celestial Court. Now that the two heavens have fused, Heaven form's foundation is not stable. It needs Feng Yuan to protect it at all times. This is a rank 9 killer move. It is no small matter. Feng Yuan is restrained here. It is the best time for me to attack. During the Fate War, Feng Yuan had already exposed Heaven form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with Feng Yuan many times before, so Giant Sun Immortal knew this information very well. After discovering this scene, this immortal venerable from Northern Plains immediately moved to attack Eastern Sea. He was decisive, direct, and swift to the extreme. In the black and white heavens, Feng Yuan sighed and smiled. He had just sensed Giant Sun Immortal's investigation. He deactivated Obscured Heavenly Secret and probed Giant Sun Immortal. He actually lured Giant Sun Immortal to attack. Giant Sun is here. What about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2259. Eastern Sea. In the depths of Icy Sea area. In the pitch-black seabed, a huge iceberg filled the vision of 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals. Su Clan's 2 Immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Chen, specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Mingwan, specialized in dark path. The 2 Gu Immortals were controlling a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. This Immortal Gu House was called Moving Pavilion. It was a rare strength path Immortal Gu House. The body of the house was like a pavilion. 8 thick blue-gold pillars supported the roof of the pavilion and the base of the platform. The blue-gold pillars were not straight. They were bent at an obvious angle. The 2 ends were buckled inwards and the middle was extended outwards. The entire moving pavilion looked like a huge birdcage. The 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals were inside. Moving pavilion's surface was emitting a layer of deep blue light, blocking the vast seawater outside. Even so, the icy coldness still seeped in. After facing the iceberg for a while, the eyebrows and hair of the 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals were covered in a layer of frost. So cold. This is an iceberg made of 1,000-year profound ice. Moving pavilion's defense is lacking. We need to speed up. The 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals communicated quickly, activating Moving Pavilion together, and using a strength path method. Immediately, with a loud sound, a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was broken by a formless force. It slowly floated towards the 2 Su Clan Immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chen immediately moved, placing this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Bam bam bam. Moving Pavilion continued to exert force. Pieces of 1,000-year profound ice were dismantled and sent into the 2 Su Clan Immortals' immortal apertures. However, good times did not last long. A large group of ice-poisoned starfish were alarmed and charged over aggressively. The 2 Su Clan Immortals immediately became nervous. I will lure them away. Hurry up. Hurry up. Su Chen immediately moved and flew out of the moving barrier pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, there was still a huge risk in luring away the ice-poisoned starfish group. Su Mingwan, who was guarding Moving Pavilion, was also not out of danger. Who knew what would be alarmed next? It was not easy to take the 1,000-year profound ice. Even if a superforce like Su Clan sent 2 rank 7 Gu immortals, and an immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals, it was still filled with danger. But there was nothing the Su family could do. After joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, the Su family was blackmailed by Feng Yuan, who demanded them to contribute water path resources. Feng Yuan had very high standards for water resources. At the very least, it could be used as a water vein node. Of course, the Su family had a lot of such resource points, but the Su family did not want to contribute them. These resource points were their own wealth. It just so happened that the Su clan was close to the icy stream sea, and there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials in the depths of this enormous sea. The Su family planned to mine the profound Bing here, and contribute it to satisfy Feng Yuan's request. Faster, a little faster. Su Mingwan tried his best to speed up, but he still didn't have enough Millennium Mystic Ice. But without Su Chen, his efficiency inevitably dropped by a large margin. To make matters worse, the sharks at the bottom of the sea were alarmed and charged towards the moving barrier pavilion. Sigh, it seems like we can only retreat. Su Mingwan sighed deeply and felt helpless. This 1,000-year-old profound ice mountain at the bottom of the sea was something that he had found with great difficulty. However, after this round of mining, the turbulence in the environment would trigger a chain reaction. The originally balanced and stable ecological layout would be broken. The beasts that resided here might start killing each other. Even if they didn't kill each other, they would be extremely vigilant. The slightest movement would cause the beasts to attack, and even more terrifying, it might cause a beast tide at the bottom of the sea. During this period of time, forcefully mining the Millennium Mystic Ice would be even more risky. It was best for Su Mingwan and Su Chen to leave this place and look for a suitable target elsewhere. However, just as Su Mingwan was about to retreat, an aura suddenly came from above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed drastically. This aura was so vast and majestic, mighty and majestic. The sharks that were charging over were instantly intimidated and fled in terror. Su Mingwan's face was filled with shock. This is the aura of a venerable. At that moment, he felt as if a sun was shooting across the sea above his head. It's the giant sun immortal. He actually came to our East Sea. Su Mingwan's heart was in a mess, and he hurriedly reported this information to Su Chen. Su Chen was not far from him, and he was also shocked. Quick, inform First Supreme Elder of this information. Giant Sun Immortal seems to be heading towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but panic. Is the battle between two venerables going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was frightened by this thought. His face was pale as a sheet, without any blood. However, out of the two immortals' expectations, Giant Sun Immortal did not advance bravely. He slowed down and eventually stopped above the icy sea area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura spread out even more wantonly, displaying a grand and domineering aura. The entire sky started to ripple with golden light. The golden light spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the terrifying aura of a venerable, almost all the underwater life forms fled in a frenzy. Because of this, the two Su clan immortals' predicament disappeared. But the two immortals did not have a trace of joy on their faces. They were suspicious. What is Giant Sun Immortal doing? Oh, Giant Sun has stopped at the icy sea area. In the immemorial two heavens, Feng Yuan quickly investigated this situation. Giant Sun Immortal did not conceal his traces. It was as if he was using his actions to tell Feng Yuan, I am here. Immemorial two heavens. As expected, he has stopped at the icy sea area. Feng Yuan had a calm expression. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had recovered, his battle strength would not increase so quickly. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's Dao marks were inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal, even though he had found out about Feng Yuan's true strength, if he attacked Feng Yuan rashly, not only would it not benefit him, it would also benefit Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal chose to enter Eastern Sea. It was a wise choice. What he was doing now was to refine Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal would have the home field advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if Giant Sun Immortal was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate the killer move in the distant northern plains, and it would take effect in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal's action was like building a sentry tower in Fang Yuan's headquarters. Normally, it could investigate Eastern Sea's movements, and when necessary, the luck path Dao marks could be activated to attack the entire Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could not do anything to Giant Sun Immortal. He could not leave now, unless he gave up heaven form, and went to Eastern Sea to chase away Giant Sun Immortal. This way, as long as Giant Sun Immortal retreated easily, Fang Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal did not retreat and fought a battle of attrition with Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves, which were already stretched thin, would run out. If they fought, Giant Sun Immortal would be at a disadvantage, but Fang Yuan would not be able to kill him. Regarding this situation, Fang Yuan had already expected it. Long ago, when the immemorial two heaven veins had just fused, Fang Yuan had already deduced the danger of heaven form. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this danger only appeared. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the situation was already very good. Heaven form's collapse was a huge problem. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to resolve this problem as much as possible, and create an opportunity to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, he did not have enough immortal essence. It was not time for the refinement. Obscured heavenly secret could not be exposed in advance. When Giant Sun Immortal investigated Fang Yuan decisively cancelled this move. For people like Fang Yuan, their own weaknesses and flaws could be used. Giant Sun Immortal's actions were already affected by him. Next was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Eastern Sea with her beautiful eyes. Giant Sun Immortal, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal chose to stay in ICC area. This was a very peculiar location. ICC area was the western end of Eastern Sea. It was the closest place to Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal refined Eastern Sea's luck path, Dao marks to threaten Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal sensed Fang Yuan's problem and immediately took action. But he did not fight with Fang Yuan. It seems that his battle strength did not rise much. He is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fighting, then Giant Sun Immortal would definitely go to the immemorial two heavens and fight with Fang Yuan. Because Giant Sun Immortal had abundant immortal essence, even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was higher, he could not kill him. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. After the battle of attrition, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage would shrink drastically. He would not be able to display the advantage of Refinement Path Demon Venerable for a period of time. Rank 9 killer move Heaven Form might even be destroyed if he could not take care of it. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable by his side, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal fought with Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. Thus, from this point of view, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's existence was actually helping Fang Yuan. Heaven Form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be left alive. During the Fate War, this killer move allowed Fang Yuan to enter Celestial Court. As long as Heaven Form existed, Fang Yuan could enter any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a plan. At the next moment, she communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and contacted Fang Yuan. Great Love Immortal Venerable, I want to ask you to refine some immortal goo, how about it? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Within the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable taking the initiative to contact him was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. He asked, What immortal goo does Star Constellation Immortal Venerable want? And how do you want to deal with Giant Sun Immortal? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable answered, I need Star Thought Goo, Star Eyes Goo, and Permanence Goo. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment. Sure, but let me see your sincerity first. Alright, here is my sincerity. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow and flew towards northern plains. Chapter 2260. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acted boldly and decisively. She flew all the way to the center of northern plains, where Imperial Court Blessed Land used to be. She did not attack any of the Huangjin tribes. Just like Giant Sun Immortal, she floated in the sky and started to refine the natural wisdom path Tao marks of the outside world of northern plains. At once, starlight shone and spread rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven directly. It seemed that this was the best time to attack Longevity Heaven. After all, Giant Sun Immortal was in Eastern Sea. But the truth was it would not be easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. A grotto heaven was stored in the void. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was opened, outsiders could not enter easily. This was also the value of heaven form. Moreover, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cleverly entered Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy this rank 9 grotto heaven in a short period of time. By then Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return to defend and fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This way Giant Sun Immortal would give up on attacking Feng Yuan. And Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would fight him. Not only would she get injured, she would also expend a lot of immortal essence. This was very advantageous to Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables were in a standoff. They were wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack others, these venerables also had to protect their own development. This situation was very complicated. If they acted rashly and blindly, they would only be courting death. A sense of propriety was very important. Only by attacking at the right time could they slowly gain an advantage in this standoff between the 3 venerables. The 3 venerables understood this. Thus, their actions were filled with guesses of each other's thoughts. They judged the situation and reacted accordingly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated everything clearly. Her actions were the most advantageous to her. Firstly, Feng Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless, he had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, in terms of battle strength, Feng Yuan was much more difficult to deal with than Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan's current situation was already very troublesome. Stabilizing heaven form would become increasingly difficult. Most of the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was very clear about this. Feng Yuan had to guard heaven form. He naturally had to expend immortal essence. As for his immortal essence reserves, he did not have much to begin with. And now, Giant Sun Immortal came to Eastern Sea and refined the luck path Tao marks there. This was a huge weakening to Feng Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to raise a condition to Feng Yuan. It was called Transaction Immortal Goo. It was a way to weaken him. Secondly, the Giant Sun Immortal would also be weakened. Giant Sun Immortal had an advantage in immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this long ago. With this advantage, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not interfere, Giant Sun Immortal's Tao mark refinement speed would forever surpass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Furthermore, for the entire force, the threat of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World was far greater than Eastern Seas Goo Immortal World. Northern Plains Goo Immortals had outstanding battle strength. They were brave and ruthless, but Eastern Seas Goo Immortals were different. Star Constellation Giant Sun Immortal, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth. His expression was ugly. But he did not move, he continued to refine the luck path Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven, or the Huangjin tribes. This did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went against this bottom line, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return and fight with Star Constellation Immortal. There was no doubt about this. When a strong enemy tested their bottom line, they had to retaliate. Otherwise, if the enemy thought that they were weak and easy to bully, Their future would only get worse. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a strong motive to return. So what if he went back? By then, even if Star constellation Immortal Venerable left, could Giant Sun Immortal chase her all the way to Celestial Court? Even if he chased her all the way to Celestial Court, could he fight with Star constellation Immortal Venerable? Wouldn't that benefit Feng Yuan? If Star constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal did not chase after her, instead returning to Eastern Sea, what would happen if Star constellation Immortal Venerable went to Northern Plains again? If this happened again and again, Giant Sun Immortal and Star constellation Immortal Venerable would advance and retreat. What was the point of going back and forth? Wouldn't traveling cost immortal essence? If Giant Sun Immortal did this, not only would he not refine many Eastern Sea luck path Dao marks, he would even waste time and immortal essence. Wouldn't that be a joke? But Star constellation Immortal Venerable was different. Even if she advanced or retreated, she still had the immortal goo that Feng Yuan obtained. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal did not move at all. He continued to refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. At this time, Feng Yuan took the initiative to find Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why do we have to do this? We are both persecuted by Celestial Court. Celestial Court has the strongest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest force. This is obvious. Moreover, not long ago, Celestial Court announced that we are both demon venerables. We should work together to resist Celestial Court. Look at this, Star constellation Immortal Venerable is openly going to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dao marks there. She is clearly looking down on you. Feng Yuan persuaded, suggesting, why don't we make a transaction? I will pay you the immortal goo. You can go to Central Continent to refine the luck path Dao marks there. Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, replying, it seems that Feng Yuan also made a transaction with Star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now that the 5 regions are united and the regional walls are gone, not only can I refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, I can also implicate Central Continent. If you want me to let Eastern Sea go, that will depend on how many immortal goo Feng Yuan is willing to pay. While Feng Yuan was bargaining with Giant Sun Immortal, Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Feng Yuan, you have seen my sincerity. Now it is your turn. Star constellation Immortal Venerable directly asked for immortal goo. Feng Yuan was silent for a while before sending permanence goo into jewel yellow skies. Speaking of which, this permanence goo originally belonged to Celestial Court. It was the loot that Feng Yuan obtained after destroying Celestial Court's immortal goo house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star constellation Immortal Venerable received permanence goo and inspected it, she heard Feng Yuan's new suggestion. If Star constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Longevity Heaven, or any of the Huangjin tribes, he will pay more immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, I won't just have these 3 immortal goo. Her attitude was similar to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was the one with the most benefits. Feng Yuan's suggestion was only to stall for time and gain time to refine the immortal goo. As long as he could refine rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it would be worth it even if he had to pay a bigger price. But now the problem in front of Feng Yuan was that he did not have enough immortal essence. It seems that I need to speed up the sovereign immortal aperture first. Feng Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. It was extremely sharp. Heaven Form's body shuddered as he looked at it. Feng Yuan did not want to speed up the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, but he had no other choice now. Not to mention that he had paid a huge price to obtain this opportunity. What worried Feng Yuan the most was that this was a rare opportunity. There might not be another opportunity like this once he missed this one. In the future, there might not be another chance. Now that the opportunity was here, he had to grab it. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's time path clone He Chunqiu immediately took action, using time path killer moves. Killer moves were activated one after another. The violent water of the River of Time was drawn in and poured into the Year Essence pool. Next, it was transported to the other Year Essence pools. In the time path zones controlled by the year essence pools, time accelerated rapidly. It was clearly faster than the surroundings. And this difference was getting bigger and clearer. After Feng Yuan became venerable, the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow did not differ much from the 5 regions. But now, this difference became clear. There was a huge hidden danger in doing this. The primal chaos disaster that was supposed to happen in 100 years could be shortened to 80 or 70 years now. Once Feng Yuan's primal chaos disaster arrived, it would be the best time for the other venerables to attack him. He would be trapped both internally and externally. Feng Yuan had a resolute expression. He had made a choice in this aspect. As for whether this choice was worth it or not, it would depend on the future. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased by a huge margin. The yellow apricot immortal essence storage efficiency also rose steadily. In terms of immortal aperture management, it also benefited greatly. The 3 venerables fell into a deadlock. Days passed. The 5 regions Gu immortals focused their attention on the 3 venerables. Their motives and future plans were frequently discussed. He Chunqiu had used too many time path methods to speed up his immortal aperture. He was temporarily resting. Wu Shuai led a group of Gu immortals to construct the first water vein. Feng Yuan found it increasingly difficult to stabilize heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked Feng Yuan for a second immortal Gu. Star Thought Gu, Star Eyes Gu. Feng Yuan hesitated before choosing Star Thought Gu for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Feng Yuan finally activated his killer move. He started the refinement of Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move had been modified by Feng Yuan. He added in Mini Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was its power greater, he could even control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Feng Yuan was not stingy. He directly used 60% of the Heaven Path Immortal materials. Almost at the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret was activated, the refinement of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture also started. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shuai, He Chunqiu, and nearly 10 Hairy Man Gu immortals had a clear division of labor. They were waiting in formation. Such a terrifying formation was only used as a support. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense was lingering around as he personally refined Gu. Rumble Jade light burst out like a surging river. The fragrance spread everywhere. It made people feel refreshed. This was just the first step, but a small elephant-sized Rank 9 wood path immortal material was expended instantly. Every Rank 9 immortal Gu was extraordinary. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital Gu. It was also a huge help to Feng Yuan. This was a huge variable. Thus, Feng Yuan soon felt his luck fluctuating intensely. Chapter 2261. With a thought in Feng Yuan's mind, the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot activated. Feng Yuan diverted some of his attention to look above his head. He turned his Rank 9 Refinement Path Luck into a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface. It gave off a feeling of rough construction. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a small pile of firewood. It was burning with all its might. This meant that Feng Yuan had already used all of his immortal essence reserves. And in the furnace, there were 2 lumps of cloud mist that were entangled. One was an immortal crane cloud mist that was white in color with black specks. It was very similar to heaven form. This cloud mist was on the verge of collapsing, but every time it did, the furnace would emit heat and forcefully gather the mist again. The other cloud mist was slightly smaller. It was like a green lotus. The green lotus cloud mist was the exact opposite of the immortal crane cloud mist. The latter was on the verge of collapsing, while the former was too dense. Most of the furnace's heat was used to cook this green lotus cloud mist. It was like roasting a rock. The green lotus cloud mist was mostly condensed. Only a small portion had melted. It continued to spread and seeped into the cracks of the furnace, sinking to the bottom of the furnace as if it was going to take root. This furnace is rough and full of cracks. It means that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture still has hidden dangers. It has not gone through a chaotic disaster. There is a lot of room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud mist is heaven form. The The green lotus cloud mist represents my refinement of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Where are the luck of the other venerables? Feng Yuan tried to check, but he could not see any luck outside the furnace. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver pillar of light. The luck of the 3 venerables turned into 3 lumps of clouds. But now that he was a refinement path venerable, he could not see the luck of the 3 venerables anymore. Feng Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive and investigative methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's level was too low. It was only rank 8. It was already quite good that it could observe Feng Yuan's rank 9 luck. Of course, there were definitely some details that were not shown. It would be too difficult for the cooking luck pot to find out that the other 2 were entangled with Feng Yuan's providence. However, even if I can detect the entanglement of providence, I probably wouldn't dare to use it as evidence, Feng Yuan thought. Before the battle in the crazed demon cave, Feng Yuan had checked his luck several times. Now that he thought about it, the luck manifestation of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not wrong. The main reason was that back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had 3 separate existences. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a normal state. They also did not cultivate luck path. As for the Giant Sun Immortal's Golden Cloud fate, it was clearly wrong. Giant Sun Immortal had used blood path methods to revive. Such an important point was not shown in his luck. At the same time, his combat system had an extremely terrifying after effect, which he did not reveal. The Golden Cloud Providence representing the Giant Sun Immortal was at a disadvantage most of the time. Giant Sun Immortal definitely used a luck path method to disguise his own luck and mislead Feng Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal. He had once cultivated luck path and was very familiar with cooking luck pot. It was not unthinkable for him to do this. Feng Yuan was planning to use obscured heavenly secret to deceive the other 2 venerables. In fact, Giant Sun Immortal had already done this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. For elements square regret blood refinement pool. Gray flames were burning intensely. They were as large as a hill. Wood path immortal materials were thrown in one by one. They melted like candles. And at the bottom of the flames, there was a piece of 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed inside the profound ice. The defending Goo Immortals had nervous expressions, but now that they had been refining Goo for more than 10 days, their expressions were filled with excitement and joy. All the immortal materials have melted. At this rate, the refinement will succeed in another 10 days or so. What an amazing Goo refinement method. On the surface, it seems to be fire refinement and ice refinement, but in truth, it is a perfect fusion of human isolation style and hairy man nature style Goo refinement profundity. There are still many crucial parts that are filled with mysteries. Even if we participated in the process and witnessed it personally, we cannot understand the reason behind it. Master is truly a refinement path venerable. The difference between us and Master is like the distance between heaven and earth. But right at this time, Feng Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the Goo refinement is about to fail. An intense refinement path intuition instantly filled his heart. Feng Yuan did not doubt this judgment. He instantly knew the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but in fact every step had tiny flaws. These flaws accumulated until they reached a certain scale, destroying the entire refinement. There was no need to continue like this. Feng Yuan decisively gave the order to stop this Goo refinement. What? Why did you stop it? Everything was perfect. Idiot, since Master made a decision, it must be correct. Our strength is too small. How can we understand? We just need to listen to orders and act. In 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the dozen or so Goo immortals were flustered. They started to gradually stop the Goo refinement. After spending close to a day and a night, under the full effort of Feng Yuan and the rest, the first refinement stopped on its own. The large amount of rank 9 immortal materials that were invested earlier were all wasted. The dozen or so Goo immortals all had some light injuries, for elements square regret blood refinement pool was also damaged. What made Fang Yuan's heart ache the most was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. And as the main person in charge of the immortal goo refinement, his injuries were the heaviest. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fang Yuan activated the killer move, refining many of the mixed wood path and refinement path down marks while rejoicing inwardly. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such a degree of refinement path intuition. I can even take the initiative in the process of refining rank 9 immortal goo. Initiative and passivity were two completely different concepts. Like this time, Fang Yuan had a premonition of failure and immediately stopped. By stopping, the losses he suffered were much smaller, and most importantly, he was prepared for it. His injuries were at the lowest point. Rank 9 immortal goo refinement was no small matter. If he did not have a premonition and suddenly failed, more than half of the dozen or so goo immortals would die on the spot. For elements square regret blood refinement pool would likely be destroyed, or if they were lucky, a portion of them might survive. Fang Yuan's injuries would be even more severe. He would definitely be heavily injured on the spot. But now that he stopped, the loss of resources, goo immortals, and immortal goo houses were greatly restrained. The rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was also preserved very well, without a trace of damage. Of course, this was also related to the refinement method that Fang Yuan had meticulously designed. In this refinement method, he had intentionally isolated the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus using the ice refinement method, only waiting for the final few steps to fuse it. If I can get some success down marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or if my wood path attainment level rises, my ability to sense and process wood path immortal materials would rise greatly. It would also be of great help to me now. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan had not been able to find out about infallible blessed land's success down marks until now. He was now a refinement path venerable. In theory, he was the #1 refinement path expert in the world. His refinement path supreme grandmaster attainment level allowed him to grasp all refinement path methods in the world. But infallible blessed land originated from the inheritance of hairy men. Even now, the celestial court had not been able to obtain this blessed land. They were very wary. Infallible down marks were too helpful to goo refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, they contain refinement path profundities as well as extraordinary human path profundities. This could be deduced from the legends of Renzu. Precisely because of the human path profundities, Fang Yuan could not duplicate success down marks at the moment. He rested for now. As Fang Yuan healed his injuries, he stabilized heaven form while using investigative methods to observe the two venerables' movements. Giant Sun Immortal was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deep in northern plains. They were both refining natural down marks. This is the best situation. For this, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more immortal goo. This was a necessary trade-off. But the two venerables cannot refine the natural down marks of the two regions. I do not have much time left. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. It was simple. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge. They had a lot of natural down marks. Even the two venerables could not refine them in a short period of time. This was easy to understand. He just had to check the historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world. The two venerables are not limited by time. There is also immortal essence. These two do not have enough immortal essence. They will not be able to refine all the natural down marks. They will stop prematurely. After all, they still need to preserve some immortal essence in case of battles and accidents. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but grit his teeth. The failure of this goo refinement was very disadvantageous to him. Because he did not fail at the early stage, but at the middle or late stage, he would have to start all over again. And the time left for Fang Yuan was very little. Fang Yuan estimated that he would only have one chance. No, one chance is too few. Experience has proven that even though I am a rank 9 refinement path venerable, the success rate of refining rank 9 immortal goo is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to give it a try. Fang Yuan immediately ordered as he Chun Qiu, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, started to move again. Time path killer moves were activated one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased again. But Fang Yuan had to pay an even greater price for this. Because the time path methods he used earlier were too short, the effect was almost negligible. To forcefully increase the immortal aperture's time flow, Feng Yuan used other time path killer moves. He Chun Qiu's time path Dao marks were almost all expended. It could be said that Feng Yuan's time path clone was crippled. But in the current situation where spring-autumn cicada could not be used, it was not a big deal that the time path clone was crippled. After reorganizing everything, Feng Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again, as if he was racing against time. Chapter 2262. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, replace me. I can't hold on for much longer. Let me. Huff huff, we finally survived another wave. Inside Four Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, the assisting Gu Immortals were breathing heavily. After the first failure, Feng Yuan had failed twice in a row. He did not lack rank 9 wood path immortal materials, but time was running out. This made Feng Yuan use a more radical method. He modified the Gu refinement steps. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus still had to be protected, but the previous steps had become simpler. Because of this, the immortal essence expenditure became more intense, and each step became more complicated. The assisting Gu Immortals needed to use all their strength. Evidently, these Gu Immortals had reached their limits. Feng Yuan's main body frowned deeply. Several days passed. The two venerables did not make a move, but the situation was getting worse for him. Not only was there no improvement in the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus refinement, the repair of heaven form had also become more difficult. The fusion of black and white heavens of the immemorial era had already reached its most intense moment. The sky above the 5 regions was completely black and white, and it was constantly changing. In some areas, it was day and night at times. The mortals, birds, and beasts were all terrified. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. The path of the vast sun had changed. Everything that stood in its way, be it the dark clouds or the army of soul beasts, was crushed to smithereens. Heaven form Crane cried out continuously. Feng Yuan used refinement path methods repeatedly, but could only alleviate its injuries. Heaven form Crane's injuries were accumulating. But Feng Yuan had also reached his limits. He could not modify heaven form any further. After all, he was secretly in charge of the rank 9 Immortal Gu refinement. The most important thing is still time. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are probably about to stop. Feng Yuan had already given the 3rd Star Eyes Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, stabilizing her for some time. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had been negotiating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He was trying to stall for time with the proposal of trading Immortal Gu. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal also used investigative methods to investigate Feng Yuan's situation. Fortunately, Obscured Heavenly Secret had good effects. It concealed the situation for Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of his immortal elemental energy. His reserves were extremely low, and his combat power had dropped drastically. If the truth were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the joint attack of the two venerables. Hinterland of Northern Plains. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the black and white sky as bright light flashed in her eyes. It's about time. This is the most crucial moment of the fusion of the two heavenly veins, as well as the most intense moment. If Feng Yuan really survives it, heaven form might be preserved. But how is this possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She suddenly moved, turning into a flash of starlight and vanishing. She flew all the way and soon returned to the crazed demon cave. With great familiarity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. He saw Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and roared furiously, attacking her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack, while activating a method to create a tunnel. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the tunnel, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her. They arrived at the outside world of Northern Plains. What? Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal sensed something. Does star constellation Immortal Venerable want to release spectral soul demon Venerable and use him to slaughter Northern Plains living beings? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. He had already considered this possibility, but this was not Celestial Court style. Sure enough, Giant Sun Immortal guessed correctly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while fighting. She lured spectral soul demon Venerable all the way to the two heavens. He, Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal heaved a sigh of relief. He started to gloat. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to interrogate her. He said in an angry tone, I just gave you 3 immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so, let me tell you a secret that no one knows about. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable did not want to create soul path. He wanted to create killing path. He was a destined person. He naturally had great luck in countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, do you know what he encountered? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was subtle. Fang Yuan heard this and his expression sank. A thought appeared in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, spectral soul demon Venerable's condition had always been abnormal. He had lost his humanity during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. He even took the initiative to fill the hole in the fetal wall. Secondly, look at star constellation Immortal Venerable's current actions. She spent so much effort to lure spectral soul demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens. It was clear that she wanted to harm Fang Yuan. But how could she harm Fang Yuan? Even though heaven form could only stay in immemorial white heaven, and was on the verge of collapsing, it could still move around freely. Thus, in theory, Fang Yuan only needed to avoid fighting, and use heaven form to move around to avoid star constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, spectral soul demon Venerable would lose his rationality. He would only target star constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, spectral soul demon Venerable felt the greatest threat from star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now, since star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, she definitely had a method to make spectral soul demon Venerable deal with Fang Yuan. Combined with Fang Yuan's current situation, there was a very likely answer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed the truth as expected. It seems that Fang Yuan has already guessed it. Back then, before spectral soul became a demon Venerable, he had already grasped food path methods. Once, when he was exploring immemorial Black Heaven, he unexpectedly encountered an immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral soul was very eager to create his own killing path. He saw a huge opportunity to create his own killing path from this heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial Black Heaven heavenly spirit, fusing it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since thieving heaven demon Venerable could encounter the natural heavenly spirit of White Heaven, why did he not encounter immemorial Black Heaven? It turned out that the Black Heaven heavenly spirit was devoured by spectral soul demon Venerable. Fang Yuan, I will accept these 3 immortal goo. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine wisdom path Dao marks. I will leave spectral soul demon Venerable to you. After saying this, star constellation Immortal Venerable turned around. Spectral soul demon Venerable saw that she was leaving, but he showed a hesitant expression. He stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable's departing figure, but then turned to look at Fang Yuan's direction, as if there was something there that attracted him. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral soul demon Venerable was still above Northern Plains, but he sensed Eastern Sea's heaven form killer move. Evidently, after devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, even if he did not comprehend killing path, he grasped many profundities and created soul path. Spectral soul demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer's void and could not sense it. He might not be able to sense it in the 5 regions, but in the immemorial 2 heavens, he could sense it clearly. Black Heaven's heavenly spirit and White Heaven's heavenly spirit are respectively responsible for immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. They are like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They hold the authority of the 2 heavens. Precisely because of this, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, can sense the many grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. It can also help me infiltrate the celestial court. Now that the immemorial two heavens have fused, the black heaven and white heaven spirits are also showing signs of fusing. No matter which side devours the other, their strength will soar. They will become the new core of the fused immemorial two heavens. All sorts of karma flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. On the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had already made his decision. He seemed to be following his instincts as he charged towards Feng Yuan. His body was huge. He was no longer a human body. But he had true rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast, especially when flying in Black Heaven. It was like teleportation. Feng Yuan sighed, seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer. He used heaven form and flew towards it resolutely. Sun. The sun was an existence of immemorial white heaven. It countered Black Heaven's existence the most. After devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would undoubtedly be suppressed. Feng Yuan did not move around. Firstly, heaven form was not stable. It would crumble easily if it was too fast. Secondly, facing the sun was a suitable environment for heaven form. Thirdly, if Feng Yuan moved to another place and fought with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other two venerables might find out and attack him. Feng Yuan's main goal was still to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He wanted to stall for time and control the refinement process. Roar. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase after Feng Yuan. Countless black smoke, thousands of them shot towards Feng Yuan like chains. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He barely managed to divert his attention and destroy the black smoke chains. He increased his speed, getting closer to the sun. As the two got closer, the intense light and fire made Feng Yuan unable to open his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have been turned into a human torch long ago. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. Countless soul spears flew out, and even triggered layers of explosions. He used all sorts of methods to obstruct Feng Yuan, but halfway through, he was suppressed by the sun's radiance. When it reached Feng Yuan, it was quickly destroyed by Feng Yuan. Heaven form wailed continuously. Its voice became even more shrill. The closer it got to the sun, the more the surrounding light path and fire path down marks. Heaven form could not endure it anymore. I can't get any closer, otherwise, I won't be able to maintain heaven form. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only follow the direction of the sun, maintaining a certain distance from it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, fighting against Feng Yuan head-on. Feng Yuan retreated as he fought. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo. The thoughts in his mind were decreasing rapidly. His immortal essence reserves were running low. The situation was dire. This could not go on. If they fought for real, he would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. A ruthless light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He was clear that the two venerables were staring at him intensely. Heaven form, I can only sacrifice you. At the next moment, Feng Yuan activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven path immortal material he expended was the core of heaven form. Immemorial white heaven's heavenly spirit. Heaven form wailed as it looked at its master in fear. Next, in a few breaths of time, it dissipated completely. A vast number of temporary heaven path down marks were added to Feng Yuan's body like a mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. Feng Yuan destroyed heaven form in front of him, leaving nothing behind. At the next moment, a soul path killer move burst out. The attack was like a black tide that swept the sky. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2263. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Killings Rainbow. Feng Yuan pushed with his hand as a rainbow light shot out of his palm. Rumble. With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by dozens of times. It swept around like a heavenly pillar, clearing away the soul fog smoke. With a gap, Feng Yuan's speed rose as he successfully broke out of the soul fog smoke. At once, the blazing sun filled Feng Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat caused the soul fog smoke behind Feng Yuan to dissipate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. He tore apart the thin soul fog smoke as he chased after it again. Still following me? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit, without the burden of heaven form. He felt like he had gotten rid of a huge invisible mountain. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. But now, Fang Yuan had no more worries. He got close to the sun again. The terrifying white light almost blinded Fang Yuan's eyes. The temperature rose rapidly, even with 3 layers of defense. Fang Yuan found it hard to breathe. His body was covered in sweat. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable behind him activated a killer move again. Hundreds of arms resembled huge trees. The black smoke that surged out of his body quickly filled the surrounding several li. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to close the distance between him and Fang Yuan with the rolling black smoke. You still want to use a battlefield killer move to restrain me? A look of surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately made a move and easily destroyed the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable suffered a backlash. His aura fell greatly. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was still on the sovereign immortal aperture. He had not forgotten about the matter of refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Honestly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave Fang Yuan very little pressure. His mind was not clear. This was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Just like how he had followed his instincts and wanted to trap Fang Yuan with his battlefield killer move. It was too stupid. Fang Yuan easily broke through it, and he suffered a huge backlash instead. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, Paradise Earth, and the rest were trapped in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incredible battle strength. But now, without the soul path environment of the door of life and death, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fell by several levels. Most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is not good now. He must have paid a huge price to fix that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that the hole in the wall has already been repaired by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan knew that if a hole appeared in the world of Gu cultivation, the heavenly Tao would use all sorts of methods to heal itself. However, because the primal chaos outside the world was constantly attacking, self-healing was extremely difficult. The larger the hole in the wall, the greater the difficulty. Back then, the loophole that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created required the combined power of several venerables to restrain. Limitless Demon Venerable's hole at the center of the Crazed Demon Formation was the smallest. The Crazed Demon Formation continuously resisted the primal chaos and strictly controlled the size of the hole. Crazed Demon Cave was able to survive until now. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took the initiative to fix this hole. He used his foundation to resist the primal chaos attacks, giving the heavenly Tao enough time to heal him. It was not strange that the hole was fixed. If the hole still existed, according to the Celestial Court standpoint, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not have lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable out. In fact, if the hole still existed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not have come out. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would have suppressed the hole with all his strength. It is a pity that ghostly concealment is ineffective, otherwise, I would have been able to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. Fang Yuan had inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment, but this information was known to the Venerables long ago. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal had ways to deal with it. Ghostly concealment was created during Thieving Heaven's era. It has been 300,000 years since then. It is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it, but unfortunately his theft path and soul path attainment levels were not high enough. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. At the next moment, he activated the battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. The killer move was activated. It enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body and quickly condensed into a point, storing it in the void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged over and bombarded the area. But there was nothing he could do. He could only move back and forth on the spot while screaming in anger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with all his strength. This was probably his last chance. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, flames surged as the glaciers started to melt. Rank 9 immortal materials were thrown into the fire like cabbages. A golden red liquid droplet flowed out of the fire's heart. It was as thick as lava. The crimson lava droplet was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It slowly fell down and landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Feng Yuan's full strength, the crimson lava droplet started to slowly seep into the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, gradually dispersing. The assisting Gu immortals did not dare to breathe too loudly, because they knew that these were the final few steps, the most crucial moment. If they failed here, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would either be heavily injured or destroyed. Feng Yuan had disappeared. Almost at the same time that Feng Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only discovered that Feng Yuan had entered the battlefield killer move. They did not discover the truth behind the refinement. He used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a clear mind, Feng Yuan would not do such a foolish thing. But with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, it was wise for Feng Yuan to use this method to avoid it. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the place where Feng Yuan had disappeared, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal and suggested an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest attacking Feng Yuan. She targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable instead. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He had left the environment of the Door of Life and Death. Even though he had venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest. This was the best time to eliminate him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his consciousness in the future, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would have another chess piece. This was something the 3 venerables did not want to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal, she also communicated with Feng Yuan. This old woman, she is truly scheming. Not only did she obtain Immortal Gu from me, she even refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, destroying my Heaven Form killer move. She even wants to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. Once a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's methods were used, they were interconnected. It was hard for others to resist them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made Feng Yuan and Giant Sun wary. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion was very tempting. In Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, he had strength but low intelligence. He was the best prey. Normally, I would be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is my priority. Feng Yuan thought of this and agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. If Feng Yuan did not make a move, it would be very suspicious. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would think that Feng Yuan's immortal essence was low. The 2 venerables might attack together. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was hiding at the side. The other 2 venerables could not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They still had to guard against Feng Yuan taking advantage of the situation. At this time, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of lava had already seeped into Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, might have a deeper scheme. Don't forget, she had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is very likely that she will use our strength to weaken Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, before controlling him again. Giant Sun Immortal quickly replied. Celestial Court is still very powerful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are also unfathomable. But we still have to try to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he recovers his consciousness in the future, it will be disadvantageous to us. Giant Sun Immortal also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. because this was beneficial to him as well. He had ample immortal essence now. If he fought, his immortal essence would be expended rapidly. This would stabilize his situation and even increase his advantage in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged into the two heavens, fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the constant urging of the two venerables, Feng Yuan had no choice but to cancel his battlefield killer move and reveal his main body, joining in the fight. There was no other way. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to break his battlefield killer move and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He could not do anything to Feng Yuan's battlefield killer move, but the other two venerables were different. Starlight shined brightly, golden light surged like a tide. Feng Yuan's totem killer move followed closely behind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked from all sides. He was in a pathetic state. Most of his hundreds of arms were broken. He retaliated fiercely. He spat out a vast soul river. Countless black soul lightning bolts exploded continuously. His main target was still Feng Yuan. If he annexes White Heavenly Spirit, his intelligence will rise greatly. Is that why he hates me so much? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, but he did not dodge. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had reached the final step. The 99th drop of lava landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, slowly seeping into it. Rumble. Feng Yuan's vision turned pitch black. He was surrounded by the wails and cries of aggrieved souls. Several layers of defensive killer moves shined with all sorts of radiance. Blood flowed out of Feng Yuan's 7 orifices. His soul was shaken intensely. What happened? Did I make a mistake? The two venerables retreated to the side, according to the situation earlier. Feng Yuan should have had some time to retreat. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Feng Yuan, of course, but with conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked Feng Yuan, they would have to weaken the Soul Path attack first. Feng Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack to gain some time. Boom. For Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool erupted with a dazzling light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined at this moment. Its rank 9 aura spread out like a tsunami, filling heaven and earth. Chapter 2264. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Above rank 5. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo obtained from Langya sect was finally raised to rank 9 by Feng Yuan. This rank 9 Immortal Goo was a dark green lotus leaf. It had an enamel-like surface, smooth and glossy. At the center of this lotus leaf, there was a lotus bud. The lotus petals were pure white like jade. Without any flaws, they were pure and fresh, without any worldly aura. Once the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own. The surrounding primeval energy was absorbed by it, turning into transparent dew droplets. These transparent dew droplets moved along the dark green enamel lotus leaf, accumulating and falling into the white jade flower bud at the center. The white jade flower bud silently absorbed these dew droplets, and at the tip of the flower bud, a hint of pink appeared. Feng Yuan had personally refined this immortal goo. He was very clear. The white jade flower bud would absorb more and more dew droplets, before the flower bud's color would turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the petals turned completely red, they would bloom and reveal the jade lotus seed pod inside. There were 81 lotus seeds in the jade lotus seed pod. Each lotus seed was yellow. They were all yellow apricot immortal essence. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was plucked, the blooming lotus would close up again. The bright red would fade and turn back into white jade petals. Next, it would absorb the transparent dew droplets, continuing the process of blooming and shrinking. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Goo, ranked 6th on the Immortal Goo ranking. A series of related information flashed past Feng Yuan's mind, all proving the value of this immortal goo. But the truth was, Feng Yuan knew that Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus being ranked 6th was still an underestimation. Why was that? Before Fate Gu was destroyed, Venerables were invincible, they ruled an era. The two Venerables did not exist in the same world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He had the most abundant immortal essence among the Venerables in history. However, this advantage was not fully reflected in his life. Because in his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for rank 9 Immortal Essence. Not having an opponent was the loneliness and regret of the strong. But it was different now. Fate Gu was destroyed. The three Venerables were in the same world. There might be other Venerables who could revive. Heavenly Essence Treasure Royal Lotus, in my hands, you will blossom with even more dazzling brilliance. Feng Yuan was delighted. With the results, the risk was worth it. Even if he had to pay a terrifying price for it. After so many Gu refinement failures, 30% of the rank 9 wood path immortal materials in Feng Yuan's storage were used up. The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Feng Yuan immediately calmed down. Around him, there was a dark soul river that surged endlessly. Break! Feng Yuan shouted, activating his killer move and breaking out of the encirclement like a meteor. Without refining his mind, he had a lot of energy left. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Feng Yuan, let's work together and attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was also fixed on Feng Yuan. He used luck path methods to investigate, as if he wanted to verify how much immortal essence Feng Yuan had. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was ashen as he said in exasperation. Are you bullying me because I am young? We agreed to work together. But I fell into a soul path attack. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go and watch the show? This is your cooperation? Saying so, he activated a compound killer move that burst out with yellow-brown light, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while before smiling. Feng Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we are working together, our Tao marks conflict. It will not be good if we fight casually. The moment she said that, she waved her hand. A large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body, breaking several of his giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal also made a move. Golden light flashed like sand as he continued to whittle away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Feng Yuan relaxed slightly, he sighed to himself. This obscured heavenly secret killer move was really effective. The situation earlier was very dangerous. As long as the two Venerables noticed something amiss with Feng Yuan, the two Venerables would immediately attack him. But at this time, Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves were very low. It was very dangerous. If the two Venerables attacked, Feng Yuan could only avoid them. Even though Feng Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit, it was worth it in this aspect. Looking at all of Feng Yuan's methods, only this killer move, which expended the white heavenly spirit, could conceal it from the two Venerables at such a close distance. But Feng Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted as he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, blocking Giant Sun Immortal's golden sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hatred for him was too deep. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He did not attack forcefully. He flew toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The three Venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They each occupied a position far away from each other. But now Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were very fast. It was not difficult for them to get close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind. At the next moment, starlight gushed out of her mouth like a wave. The starlight wave moved around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body as meteors of all sizes flew out of the wave. In an instant, countless meteors flew around the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually had such a move. She could produce so many stardust in such a short period of time. Feng Yuan's heart shook. These stardust particles did not pose much threat to him. This was because he only needed to lightly rub it, and he would be able to refine the star mark, breaking the most exquisite and most torturous foundation of Stardust attacks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do so. He was in a daze. He was continuously hit by the Stardust particles. His body started to get damaged. He roared in anger as injuries accumulated all over his body. Good chance. Feng Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed a killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move let out a dazzling light that enveloped most of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Wherever the light shone, the soul beast's body started to melt. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. She shouted, "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" It turned out that even though Feng Yuan injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this refinement path killer move was also effective against Star Path Dao marks. The star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated after much effort were mostly destroyed by Feng Yuan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this disaster. He relaxed immediately. My mistake, my mistake." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds, Giant Sun Immortal also frowned. His tone was filled with anger. "Feng Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Feng Yuan had an innocent expression. "Friends, I am working hard to hunt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable together with you. It is just that our Dao marks are conflicting. We lack coordination and teamwork. We will recover after a while." Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Feng Yuan was clearly doing this on purpose. He was like a troublemaker. He interfered with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal was furious. "Feng Yuan, that's enough. Those immemorial soul beasts that you released were completely countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now they are easily eaten. His injuries have recovered by 30%. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. "I did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had such a method." Saying so, he released several more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight as she stared at Feng Yuan. Her voice was cold as ice. "You are still releasing them?" Feng Yuan smiled plainly. "Star Constellation, don't be angry. I have used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is my scheme. Please watch carefully." Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering at a faster rate. His weakened mental energy was also recovering. Before the two Venerables could question him, Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. "Ah, it seems that my attempt failed." Giant Sun Immortal was silent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was about to speak when Feng Yuan snorted coldly. "Both of you, block him for a while. I am going to prepare a ruthless method." Saying so, he flew into the sky, looking down at the battlefield. The two Venerables looked at each other, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable at the same time. Feng Yuan prepared for a while. A fiery cloud formed above his head. Lava meteors fell down from the fiery cloud. These meteors were as large as mountains. They had long trails of smoke behind them as they crashed towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his instincts. He raised his head and roared, but he saw that the meteors flew across the sky. None of them hit him. There were hundreds or thousands of lava meteors. They flew across the battlefield and fell rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned cold. Her gaze was like lightning as Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of chess pieces flew out of Star Constellation chessboard and struck these lava meteors, destroying them. Feng Yuan was confused. "Star Constellation, what are you doing?" "These lava meteors are of great use to me. I still have a trump card." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. "If I did not stop them, these lava meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in Central Continent." Feng Yuan smiled coldly. "Star Constellation, if you want to kill a Venerable, are you not willing to pay such a small price? If we were in the sky above Eastern Sea, I would not care about this. With your sincerity, do you think you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who has the least sincerity?" Feng Yuan's expression was cold. "Star Constellation, am I someone who has no sincerity? In order to encircle and kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you several Star Path Immortal Goo before losing Heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were speechless. This was because Feng Yuan's scheming was not good enough. He was targeted and did not have enough strength to protect his rank 9 killer move. Now from your tone, you want to make up for your losses from us? Impossible. Giant Sun Immortal spoke. Feng Yuan, this Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I are helping you by dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Why would I need your help? He is just a mere spectral soul, I can deal with him easily. You can go back to Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, and watch as I fight with this Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains, killing him in the end. It's just a specter, what's there to fear? Chapter 2265. Feng Yuan said as he let out more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved extremely quickly. He grabbed these immemorial soul beasts and devoured them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. Giant Sun Immortal's expression also turned dark. Feng Yuan had emphasized the words Central Continent and Northern Plains earlier. He was clearly using these two regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regardless of her true motive, this was a good suggestion. But Feng Yuan attacked repeatedly. It was clear that he wanted to disturb the two venerables. He wanted to extort some things from them to make up for his huge losses. The two venerables snickered to themselves. They understood Feng Yuan's thoughts. If they were in Feng Yuan's shoes, they would do the same. After all, Feng Yuan was a newly advanced venerable. He did not have the foundation of the two venerables' previous life. He did not have enough immortal essence. He was far behind the two venerables. If he fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of looting, Feng Yuan would not be able to compete with the two venerables because of his low immortal essence reserves. In fact, if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed and Feng Yuan showed signs of running out of immortal essence, the two venerables would immediately attack him. In this situation, it was very disadvantageous for Feng Yuan. But for the two venerables? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted secretly. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form. He is at his weakest now. You should know that he is a bigger threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. How about? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued. Why don't you attack first? I will attack later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Giant Sun, your words are too insincere. Whoever attacked Feng Yuan first would be attacked by Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal made it sound nice. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, would Giant Sun Immortal still take action? He could not wait for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to exhaust each other. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Feng Yuan. To be honest, she was even more afraid of Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal also wanted to kill Feng Yuan. Everyone knew that Feng Yuan's current immortal elemental energy reserves were the lowest. But how low was it exactly? This was something both venerables wanted to figure out. According to the current investigation results, Feng Yuan still had some immortal essence reserves. No matter which side it was, if they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price. Such a price was absolutely unacceptable under the circumstances of the confrontation between the three venerable ones. The two venerables working together was actually the best choice. But Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other. It could be said that they did not trust each other at all. These two venerables were also worried that if Feng Yuan was forced into a corner, he would attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals would not attack mortals or Gu Masters. This was a very tasteless thing to do. Especially venerables. They were even more prideful in this aspect. They would not attack casually. But according to Feng Yuan's bottom line and principles, he will definitely do this. The two venerables had an unprecedented unified view on this. Giant Sun Immortal was known as a protective immortal venerable. How could he bear to see Feng Yuan slaughter his descendants? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court. How could she watch as the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was destroyed by Feng Yuan? She would be a sinner of the Celestial Court. Thus, the two venerables were hesitant. Sigh, it seems that Feng Yuan cannot be dealt with, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cannot be killed either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply in her heart. In that case, why waste time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the intention to retreat, so did Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal still had some resentment towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted secretly. Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to attack Feng Yuan, you should stall for time and make him expend more immortal essence to stabilize heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens is intense and short. This is the most intense moment. It is also the most difficult time to maintain heaven form. Feng Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his strength he can defend heaven form while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. To think that he is so decisive, he actually sacrificed the white heavenly spirit, and this rank 9 killer move without hesitation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a regretful expression. She did not know the truth. Feng Yuan had already used his full strength back then. Secretly refining a rank 9 immortal goo took up too much of his attention. Thus he quickly gave up on heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal also sighed. Star Constellation, do you still not understand? Even though Feng Yuan is a demonic path cultivator, he has always pursued stability. He seems to be taking risks, but he is actually very vigilant in his bones. He made many seemingly radical choices, but the main reason is because he is using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He has a high chance of success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She stopped communicating with Giant Sun Immortal, instead saying, "In that case, let's forget about this battle. We will meet again in the future." Saying so, she turned around and left without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal smiled at Feng Yuan. They moved at almost the same time, leaving the battlefield. Feng Yuan purposely moved a step later. He was stunned for a moment before also retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after him. Feng Yuan transmitted to the two venerables. "You two left just like that. How can you still have the face to talk about sincerity?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is out of his mind. Are we just going to let him wreak havoc in the world and slaughter all living beings? You two are so ruthless and vicious. How can you be worthy of the title of Immortal Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal heard this. They recalled the scenes of Feng Yuan making mistakes and healing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. "Feng Yuan, we underestimated you during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave and allowed you to succeed. But now you need to deal with this properly. There is no need to say such words in the future. How can a competition between venerables be affected by words like this? If you say more, you will only show your cowardice and incompetence." Good. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, saying the word good 3 times before falling silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had deep hatred towards Feng Yuan. Even though the two venerables had retreated, he still chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fought with him for a while before using the same tactic, using a battlefield killer move to conceal his traces. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target. Feng Yuan, he could only roam around on the spot, roaring in anger and not leaving. Good. While Feng Yuan is trapped, it is time for me to refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Celestial Court. Seeing this, she was very satisfied. Giant Sun Immortal was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this battle between the 3 venerables, Feng Yuan suffered the greatest loss. Not only did he lose rank 9 heaven form, he also lost several immortal goo. His immortal essence was also expended. If not for his craftiness and saving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would have been in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many of Northern Plains' wisdom path Tao marks. The scale surpassed the luck path Tao marks that Giant Sun Immortal refined in Central Continent. Because Giant Sun Immortal's main target this time was Feng Yuan's Eastern Sea. Even though he refined some of Central Continent's luck path Tao marks, the total amount was only half of what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined. But Giant Sun Immortal was still not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used his luck path investigative method again. After a buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had increased slightly. He then looked at Feng Yuan's luck. It was still that broken cauldron from before. Giant Sun Immortal looked at his own luck. He frowned slightly. Even though my luck has increased, the threat of the outside world has increased by a lot. What is going on? Which side is this threat coming from? There were very few existences that could threaten venerables. Feng Yuan? That is unlikely. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. The other venerables? Like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and the others reviving? The most likely one is still the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a lot of benefits this time. At the same time, the other two Immortal Venerables of the Celestial Court have not revived yet. It seems that the biggest enemy is still the Celestial Court. In comparison, even though Feng Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too weak. In this contest of Venerables, if we fall behind one step, we will always fall behind. In the future, we just have to maintain this advantage and guard against any methods that he uses to overtake us. Right now, among the Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the lowest threat. Giant Sun Immortal could be said to be the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Tao marks, he could inspect the situation of the other two Venerables. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not compare to him. But in the outside world, without the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal used the same investigative method, it would not have such a great effect. Maybe I can try to attack the Celestial Court? Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had this thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, she would receive a much greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not only fused her own immortal aperture into the Celestial Court, all the wisdom path Gu immortals of the past had also contributed their immortal apertures into it, becoming a part of the Celestial Court. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head and got rid of this thought. Firstly, Giant Sun Immortal did not have heaven form. The luck path method that he used to enter the Celestial Court had already lost its effect. He could not enter the Celestial Court to wreak havoc. Secondly, now that he was fighting with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the Celestial Court, he would expend too much immortal essence. It would give Feng Yuan a chance to catch up. The three Venerables are in a standoff. I cannot make a move easily. I can only wait for a situation like this to benefit. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He did not stay in Longevity Heaven for long. He returned to Northern Plains and started to refine Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. Feng Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. Feng Yuan was not anxious. I will show weakness for a while longer. I need to reassure the two Venerables. I have to say, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. This was not the first time Feng Yuan sighed. Right now, the temporary heaven path Tao marks bestowed by obscured heavenly secret were still very dense. They were like layers of fishing nets that surrounded Feng Yuan's body. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus bloomed for the first time. Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence increased by 99 beads. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. His yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. He quickly activated a heaven path method. With this heaven path killer move, the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave started to melt. P.S. I gained over 4,000 votes last month. I would like to thank everyone for their support. These two updates will decrease in the next few days. It will definitely happen before the 7th. If Accident Goo comes to visit, I will feed the responsibility Goo to it. Chapter 2266. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The blue and white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan obtained several truthful floating ice pieces. One of them was huge. Yellow apricot immortal essence beads were expended rapidly. At the same time, his heaven path Dao marks were increasing rapidly. Feng Yuan had more than 240,000 heaven path Dao marks to begin with. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Dao marks increased by 60,000. On average, it was increasing by 20,000 every 2 hours. This was a considerable increase. But this was not the only gain. Feng Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and other paths were rising slowly. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These venerables have all been to the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave and invested in it. No, it is not just this. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Feng Yuan found that the attainment levels of other paths were rising. It was just that the increase in other paths was small and almost undetectable. Only after a long period of time and accumulation to a certain extent would it become slightly more obvious. And among all the paths, the most obvious increase was still in Heaven Path attainment level. Feng Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only been in contact with it for a short time. He did not cultivate for long either. The reason why he had any progress was because of the foundation of his predecessors. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Heaven's Worker Substitution Killer Move, and Limitless Demon Venerable created Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. But after several days in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks increased to more than 1,200,000. His Heavenly Dao realm advanced rapidly from the ordinary level, breaking through to the master level. Feng Yuan stopped for the moment. He had expended more than 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence. If not for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus blooming again, Feng Yuan would not have been able to hold on. I need to conserve some immortal essence in case of a fight between venerables. Feng Yuan pondered. Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive increase. Gu recipes and killer moves related to Heaven Path, as well as his understanding of Heaven Path, he gained a new and deeper understanding. The most important thing was the conflicting Dao marks. His intuition was not wrong. After he became a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a Dao mark rejection method and resolve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's predicament. The reason why the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abnormalities were occurring frequently was because the Sovereign Immortal Body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. It was too easy for them to fuse together. Once there was conflict, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be at peace and the people would be at peace. Feng Yuan immediately used wisdom path methods to deduce the relevant killer moves. Another few days passed. Feng Yuan stopped the battlefield killer move and quickly left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed there for a long time before giving up. Now he was rampaging through the immemorial two heavens, sometimes devouring the Soul Beast army, sometimes contending with the sun. Feng Yuan did not have heaven form. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was far away, he could not sense it. Feng Yuan successfully returned to Donghai. After landing in the heart of Eastern Sea, he immediately started to refine the refinement path Dao marks in Eastern Sea's natural world. At once, profound light burst out. Rank 9 aura swept the surroundings like a tornado. All living beings fled in fear. Song Clan's Gu immortals were the first to be alarmed. They saw this and understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining nature refinement path. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the Gu immortals to discuss. He wanted to meet Feng Yuan and give him a huge gift. After all, Feng Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. But not long after, they received Wu Shuai's message. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's members are forbidden from harassing Great Love Immortal Venerable. Song Clan let out a sigh of relief but also felt dejected. Feng Yuan refined the nature Dao marks while continuing to deduce Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after he obtained results. Feng Yuan, however, was not very satisfied. This deduced Heaven Path killer move was similar to all of Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves. Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves could arrange Heaven Path Dao marks and restore the target to their normal state. It was the bane of battlefield killer moves. Feng Yuan's deduction took another step forward in terms of Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary. After activating it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the environment of the Immortal Aperture would change towards the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Dao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens naturally conflicted with each other. Thus, after the transformation, all sorts of Dao marks in Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture would also conflict with each other. After activating this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. There will be no abnormalities. But this way, I will lose the advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks. The loss will be even greater. I will not be able to cultivate all paths. Feng Yuan could not accept this. Comparing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and abnormalities, the former was more important. Can't I just let different Dao marks reject each other according to my will? Or like the Time Path region, I can make Dao marks reject each other? Feng Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea what to think about in this regard. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment reached Great Grandmaster, or even higher, would he be able to make a breakthrough in this aspect? Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding intuition this time. He could not say for sure. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a Human Path Rank 9 Immortal Gu. To deal with the current problem, maybe I should start from the Human Path aspect? A flash of inspiration appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He had a new direction. He found a way to resolve the problem from the Heaven Path aspect, but the price he had to pay was not something Feng Yuan could accept. Maybe Human Path could work? Back then, Spectral Soul sacrificed his 10 extreme physiques to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Speaking of Human Path research results, Feng Yuan thought of his clone that was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Shen Shang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of his clone. The clone was still hiding in Divine Emperor City. Shen Shang is definitely one of the current Human Path experts. If I want to obtain Human Path research results from him, what price should I pay? Celestial Court. Oh, Feng Yuan has left for 2 days. He has returned to Eastern Sea and is refining natural Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon learned of Feng Yuan's movements. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. Refining Dao marks is his specialty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned about Feng Yuan's efficiency in refining Dao marks. If Feng Yuan was too fast and efficient, she would have to mobilize Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Feng Yuan together. Otherwise, if Feng Yuan overtook them in this aspect, it would be very disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to care about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for now. The confrontation between the 3 venerables had reached a new level. The venerable who refined more natural Dao marks would have a greater advantage. During the process of refining Dao marks, I can multitask and modify killer moves and combat systems. This will allow me to gain an advantage in the following venerables: Star Eyes Gu, Star Thought Gu, Permanence Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 immortal Gu in her immortal aperture with a solemn gaze. Ever since she obtained them from Feng Yuan, she had already inspected them over 100 times without finding any problems. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had some doubts. After all, she was not a Refinement Path Venerable. Even though she had achievements and attainment in Refinement Path, she could not compare to Feng Yuan. This was like comparing Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were not on the same level. In the previous life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent close to 100 years to refine Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Not finding any problems does not mean that Feng Yuan did not tamper with it. But the possibility is very low. I still need to use these 3 immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. Her combat system was a fusion of these 2 paths. But currently, The Stardust killer move that was an offensive method had already been broken by Fang Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in the upcoming confrontation, she would need to modify it greatly. In this modified plan, Star Eyes Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Permanence Gu would all play a crucial role. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make such a request to Fang Yuan? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Next, I need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's refinement path progress. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself while inspecting his immortal essence storage. He only had over 500 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence left. Refining natural Dao marks had expended a lot of yellow apricot immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal relied on his rank 9 immortal aperture. But this speed was not much slower than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Excluding Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, the two Venerable Rebirths were actually on the same level as Fang Yuan. They had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is extremely deep, far surpassing mine and star constellations. Thus, after a period of time, he will produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. Also, he has a large number of Bloodpath Immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal's expression turned dark. He cultivated Luck Path primarily and Bloodpath secondarily. He naturally needed a large number of Bloodpath Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan actually refined many Bloodpath Immortal Gu. Even though most of them were rank 6, they were unique Immortal Gu. This completely destroyed many of Giant Sun Immortal's beautiful plans. Earlier, when Fang Yuan guarded Heaven Form and negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal, he used these Bloodpath Immortal Gu as bargaining chips to bargain with Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extorted 3 Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan. But Giant Sun Immortal did not get a single one. This caused Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take it to heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fang Yuan has the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As long as his refinement efficiency is higher, I will contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is unlikely that she will refuse to cooperate. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I will work together to fight against Fang Yuan. While expending his immortal essence, we can also extort him. We need to obtain a few Bloodpath Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal planned all sorts of plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan already had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, so he was more wary of Celestial Court. But currently he did not have a chance to make a move against Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's action of snatching Bloodpath Immortal Gu also greatly hindered his Bloodpath path. Literature Library. Chapter 2267. 2 days mixed together. The sea surface was bright and dark at times. Sun and moon shined together. All beings were in chaos. The 3 venerables coexisted. This was an unprecedented chaotic situation. Tides rose and fell. Sea winds blew. Fang Yuan was sitting in the clouds. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He had been refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks for some time. Regarding this, he had some experience. At this moment, the refinement path Dao marks he refined covered most of Song Clan's territory. He touched Poetic Emotion Sea area at the northwest and Ascending Heaven Plain at the southeast. All the refinement path Dao marks in this area belonged to Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan did not need to close his eyes. He could sense many things related to refinement path. He had a clear understanding of the number and distribution of refinement path Dao marks in this area. He could vaguely sense the locations of all sorts of refinement path Gu materials deep in the sea, as well as the fish, prawns, and aquatic plants that contain refinement path Dao marks. At this moment, Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He needed to verify them. He willed and stopped refining Dao marks, activating an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea. Thousands of li below the sea, he saw a huge fish. This fish was as large as a 5-story building. Its body was small at the front and large at the middle. It was like a giant shuttle. Its scales were black and gray in color. They were not smooth. They were rough to the touch, like sand. This was a sunken fish. It contained rule path and refinement path Tao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, or even an immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan saw an immemorial desolate beast-level sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special habit. It would swim to the surface of the water to breathe in fresh air every few years. Thus it often drifted with the waves. And because of its weight, it continued to sink in the sea as it drifted with the waves. Whenever it started to swim to the surface with its own strength, the sunken fish's scales would fall off during this process. When the sunken fish breathed in fresh air, new scales would grow on its body. It would become motionless again, drifting with the waves as it continued to sink. These scales looked heavy, but were actually very light. Most of them would float on the water surface, and after a long time, the sunken fish's scales would wash to the beach and be picked up by gu masters, treating them as treasures. Blackfish scales were crucial gu materials to refine beauty gu and others. They had high value. In this respect, it is the same as the feathers of a wild goose. But to refine beauty immortal gu, I need to use immortal materials like the scales of a sunken fish and feathers of a fallen goose. When Feng Yuan saw this sunken fish, his lips curled into a smile. This was exactly the same as what he had sensed earlier. If I refine Qinyu's refinement path Tao marks, what will happen? The refinement path Tao marks that Feng Yuan refined were natural Tao marks in the world, and did not include the Tao marks of living beings like Qinyu. Feng Yuan immediately did it. He chose a refinement path killer move and modified it slightly, allowing him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from far away. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish seemed to have been electrocuted. It swung its tail and flew far away. It burst out with a speed that did not match its body size. Because of its huge body, it created a huge current in the sea. Where are you going? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, immediately using another method. Qinyu could not move at all. Its refinement path Tao marks were forcefully refined by Feng Yuan. After the refinement, Feng Yuan's senses towards Qinyu became several times clearer. Feng Yuan released the restraints. Qinyu regained its freedom, but its mood was very low. It was mixed with fear, anger, numbness and bitterness, as if it had encountered the greatest setback in its life. It could not face the rest of its life. What's going on? As Feng Yuan observed, he found that this sunken fish had started a hunger strike. Qinyu's food was not seaweed or fishes, it was sea mud. Every few years, its scales would degenerate into ordinary gu materials, or when most of its scales disappeared, and it could no longer be protected, it would sink to the bottom of the sea and devour large amounts of sea mud. This immemorial sunken fish that was tortured by Feng Yuan had lost most of its scales. Normally, it should have sunk to the bottom of the sea and devoured the sea mud. Did it lose its desire to live because of my violence? Feng Yuan shook his head, using wisdom path methods. After some deductions, he understood. The sunken fish swallowed the sea mud to fill their stomachs and to produce new fish scales. And the source of its scales was the refinement path Tao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Tao marks, it could digest the sea mud and absorb nutrients from it, turning it into thick immortal material scales. But now its refinement path Tao marks were all refined by Feng Yuan. It lost this ability. Even though its scales were gone, it did not devour the sea mud. To verify his deduction, Feng Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. This immemorial sunken fish soon became hungry. This time, it started to devour the sea mud of its own accord. However, good times did not last long. The sea mud in its stomach quickly accumulated. It could not be digested quickly. If not for Feng Yuan stopping the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from eating too much sea mud and indigestion. Feng Yuan used a few simple methods to cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return these Tao marks to it? Feng Yuan started to deduce again. Soon, he had a refinement path killer move as well as a wisdom path killer move. Feng Yuan first used a wisdom path killer move to strengthen the Qinyu's will and guide it. Next, Feng Yuan used a refinement path method to teach the Qinyu how to refine the refinement path Tao marks on its body. Not long after, the Qinyu regained its refinement path Tao marks. It regained its vigor. As if its gloomy life was lit up again, its gloomy mood was swept away. The sea mud in its body was quickly digested and turned into immortal material scales. Feng Yuan nodded. This result perfectly proved his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path down marks on the immemorial sunken fish. Immemorial sunken fish. It showed numbness, fear, anger, bewilderment, and other complex and intense emotions. Feng Yuan used brute force to chase it far away. At the bottom of the sea, there were even fewer refinement path down marks. They were all refined by Feng Yuan. Thus, as Feng Yuan expected, his senses towards this immemorial sunken fish weakened greatly. And when Feng Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish in an environment with more refinement path down marks, his senses towards it became clearer and more stable than when he first discovered it. Feng Yuan waved his hand. A huge amount of seawater exploded. All the refinement path down marks within 1 li were destroyed by Feng Yuan. In Feng Yuan's refinement path senses, this place became a small black hole. Feng Yuan stuffed the immemorial sunken fish into the black hole. At the next moment, he could not sense the existence of the immemorial sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path senses extend along the refinement path down marks. It is like a spider web to a spider. Feng Yuan's refinement path senses were only limited to the refinement path down marks that he had refined. These days, it was as if he had built a spider web in the heart of the East Sea. Whether it was him leaving the spider web or his marked prey entering a hole in the spider web, he could not sense them. This discovery made Feng Yuan very satisfied. Because Giant Sun Immortal had refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path down marks. But as long as Giant Sun Immortal did not come into contact with these luck path down marks personally, he would not be able to sense any luck path down marks. He would not be able to use them to do anything. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal has some immortal killer moves that can allow him to cross distances and come into contact with the refined luck path down marks in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan reminded himself. After verifying many of his guesses, Feng Yuan gained a lot. He used the same trick again, returning all of the immemorial sunken fish's refinement path down marks to it. Next, he did not torture this fish. He allowed it to escape in fear. Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path down marks are scattered across the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some places are denser while others are sparse. For me, the denser the refinement path down marks, the better. This way, after I refine these refinement path down marks, my refinement path senses will become stronger. If I fight and refine goo in this environment, my refinement path senses will be greatly amplified. What is this situation? Feng Yuan's expression changed. He suddenly sensed an intense refinement path fluctuation far away. Poetic emotion sea area. Feng Yuan immediately activated his investigative method. His gaze was sharp and penetrated everything. He found the source of the refinement path fluctuation at lightning speed. It was Song Yishe. Poetic emotion sea area was Song Yishe's territory. She had built a palace in a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Right now, she was in a secret cultivation room in the palace. Her clothes were taken off, revealing her fair and alluring figure. She activated a water path killer move that emitted endless water vapor. The water vapor soaked her body from head to toe, and her beautiful face appeared even more hazy and alluring in the mist. Feng Yuan realized, so that's it. He immediately recognized that Song Yishe was cultivating a water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea's Song clan specialized in water path. They had their signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance contained undecaying flowing water, merciless flowing water, falling flowers flowing water, and other defensive methods. They were used to defend against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path. There was also carriage like flowing water used for movement. Thin water flowing continuously reduced immortal essence expenditure. Harmonious flowing goblets imitated food path effect. Flowing clouds flowing water was a supplementary killer move. Song Yishe should be using undecaying flowing water now. This move is a passive defensive method. Its essence is to carve water path down marks on the body. Once a poison path attack approaches, it will activate. In essence, this is also a goo refinement. But the target of this goo refinement is the goo immortal's body. No wonder I sensed it. Feng Yuan realized. He inspected it carefully. His attainment level was high. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster and water path great grandmaster. After looking at it for a while, he understood all of the profundities of undecaying flowing water. Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. This was a good chance. He had a new idea that needed to be verified. P.S. There will be an update at 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 2268. Song Yishe cultivated for 6 hours. She finally stopped activating the killer move. She let out a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. She saw that there was dense water vapor. It was indistinct, flowing from her arms to her calves, before stopping at her chest. Song Yishe observed the scale of the water vapor. She was overjoyed. At this rate, I only need to cultivate for half a month to complete the defensive killer move uncorroded flowing water. Strange, why is the effect so obvious this time? Am I imagining things? Song Yishe shook her head. She inspected her immortal essence. She did not have enough immortal essence, and there were even fewer immortal yuan stones. Celestial Court is the source of immortal yuan stones. Once it stopped distributing them, the entire market's immortal yuan stones shrank rapidly. And I have grandfather's secret support. If it were other Gu immortals, their lives would be even worse. Song Yishe sighed. If she had enough immortal yuan stones, she would use immortal yuan stones to replenish her immortal essence and continue cultivating uncorroded flowing water. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal aperture origin core produce immortal essence. After it reaches a certain level, she would cultivate it. After cultivating uncorroded flowing water, I will need to cultivate emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature. It is famous in Eastern Sea. It is exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive methods are rare. Normally speaking, Gu immortals can only cultivate one. It is hard for them to cultivate multiple passive defensive methods. But my clan's flowing water inheritance is ingenious and unique. Because the core is the same, many passive defensive killer moves can be layered on top of each other. Song Yishe thought of this and felt a little proud. But soon she extinguished this feeling. I am still far from it. When I finish cultivating emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and advance to rank 7. The confrontation of 3 venerables, the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions chaotic war might erupt tomorrow. Song Yishe was originally a genius, doted on by her grandfather and supported by her clan. She did not need to worry about cultivation resources. She was also one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea due to her beauty. But her carefree life was gone forever. The situation changed too quickly. Song Yishe's sense of security was completely gone. By now, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path super forces had sided with Feng Yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. The external pressure stimulated Song Yishe, causing this proud daughter of heaven to have a strong desire to cultivate. Especially a few days ago, Song Yishe's grandfather, Song Qiyuan's letter, gave Song Yishe a different kind of stimulation. In the letter, Song Qiyuan talked about a lot of things. At the end, he mentioned the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliances ordered to choose a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to enter the sovereign immortal aperture to cultivate. Even though Feng Yuan did not specify the ratio, the Gu immortals of the merfolk Imals of the immortals, they were the most beautiful and the female Imals. Furthermore, Feng Yuan did not have a partner. He had been facing huge external pressure since he started cultivating. But now that he was venerable and could fight against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Song Qiyuan followed this topic and talked about the giant sun immortal. Back then, after the giant sun immortal became a venerable, he recruited beauties from all over the world and set up 5 harems. Then he mentioned the other venerables. Each of the 10 venerable ones had a partner. It was just a matter of how many they had. Even the unmarried star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have once fallen in love with a certain variant human Gu immortal. Song Qiyuan vaguely suggested an idea. Of course, it was mostly to test his own granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a female companion, would Song Clan offer me to him? At first Song Yishe was very angry, but after a few days, she calmed down and thought about it calmly. Grandpa wouldn't force me like that. He only mentioned the possibility. Everything depends on my will. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable gives the order to gather beauties from all over the world like Giant Sun Immortal did in the past, how could I possibly escape? How can the Song family protect me? Song Yishur, who had always been proud like a swan, realized this and felt a sense of bitterness and helplessness. If that happens, I cannot implicate the clan that raised and nurtured me. Grandpa loves me so much and supports me. He even secretly gave me water where immortal goo. If not for this immortal goo, how could I modify my killer move and successfully cultivate the flowing water inheritance? And how can I repay him? Just because I am unwilling, I will bring disaster upon the Song family? How could I be so selfish? When Song Yishur thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. She followed this train of thought and pondered further. If Great Love Immortal Venerable had such thoughts, I would definitely offer myself for the sake of the clan. Then why wait until then? Why not go one step further and take the initiative to fight for it? By sacrificing me, if this succeeds, my Song clan will definitely prosper. Sai, let's not think about this anymore. Feng Yuan did not know that his simple order was twisted by his subordinates after it was executed. Feng Yuan did not know about Song Yishur's complex thoughts. He was currently thinking about his gains from earlier. While Song Yishur was cultivating, Feng Yuan had secretly used the refinement path Dao marks in the surroundings of Poetic Emotion Sea area to amplify Song Yishur's cultivation. Feng Yuan gave it a slight try. It was like blowing at it. Song Yishur's cultivation progress rose by more than 10%. If I use my full strength, Song Yishur's cultivation efficiency will rise by dozens of times. She is cultivating water path because it is a passive defensive method. It is related to refinement path. If it is a proper goo refinement method, my influence will be even deeper. This way, I can use refinement path to help others refine goo. At the same time, I can sabotage them secretly. At least, without my permission, no one will be able to refine an immortal goo in the refinement path Dao marks that I refined. This was quite terrifying. The fearsomeness of a venerable was evident in this aspect. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, but his heart was heavy. He had such influence in refinement path. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal had the same influence in luck path, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the same influence in wisdom path. If I refine all the refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, and monitor them at all times, as long as a goo immortal refines an immortal goo, I can sabotage them. Can I make it so that only I can refine goo freely in this world? Feng Yuan thought of this problem, but soon he shook his head. If goo immortals refined goo in their immortal apertures, Feng Yuan would not be able to influence them. Because the immortal aperture was a world of its own. It was isolated from the outside world. But if goo immortals refined goo outside, Feng Yuan could sense it and influence them. Throwing Song Yishur to the back of his mind, Feng Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group at the bottom of the sea. This coral group was rich in refinement path goo materials. It was a natural refinement path resource point with high value. It had not been discovered yet. Feng Yuan pondered and researched it meticulously. He used a time path killer move to observe the process of this coral group's formation. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. However, a sunken fish had died here. The sunken fish's refinement path Dao marks and rule path Dao marks spread out, affecting the surrounding environment. Hundreds of years later, the sunken fish's corpse completely dissolved. The surrounding environment stabilized. Initially, all sorts of ordinary fishes and prawns came here in groups. Afterwards, medium and large-sized creatures migrated. The sea currents surged and washed away the seeds and corals. These slow changes happened after thousands of years, due to natural selection, fortuitous coincidences, and the evolution of time. The current situation was formed. Feng Yuan paid attention to the refinement path Dao marks of this coral group. Over the past thousands of years, the refinement path Dao marks here had been increasing and decreasing, fluctuating until it became like this. As long as I imitate the evolution of this refinement path Dao mark, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was a more convenient and common method. It was to directly set up a refinement path formation and expend refinement path immortal materials to create a coral resource point of the same material. But this method often required some immortal goo and immortal essence to set up the formation. But the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally to create this refinement path resource point did not expend immortal essence or immortal goo. In fact, Feng Yuan had been using the latter method to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. He set up large numbers of immortal formations to instantly create resource points. For example, the current earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all distributed formations. These formations not only used immortal goo, they also used the resource point as the core to set up the formation. This was very fast and required very little time, but the price was very high. As for natural evolution, the price was low, no immortal goo was needed, immortal materials were accumulated bit by bit. But it required a lot of time. Regardless of which method, the two are essentially the same. They can be viewed as killer moves. Immortal formations were naturally killer moves, while the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally was a passive killer move. But this killer move was not used for defense, it was used to create an environment. Wait. Feng Yuan thought of divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment formed a dense layer of Dao mark clothing on the soul. It was like silk, very tight. They did not expend immortal essence, they were passive defensive killer moves. And Spaceless Tunnel was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was used everywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to shorten travel time. This was an immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago. It was still effective now. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed together, it had probably been destroyed. In essence, these killer moves are no different from coral resource points. Feng Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven goo. This immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo. After using it, the goo immortal's fortune rivaling heaven would no longer expend immortal essence. In essence, how was it different from coral resource points? Feng Yuan thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth that land spirit of Langya tried his best to create. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is just the accumulation of Dao marks of a specific path. They form a special ability. Dang Hun Mountain produces guts goo, and Qian Kuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are extreme resource points. They are also the other side of goo worms and killer moves. So all things are one. Chapter 2269. What is learned on paper is shallow. This matter needs to be done with practice. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding the principle of all beings was one thing, but putting it into practice was another. Feng Yuan had completely comprehended the essence of divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but it was from refinement path. Because of his theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment. But it was not easy. The price he had to pay was high. During this period of conflict between the 3 venerables, if Feng Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to deduce such a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing did not allow Feng Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points in the 5 regions and 2 heavens had great reference value. Feng Yuan simplified them and extracted the true core. He could modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to manage the immortal aperture. Basically, these passive methods were very small in the total killer moves, but they were very valuable. The most common ones were passive defensive methods. Song Yisher had reason to be proud. Duke Long only had one, it was called 9 Lines Dragon Protection. As far as Feng Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not create more than 5 killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment in his life. The creation of killer moves started from the experience of goo cultivators using mini goo worms at the same time. Later on, goo cultivators discovered all sorts of innate abilities from the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They used them as reference and allowed killer moves to enter a period of rapid development. Until today, goo cultivators had already touched the ceiling of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race. Land Spirit of Langya created a new secluded domain of heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable modified soul beasts. turning soul path killer moves into Tao marks and engraving them into soul beasts, giving them new innate abilities. From these achievements, Gu cultivators were already on par with heaven and earth. They controlled many extraordinary abilities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable was even more outrageous. He made arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave, creating a hole in the world boundary and creating brand new heaven path Tao marks. This surpassed the entire Gu cultivation world by a level. This was Feng Yuan's first time refining refinement path Tao marks from the outside world. The Supreme Martial Grandmaster realm, coupled with personal practice, allowed him to gain a lot. In conclusion, there were a vast number of refinement path Tao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They were not evenly distributed, some places were sparse, some places were dense. These refinement path Tao marks were stable, it was hard for them to change. Under normal circumstances, their increase and decrease were very slow and required a long time. These refinement path Tao marks could be seen as the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. On this basis, a large number of animals, plants, and non-living Gu materials would be born. These animals, plants, and objects were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Under normal circumstances, places with densely packed refinement path Tao marks would have relatively rich and high-end refinement path resources. In places where refinement path Tao marks were sparse, refinement path resources were sparse and lower-end. Refinement path Tao marks and all sorts of refinement path resources affected each other. For example, the coral group that Feng Yuan inspected earlier was a refinement path resource point. It originated from the death of an immemorial sunken fish thousands of years ago. The refinement path Tao marks on its body dissipated. A portion of it was left behind in the world. The Tao marks that Feng Yuan refined in refinement path were here. They were the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. Refinement path resources were not included. The natural Tao marks that Feng Yuan refined were like a spider web. As long as Feng Yuan was inside, he could sense the refinement path activity in the spider web. This was refinement path sensation. Feng Yuan had a vague sense of refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of Gu cultivators. In places with densely packed refinement path Tao marks, the sensation would be stronger, more stable, and clearer. For example, he could find a small number of ordinary refinement path Gu materials. On the contrary, if the refinement path Tao marks were weaker, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In this area, it was likely that only refinement path immortal materials could be sensed by Feng Yuan. If the spider web had a loophole, or if the Gu immortal was refining Gu in their immortal aperture, Feng Yuan would not be able to sense it. Using the refinement path Tao marks that he refined, Feng Yuan could use the refinement path aspect to influence all living beings and the environment within his range. For example, helping Song Yishe to cultivate, maintaining and expanding the coral group and other refinement path resource points, or creating a passive top-tier refinement path killer move, similar to Spaceless Tunnel, that existed in the world. Purely using refinement path Tao marks to amplify one's own methods was only the most basic ability. From the perspective of refinement path, in the entire Gu cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are an incomparably huge immortal material. This immortal material is all-encompassing. It contains the Tao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the other venerables are the same. A portion of the world can be owned and used by them. This is a Tao Lord. Other venerables can only be a Tao Lord at most, but I am different, I am special. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. Tao marks did not conflict with each other. He cultivated all paths. The other venerables could only cultivate one path and one path. They could become venerables by cultivating their main path, while their supplementary paths were used as a method to compete. In theory, Feng Yuan could cultivate all paths and become a venerable of all paths. This was the reason why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable spent all his effort to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Feng Yuan's potential was unparalleled. He had unimaginable room for growth. The other venerables naturally know this. The reason why they did not kill me was because I displayed great battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that they would have to pay a price to kill me. They would not be able to bear it. Feng Yuan did not continue to refine Dao marks. He decided to slow down. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, giving him close to 100 Immortal Yuan stones. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods that could raise his refinement path efficiency by several times, far surpassing other venerables. This was very normal. Refinement path was most proficient in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he surpassed the two venerables in all aspects. This was the advantage of refinement path. But now I cannot use this advantage. I should not agitate these two venerables. Feng Yuan thought. Once he displayed his advantage, the two venerables would definitely be shaken. They had thought that they had some advantage. Once they saw Feng Yuan refining Dao marks so quickly, they would not sit still. They would definitely work together to suppress Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not afraid of being ganged up on. After all, he had a reserve of immortal essence now, even though it was not sufficient. But the two venerables could not deal with him immediately. As they fought, Feng Yuan would gain an advantage by relying on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. But there was no need for that. Thus, Feng Yuan's foundation was exposed, especially his obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move. It was not worth it. Blindly using one's advantage was one of life's greatest pitfalls. Feng Yuan knew the importance of judging the situation. Next, when I refine Dao marks, I need to slow down. The overall efficiency has to be similar to the two venerables. I also need to stop a few times in the middle to show that I have little immortal essence. Of course, I cannot show too much weakness. If I do, it will backfire and cause the two venerables to join forces to attack me. Feng Yuan was very experienced in this. He had a lot of life experience, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. After experiencing all sorts of failures and pain, this formless wealth had always been supporting him, silently getting rich. When I have to expose myself in the future, the two venerables' expressions will not be good. Feng Yuan used cooking luck pot to check his luck. His luck was still in the shape of a furnace. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had observed it many times. He had some guesses. This should be because he was a refinement path venerable. The luck shape could be fixed for a period of time. It would not change. The furnace's surface was still very rough. There were cracks, but the cracks had decreased by 2 or 3. This should be because the earth vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already repaired the first ring. It was repairing the second ring, and the water vein had completed the first ring. These were the results of stabilizing his foundation. Compared to before, there was a huge change on the furnace's surface. Lotus flowers and lotus leaves had appeared. The green lotus and red flower pattern clearly corresponded to the rank 9 Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This showed how important this immortal goo was to Feng Yuan. The pattern covered the periphery of the furnace. It extended to the bottom of the furnace, turning into several lotus roots. These lotus roots extended to the bottom of the furnace, together with the firewood that represented immortal essence. They burned intensely. Compared to the weak flames earlier, the flames at the bottom of the furnace had expanded by several times. The improvement was obvious. The furnace did not have a lid. One could see the scene inside the furnace. The immortal crane smoke that represented heaven form, as well as the green stone that represented the refinement of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, had disappeared. Instead, a blue-white ice block appeared. It was evidently the truthful floating ice block. The blue-white ice block melted slowly in the furnace. It emitted an alluring light. This time, a large amount of reddish-brown sand appeared at the top of the furnace, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand formed a small stream and slowly poured into the furnace. The red-brown sand was easily melted. It seeped into the furnace and repaired the cracks, turning the furnace from rough to smooth. This should be a comparison to my natural Dao mark refinement. If I were to refine path crazily, this red-brown sand would erupt and block my furnace. It would even attack the fire at the bottom of the furnace. This is the result of the two venerables working together to suppress me. Feng Yuan's luck inspection increased. Comparing it with his own situation, he gained more insights. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was not very suitable for Feng Yuan's current status, The secrets of luck path that it revealed reminded Fang Yuan that the most beneficial variables for him now were the Tao mark refinement and the development of heaven path. The Tao mark refinement has slowed down, but I need to secretly digest the truthful floating ice block. Right now, immortal essence is no longer a burden, it is a huge advantage instead. If I have immortal essence, I need to use it, I need to convert the resources I have into my foundation and strength. Venerables were one righteous path and one mystical path. Fang Yuan had already planned to use refinement path as the righteous path and heaven path as the mystical path. Refinement path was currently his main cultivation path, but refinement path was weak in terms of combat. Refinement path was not suited for offense, this was publicly acknowledged. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed another path to support his own battle strength. This path had very few people cultivating it. For example, painting path, it could catch the enemy off guard and make it hard for them to guard against it. Even though there were many paths, Fang Yuan did not have many choices. Considering his current situation, heaven path was definitely his first choice. There were very few Gu cultivators who cultivated heaven path. The threshold was too high. Heaven path itself was very special. It had extraordinary potential and power. Refinement path was righteous, heaven path was mystical. This was Fang Yuan's current cultivation plan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had given Fang Yuan the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It was actually quite appropriate. Chapter 2270. Subordinates greet Alliance Leader. A group of Mermaid Gu Immortals had extremely respectful expressions as they knelt down at Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan looked around, feeling surprised. He found that these Mermaid Gu Immortals were all female. They were either seductive, gentle, or cold. 2 of them had rank 7 cultivation level, while the other 4 were rank 6. Female Immortals, huh? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. This was not good. He moved these mermaids into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to let them reproduce. There were no male Mermaid Gu Immortals, but there were 6 female Immortals. This was a situation where there were more females than males. However, Fang Yuan thought of the Merman race. Females had higher status than males. Mermen chose saintesses but never saints. Maybe the Merman Imperial Court chose these female immortals without any female immortals. It was a way to express their respect to him. All of you are members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Now that you are in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, you are my people. Remember to follow the rules inside. Someone will inform you of the details later. Saying so, Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. We will follow Alliance Leader's instructions. The Mermaid Gu Immortals quickly responded, entering the entrance obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed. They found themselves in a vast sky. Below them was a pure white cloud soil. Far away was a city that resembled a giant conch shell, shining with starlight. Did you look up earlier? No, I have never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I kept my head lowered. I mustered all my courage and took a peek when I entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Oh heavens, Lord Alliance Leader is truly too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He is so considerate of us variant humans, and most importantly, he is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful and gentle person. The 2 rank 6 Mermaid Gu Immortals had a close relationship. They were talking excitedly to each other, showing their admiration and love for Fang Yuan. As for the remaining 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and were in low spirits. Keep quiet. One of the leaders, Yuzi, was slightly unhappy. Lord Alliance Leader, you can actually criticize him? This is the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The female immortals lowered their heads. They did not speak. They communicated with their gazes, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lian Kuxian, held Yuzi's hand, consoling her. Lian Kuxian, Yuzi, and Xianing Si were the 3 leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. Now that Fang Yuan came to move the Merman into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court dare to refuse? The Merman Imperial Court received the order and held an urgent discussion for an entire day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose their 2 leaders, as well as the other 4 mermaid immortals with the most outstanding looks, and offered them to Fang Yuan. Because of this, 2 pairs of immortal companions were separated, and one of them was already discussing marriage. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s. Their top 3 rank 7 battle strength were the 3 first supreme elders in power. They chose 2 of them. This showed their determination. They then removed the male immortals and chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get close to Feng Yuan and reach the top. This was not strange. Humans were the undisputed overlords. The Merman Imperial Court was used to living a lowly life. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and protected the Merman Imperial Court. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, his influence faded. The Merman Imperial Court frequently had marriage alliances with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path super forces. They also liked to recruit some Eastern Sea lone cultivator experts as son-in-law. The Merman Imperial Court had such a mindset. They benefited from Paradise Earth Venerable and were acknowledged by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Feng Yuan was a venerable and controlled Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was not like the other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only join Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closest to variant humans. Thus, even though the 2 Mermaid Gu Immortals were separated and felt some resentment, they were willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of their clans. But the moment they met with Feng Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Feng Yuan's appearance, be it the Celestial Court or other missions. There were images of him. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Feng Yuan's beauty, but when they saw him personally, they were still deeply shocked by Feng Yuan's beauty. This was not just beauty in terms of appearance, he also had dense Dao marks. His every action had the aura of the great Dao. He exuded an extraordinary charm from deep within his bones. He had unparalleled magnanimity and aura. It was truly admirable. If it were Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even though they had many Dao marks, they would not be as attractive as Feng Yuan. Because Merman had innate water path Dao marks, while Feng Yuan had more than 2 million water path Dao marks, there was a natural affinity between them. Yu Zi was one of the leaders. She was the Gu Immortal who advocated sacrificing herself the most, using her beauty to join Feng Yuan. In the end, after she saw Feng Yuan personally, she was deeply shocked. She felt that compared to Feng Yuan, she was like a cloud compared to dirt. She felt inferior. Lian Kuexian had been with Yu Zi for a long time. With her personal experience, she understood Yu Zi's unease. She held Yu Zi's hand and transmitted. No matter how beautiful Lord Feng Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this does not change, we have hope. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Zi nodded slightly, trying to calm her mind. At this time, a hairy man Gu Immortal flew over. Mermaid friends, I am 12th Hair, I have come to receive you. 12th Hair spoke. Yu Zi quickly smiled and said some pleasantries to 12th Hair, before giving Tang Qiong a look. Tang Qiong was a supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow fish scales all over her body. She had a gentle and pleasant appearance. Her smile revealed dimples that made her look even more adorable. Although her status was lower than Yu Zi, Lian Kuexian, and Xianing Si, she was second only to them. She was put in an important position by the 3 of them. She was busy with government affairs and had strong diplomatic skills. Tang Qiong received Yu Zi's signal and immediately walked forward, handing a shell to 12th Hair. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He accepted it with a smile, his attitude becoming more enthusiastic. Everyone, please follow me. Your first stop is Star Collection City. This is the central area of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The cloud soil that Star Collection City was on was not huge. The group of Gu Immortals flew quickly and entered Star Collection City. Under 12th Hair's guidance, the Mermaid Gu Immortals stepped into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. This Gu Immortal in charge of the main hall was also a woman. She cultivated sound path. Her rank 8 aura filled the hall. She wore a pink palace dress. Her eye sockets were deeper than normal people. Her nose bridge was tall. Her eyes were mesmerizing. It was Fairy Miao Yin. The mermaids paid their respects. Fairy Miao Yin sat on a high seat. Looking down at these Gu Immortals with a solemn expression, she said, "You have just arrived. You need to know the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture. You need to abide by them for life. This sovereign immortal aperture does not support idlers. Whether it's you or the status of the Merfolk clan, you've all relied on your own hard work to obtain it. The contribution board has been calculated clearly. It is clear at a glance. Cheating is the worst. Do you understand? Yes, we will definitely follow Lady Miao Yin's instructions. The mermaids lowered their heads and replied. Fairy Miao Yin nodded slightly, looking at 12th Hair. Since you accepted the mission of guiding the Mermaid Gu Immortals, you will lead them around and familiarize them with Star Collection City's arrangements. Saying so, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand. Dozens of goo worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took all of these goo worms, saying to the Mermaid Immortals, "Please follow me." The Mermaid Immortals took their leave. After following 12th Hair out of the main hall, they let out sighs of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 goo immortal in southern border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, her cultivation level rose to rank 8. Her tone is unfriendly. She must have seen through our plans, so she is trying to warn us. Lianku Xian and Yuzi converse secretly. On the other side, Tang Qiong was carefully asking 12th Hair about Fairy Miao Yin's identity. Was she the city lord of Star Collection City? Before coming here, the Merman Imperial Court had made many preparations. Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and other famous subordinates of Feng Yuan had prepared gifts for them. But Tang Qiong could not bring out the atmosphere in the hall earlier. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, Star Collection City Lord was the old Combat Beast King, but he died in the tribulation. Right now, Star Collection City is guarded by Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shui, Qi Si, and other rank 8s. Hearing this, the Mermaid Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that Fairy Miao Yin was not the true Star Collection City Lord. She did not have much authority. Yuzi's eyes brightened. She thought about how they rarely interacted with Feng Yuan's main body, but Feng Yuan's clone was in the sovereign immortal aperture. If they could have a close relationship with the clone, they would have achieved their goal. The Mermaid Immortals followed 12th Hair to the square in Star Collection City. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words floating on the surface of the pillars, forming 3 boards. Before the Mermaid Immortals could take a closer look, 12th Hair distributed goo worms. These goo worms were given to 12th Hair by Fairy Miao Yin in the main hall. Each Mermaid Gu Immortal got 5. They were all rank 5 mortal goo. The Mermaid Immortals were very familiar with 3 of the goo worms. They knew that they corresponded to the Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board. Feng Yuan's 3 boards were not just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or the Righteous Qi Alliance, they were all set up. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals knew. 12th Hair said, "You will be living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture from now on. It will be different from before. From now on, unless Master gives the order, you will not have a chance to leave. You can take a good look at these 3 boards now. These are our internal boards. The ones in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are external boards. There are many differences between the 2. Right now, be it the Righteous Qi Alliance or the Variant Human Alliance, they had both merged into the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. As the 2 sides fought against each other, they became a single force. They had complex feelings. But with Venerable Feng Yuan's cultivation level, who cared if it was sweet or not? It had to be sweet. Chapter 2271. In the past 2 days, Gu Dao Master has been going through all channels. Thank you to the Editor-in-Chief, Ani. Thank you to the editor, Yulong. Thank you to Qidian. And thank you to all the readers, friends, and brothers and sisters who have supported this book. I don't know who said, the dream of a web novel is probably these 2. One is to sell the IP copyright, and the other is to recommend it through all channels. Time passed quite quickly. Quietly, the book of Gu Dao Master has already exceeded 7 million words. To be honest, according to my outline, it should end at 5 million words. When I wrote 5 million words, I felt, 6 million words should be enough to finish the book. When I wrote 6 million words, I felt, 5 million words should be enough to finish the book. Then I wrote 5 million words. What's going on? Why is there still so much to express? Therefore, there were several announcements of the book's completion, but they all failed. Now that I wrote 7 million words, I feel that estimating when the book will be completed is meaningless. Because I have never calculated correctly. I'd better not give up, holding my head. When I wrote 7 million words, I feel that the entire book is still under my control, although the outline has been revised countless times, crying. The book's results are getting better and better. This is really unexpected. I remember that when I first wrote the book, I wrote it purely with the interest of getting 0 royalties. To be honest, it's still rare to write a book with better results after writing 7 million words. It's all thanks to everyone. I'm bowing to thank everyone for their support. I also hope that more and more readers will be able to support the original version. After all, it's 6 years of hard work. Gu Dao Master has entered the later stage, and the true theme of this book will gradually become prominent. I think it will be quite exciting. In addition, I will open another batch of character columns tonight. Everyone can like the characters they like and upload pictures. I will closely communicate with the manga reshuffle for these uploaded character pictures. It is very likely that the character images of the Gu Dao Master comic will be closer to the direction that everyone approves of. Gu Dao Master's comic has been updated to The Devil Walks in the Light. The first part was Feng Yuan's dismemberment as a gift. I took a look, and the scale is quite large. Feng Yuan dragged the whole body all the way with blood, and then put it into a box as a gift. The person in charge of the venomous Gu Master's manga reorganization was truly courting death. He was frantically rubbing against the edge of the river crab, probing back and forth. To be honest, it was rare to see a manga that could be restored to such an extent. If everyone is interested, you can go and take a look. If you have any comments, you can bring them up directly to the comics department, or you can respond to us. I will try my best to communicate with the comics department. Now that I'm reading comics and seeing Guyue Feng Yuan of Qingmao Mountain, I feel somewhat emotional. Unknowingly, we have already walked so far. Oh, how to read Venerable Gu's manga. It was very simple. First, search for Tencent Comics. After entering, search for Venomous Insect Master. Click on it and look. If mobile users wanted to watch it, they could download the Tencent Animation app. Click Enter, search for Venerable Gu, click, look. Oh, there's more. If everyone had switched over to support from this side, there was no harm in leaving some bullet screen comments to identify themselves and see how many people there were on their side. But please don't be a spoiler. Chapter 2272. Star Collection Cities Square. Yu Zi and Lianku Xian looked at the contribution board at the same time. The contribution board had great reference value. Whoever was at the top was an important official, a capable subordinate of Feng Yuan. They were also people that mermaid immortals needed to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could roughly understand the situation of Feng Yuan's subordinates. They would have a clear understanding of them. Then the two of them saw the first name on the contribution list, Sixth Hair. A hairy man? There is a huge gap between this person's contribution points and the second place's. No one will be able to catch up to him in a short period of time. Even though Yu Zi and Lianku Xian had just arrived, they could feel that Sixth Hair's accumulation of contribution points was extraordinary. Starting from second place, the difference in contribution points is not big. Yu Zi and Lianku Xian soon saw some familiar names in the top 10. For example, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Mo Tansang, Shui Air, Cheng, and others. What made Yu Zi and Lianku Xian pay attention to was that there was a strange name in the top 10. Land Spirit of Langya? Could it be Langya Blessed Land's Land Spirit? Land spirits can also enter the ranking. This shows that Lord Feng Yuan is truly magnanimous. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. Most of the top 10 on the contribution board were variant human Gu immortals. The political significance of this made the two former rulers of the Merman Imperial Court feel satisfied. They even felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution points. 12th Hair was at the 18th place. The 19th place was the Blackhound Land Spirit. But at the next moment, the 19th place Blackhound Land Spirit suddenly rose up and pushed 12th Hair down. 12th Hair also noticed this. He coughed awkwardly and explained with a slightly envious tone. This Blackhound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, The two heavens are fusing. Remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing dogs escaped in large numbers, and were captured by Gu immortals. Our sovereign immortal Aperture took in a group of them. Currently, these dogs are being taken care of by the Black Houndland spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into Mini White Heaven. The Black Houndland spirit obtained a large number of contribution points because of this. Yu and Lien Kursen nodded and thought to themselves, actually, you don't need to explain too much. We don't care how you were overtaken by a land spirit. They were concerned about Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and most importantly, the snowman Gu immortal Shui Air. Because Bing Yuan had once bragged about Shui, in the Outsider Grand Alliance, the news that she was Fang Yuan's fiancée had spread far and wide. The Righteous Alliance, which had once been a hostile faction, was gathering intelligence on this matter. Thus, the mermaid immortals all knew about this. However, just as they were about to inquire about these key figures in detail, a cry of surprise came from beside them. Yu frowned slightly again. Just when she was about to berate, the other four mermaid immortals said together, "Leaders, quickly look at this exchange list." Yu and Lien Kuxian's attention couldn't help but be drawn over. When they looked carefully, their pupils dilated and revealed shocked expressions. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal exchange list was indeed different from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's external list. There were too many good things. Yu and Lien Kuxian felt their heads go dizzy. The list was filled with Gu worms of all paths. There were many rare and extinct mortal Gu. And there were more than 1,000 immortal Gu that could be exchanged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were countless immortal Gu recipes, immortal materials, immortal killer moves, hundreds and thousands of immortal Gu houses, and immortal inheritances. Yu and Lien Kuxian stared with wide eyes. This is the inheritance of the Water Path great expert Changguan Shui. He cultivated Information Path and Water Path as his main path. He had the killer move Water chapter. He was famous in history. This is the inheritance of our merman expert third princess. She was one of the strongest merman experts of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal venerable many times. She created a water path rank 8 immortal material, great water. It has been lost for a long time. To think that we would see it here. Yu and Lien Kuxian's hearts palpitated. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He was openly selling immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies. The mermaid immortals knew the price. Even though the price was fair, it could not compare to this place. We can use contribution points to exchange for everything on the exchange board. This is much easier than trading in jewel yellow skies and the outer board. What did I just see? We can even request for Lord Fang Yuan to personally protect us during our tribulations. As expected of Great Love Immortal Venerable. Yu and Lien Kuxian unconsciously licked their lips. Their desire for contribution points became unprecedentedly strong. They and the other four female immortals turned their burning gazes towards the mission board at the same time. Evidently, if they wanted the resources on the exchange board, they needed contribution points. And the source of contribution points was missions. There were many missions on the contribution board. In Mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient chaotic heavenly eagles mysteriously became immemorial desolate beasts to investigate the truth. Kokitahara's dog feces piled up into a mountain, polluting Han Jiao. A divine detective went to investigate the cause of the dog feces and got rid of them. Mini Eastern Sea's dragon scale sea area flowed backwards. Large amounts of seawater flew into Mini 9 Heavens to repair the immortal formation and rebuild dragon scale sea area. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Seng got pregnant out of nowhere. He asked an expert for an abortion. The mermaid immortals looked at the mission board and fell into deep thought. There were more missions than they could imagine. Under normal circumstances, most Gu immortals' immortal apertures would have good weather. They would need to be rebuilt after undergoing tribulations, or they would need to relocate new resource points that needed to be taken care of. But unlike the sovereign immortal aperture, it seemed like strange things were happening everywhere at every moment. The mermaid immortals looked at it for a while. They were worried but also happy. They were worried because even though the sovereign immortal aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, it was famous in the world. It was not peaceful and chaotic. It was not easy to survive here. They were happy because in such a chaotic situation, there were all sorts of missions. The Gu Immortals did not have to worry about the lack of contribution points. 12th Hair had been observing the Mermaid Immortal's expressions. He sighed deeply. I will tell you the truth. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is currently in a rather stable state. You have not experienced it. Master Annex 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. His immortal aperture's Dao marks increased rapidly. The abnormal situation was like a storm. In the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, who isn't busy? Even though there are not many things happening now, because of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, our Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. Even though most of them revived, it is not the time to undergo immortal ascension. As you can see, the missions are very heavy, but we still need to leave people to guard many places. For example, Star Collection City is too important. We cannot afford to lose it. Many abnormal situations occurred suddenly. We need at least one rank 8 expert to guard this place at all times. Seeing that there are more and more missions, we need everyone to join the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Earlier in the hall, even though Fairy Miao-Yin said it directly, she was not wrong. If you want to gain the recognition of the old Gu Immortals, you need to work hard and use your actions and contributions to show your loyalty to Master. The Mermaid Immortals heard this and nodded. Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian looked at each other. They finally understood Feng Yuan's intention. Tang Qiong expressed her gratitude towards 12th Hair's advice and gave him a meeting gift. A certain rank 6 Mermaid Immortal asked at an appropriate time. Lord 12th Hair gave each of us 5 immortal Gu. 3 of them are for the 3 boards. What about the remaining 2? 12th Hair accepted the gift as he explained with a smile. One of them is used to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all Gu cultivators need to use this Gu worm to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. The other one is used to monitor you. You need to keep it with you at all times. If it is accidentally damaged, you need to report it immediately. Star Collection City will send a replacement. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued. Don't think too much. Not just you, we also have it. Even though it is a mortal Gu, it has already saved many Gu Immortals' lives. Many abnormal situations contain many mysterious risks. It is not easy for us to deal with them. We might even lose our lives. For example, take a look at this on the mission board. The Mermaid Immortals looked at 12th Hair's direction and saw Mo Tansang's abortion mission. 12th Hair revealed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tansang, but his status is not low. He is the leader of many Western Desert's Gu Immortals. He is a male Inkman, but after dealing with an unexpected situation, he became mysteriously pregnant. Now he is offering a high price for an abortion, but many people are helpless after seeing it. If we abort it rashly, he might even lose his life. The Mermaid Immortals opened their mouths. They were dumbfounded. All right. 12th Hair continued. Next, I will bring you to another place. In a way, it is even more important than the 3 boards. The Mermaid Immortals were immediately interested. They followed 12th Hair out of the square and into a branch hall in Star Collection City. At the entrance of the branch hall, the number of Gu Immortals increased rapidly. Many Gu Immortals were supporting each other or bending their backs, dragging their feet as they entered the branch hall in extreme fatigue. Next, these Gu Immortals walked out with their heads held high and their faces glowing, even though many of them still had dark circles under their eyes. When these Gu Immortals saw acquaintances, they would nod at them warmly. When they walked past them, they would greet them and talk about their missions or their rankings on the contribution board. Many Gu Immortals showed expressions of realization when they saw the Mermaid Gu Immortals. Some of them took the initiative to greet them. They were very enthusiastic. Oh, I heard that we are taking in a group of Mermaid Gu Immortals. Are these them? Great, with this group of people, we can finally take a breather. The accumulation of missions should be alleviated now. 12th Hair, you got this receiving mission. You are really lucky. Chapter 2273. 12th Hair laughed heartily, exchanging some pleasantries. When he turned around to look at the Mermaid Immortals, he saw that they were in a daze. Some Gu Immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was slightly shocked. He quickly said, Friends, did I offend you in any way? Before he finished, Lian Kuxian interrupted. 12th Hair, don't worry, we can see that inside the sovereign immortal aperture, be they humans, inkmen, rockmen, snowmen, or others, they are all living harmoniously, they have equal status and are extremely close to each other. To speak the truth, I have never seen such a scene. I do not even dare to imagine that such a place exists in this world. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of the Langya sect. Although Langya Blessed Land was very secretive, he knew very well that in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the status of mutants were very low. They had to live under the oppression of the human race. Looking at it from another perspective, the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea had always been surrounded by human super forces. Their pressure to survive was much greater than Langya sect's hairy men. Even though the scene in Star Collection City was extremely ordinary, it had a huge impact on the Mermaid Immortals. At this moment, the Mermaid Immortals had the same thought. Even if the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's environment became 10 times more chaotic and dangerous, they had to survive. Perhaps this is our true home, Yuzi murmured. Life here is truly wonderful. Lien Kuexian heaved a long sigh. I finally understand the profound meaning of the so-called great love. Master is indeed worthy of being great love immortal venerable. The celestial court and longevity heaven are truly detestable. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke of Feng Yuan. Her expression and tone gradually turned passionate. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up, saying proudly, looking at all the venerables of the past, Master is truly magnanimous. Paradise Earth immortal venerable thinks highly of Master. It is only natural for him to give his inheritance to Master. Because no one else has the qualifications. Only by following Master can we have the possibility of happiness. Since all of you are deeply aware of this, then do your best to protect this place from now on, because this is also protecting your happy life. The Mermaid Immortals nodded, some even shed tears of excitement. After calming herself down, Tang Qiong asked, what are the mysteries of this sub-palace? 12th Hair exclaimed, his expression becoming complicated. There was pride and arrogance, excitement, and even a hint of fear in his heart. Even the fur on 12th Hair's face couldn't hide his expression. This made the Mermaid Immortals even more curious. Next, the female Immortals heard 12th Hair explain. This was originally a formation called Liver Life Formation, but Master modified it recently and turned it into an immortal goo house. Its effect is great and very practical. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. Then, he looked at the Mermaid Immortals and added with a meaningful tone. You will definitely need it in the future. After 12th Hair's detailed introduction, Liver Life Immortal Goo House successfully left a deep impression on the Mermaid Immortals. There was nothing else to introduce about Star Collection City. 12th Hair led the Mermaid Immortals down from the Mini 9 Heavens. The group arrived at Mini Eastern Sea and looked down at the sea area below. Waves were surging, sea winds were blowing. 12th Hair said, this is the place that Master has decided for you mermen to live and reproduce from now on. The Mermaid Goo Immortals quickly used their investigative methods to investigate the environment of this sea area. What made them overjoyed was that this sea area had a large number of ordinary goo materials, but they were distributed chaotically and without any pattern. Moreover, many goo materials countered each other. They were in a state of exhaustion. The root of this situation was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of Dao marks, thus it produced a large number of goo materials. And because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently. The goo materials were distributed chaotically, and were in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It is the version from 3 days ago. Consider it my gift to you. 12th Hair rubbed his fingers as an information path mortal goo flew out. The version from 3 days ago? Yuzi was very perceptive. Yes. 12th Hair nodded, explaining. Because abnormal situations occurred frequently, many terrains would undergo intense changes. Moreover, Master would set up resource points from time to time, annexing grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens has been changing frequently. It needs to be updated frequently. Yuzi probed with her divine sense and exclaimed in shock. So big. Her exclamation attracted the attention of the other mermaid immortals. They rarely saw Supreme Elder Uz lose her composure like this. 12th Hair had a proud expression as he smiled. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge space to begin with. It is 500 million km2. After Master annexed apertures and underwent tribulations, the space has expanded by more than 100 times. It has broken through 500 million km2. The other mermaid immortals heard this and had dazed expressions. They were extremely shocked. 12th Hair laughed again. Don't worry, this place will become even bigger in the future. Even if one day, the sovereign immortal aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens, we will not be surprised. I have already marked the area of your territory on the map. Even though my mission has ended, if you have any needs, you can use this information path Mortal Goo to contact me. I am currently residing in Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. I am your neighbor. Uz and Lien Kuxian quickly expressed their gratitude. They also took out their own information path Mortal Goo to exchange with 12th Hair. 12th Hair said goodbye to the mermaid immortals, his figure vanishing into the sky. After Uz and Lien Kuxian discussed for a while, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. On one hand, they sent people to investigate the surrounding environment. Above the clouds and below the ground, they also calculated the resources. On the other hand, they arranged for Goo immortals to set up a super large defensive Goo formation. After completing the 2 tasks, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal aperture entrances. Groups of mermen brought their families to this sea area. Under the instructions of the mermaid Goo immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses in an orderly manner, forming underwater villages, small towns, and even cities in the center. The mermaid immortals set up 6 cities. Each Goo immortal was in charge of one. The cities were surrounded by small towns, and beyond the towns were villages. Because of their ample preparation, the mermen did not lack living resources. Chaotic situations were unavoidable. After all, they had just arrived. But under the command and control of the mermaid immortals, they did not suffer any losses. After working for 9 days and 9 nights, seeing that the merman citizens had settled down, Uz and Lien Kuxian gathered the immortals to discuss some important matters. There are many types of ordinary Goo materials, but the quantity of each is not high, and they change frequently. In my opinion, we should organize the mermaid Goo masters to gather these Goo materials once in a while. The surrounding environment is quite safe. There are few desolate beasts, not to mention ancient desolate beasts. There are almost no common food like seaweed and prawns. We need to nurture them. We even need to create a stable ecosystem. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal level resource point to us is 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't think about resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All the resource points belong to Master. If we want resources, we need to complete missions and exchange for them with contribution points. Speaking of missions, the mermaid immortals had been actively researching them these days. 12th Hair's words make sense. I think we need to do our best to complete the missions and prove our worth. That way, other Goo immortals will acknowledge us. I have compared them and found that the most suitable mission for us is to set up a water path resource point. Master is a great strategist with a grand spirit. He is currently creating a water vein. Now that the first water vein is completed, he is creating the second one. This is our chance. That makes sense, but we cannot give up on the other missions either. Especially those that involve other Goo immortals. I think we can take some of them and use the mission to get to know the Goo immortals here. We can try to befriend them. Before coming here, we prepared most of the gifts for our first meeting. After the mermaid immortals finished their discussion, Uz stayed in this sea area. She was in charge of developing the ecosystem and creating a stable source of food for the mermen. Meanwhile, for female immortals led by Lien Kuxian received missions and traveled to different places. On one hand, they gathered information, and on the other hand, they established diplomatic relations. Lien Kursin spent more than a day flying to the Yellow Hair Continent. 12th Hair had already received a letter Goo notification. He welcomed them in the sky. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Both sides had the desire to befriend each other. Lian Coexian sent a gift again. These days, she had been researching the contribution board. She found that the hairy men were the #1 force in the sovereign immortal aperture. 12th Hair also prepared a gift in return. It was not a small one. After some initial interaction, 12th Hair learned of the mermaid immortal's actions. He smiled at Lian Coexian. You did the right thing this time. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, when Gu immortals visit, they would set up a banquet, or at the very least, they would prepare some tea. But this situation does not exist in the sovereign immortal aperture. We do not have the time or mood to set up these useless banquets. You accepted the mission this time, and used it to establish diplomatic relations. It was a wise move. If you did it according to the habits of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the effect would not be good. Lian Coexian heard this, and felt a little glad. Next, she realized the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals. 12th Hair said directly. You and I have both accepted the mission to nurture Gu immortal seeds. Let's go. Let's not waste time, and look at the most important one first. Lian Coexian followed 12th Hair, flying for a while before concealing her aura, and entering a forest. A hairy man Gu master was being chased. He was covered in injuries as he staggered in the forest. Sounds of fighting could be heard from behind him. Lian Coexian inspected and found that this hairy man Gu master was a mixed blood between a human and a hairy man. He is called Guyue Fengxiang. 12th Hair introduced at an appropriate time. Lian Coexian's pupils shrunk, her body shook intensely. 12th Hair quickly stretched out his hand. Don't think too much. He is not of Master's bloodline, he is Guyue Fengxiang's son. Master has great foresight. We cannot fathom him. We were only ordered to secretly nurture this child, arranging fortuitous encounters and setbacks for him. This is the most qualified Gu immortal seed among us hairy man Gu masters. Chapter 2274. Huff huff huff. Guyue Fengxiang breathed roughly as he hid in the roots of an ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the sky. The exposed roots were intertwined and were very well hidden. Guyue Fengxiang had finally escaped the pursuit. He had the chance to rest and recuperate. His mouth and nose were still bleeding. He hurriedly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and started to inspect his body's condition. Guyue Fengxiang's expression turned grim. He found that he had more than 10 wounds, 3 fractures, and the most serious injury was to his internal organs. He needed immediate treatment. However, he was not that panicked. After all, this was not the first time he had suffered such injuries. Guyue Fengxiang tore the clothes on his chest. His clothes were tattered from the intense battle. He casually tore them apart, revealing his hairy chest. There was a long and deep wound on his chest. Broken ribs could be seen. Guyue Fengxiang gritted his teeth and activated his Gu worm. The healing Gu worm was like a centipede. It entered his body from the wound and immediately suppressed the internal bleeding. In a short while this centipede came out of Guyue Fengxiang's body while covered in blood, lying on his wound. Hundreds of tentacles stabbed into the flesh on both sides of the wound. The intense pain caused Guyue Fengxiang to suck in a breath of cold air. Shortly after, the centipede slowly exerted strength. Its hundreds of tentacles forcefully dragged the flesh, creating a light creaking sound as the huge wound closed up. Treating the injury like this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. But Guyue Fengxiang was clear that there was no time for him to treat the injury. There are traces of blood here. Come quickly. Be careful, this scoundrel is very troublesome. What are you afraid of? Even if he has rank 5 cultivation, after being hit by the leader's incomplete refinement killer move, most of his Gu worms will be destroyed. Because of your thoughts, more than 10 experts have already died in his hands. Guyue Fengxiang, this mixed blood is indeed a monster. Discussions could be heard. Guyue Fengxiang's expression changed. Damn it. He had caught up so quickly. I just finished treating my wounds. Guyue gritted his teeth and checked the few Gu worms left in his aperture. After persisting until now, most of his Gu worms had already been destroyed. As for the rest, they were all injured. Forcefully activating them would cause them to disintegrate and be destroyed. These Gu worms were all accumulated by Guyue and Fengxiang with great difficulty, but now he had no choice but to use them. Sleep lurking Gu. I can only rely on you now. You must hold on. Guyue Fengxiang prayed while activating his Gu worm to hide himself. This was only a rank 4 Gu, but its concealment ability was outstanding, almost comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Guyue had to rely on this Gu to escape many times in his life. But this Gu had a flaw. Once activated, the Gu master would fall asleep. The deeper the sleep, the better the concealment effect. As a result, Guyue lost his sense of the outside world. What he did not know was, not long after he fell asleep, this sleep-lurking Gu completely disintegrated into pieces. The pursuers were still searching around. Seeing this, 12th Hare, who was hiding, waved his hand as an immortal killer move was instantly used on Guyue Fengxiang. A yellow hairy man Gu master who was chasing him was very serious. He searched the area that Guyue Feng wanted to hide in, carefully inspecting the tree roots that he was hiding in. Guyue Fengxiang was right in front of him, but he could not see him. Eventually, the pursuers thought that Guyue Fengxiang had escaped from this mountain. They chased deeper into the mountain. Guyue Fengxiang woke up and found that he was safe for the moment. He let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleep-lurking Gu in his aperture that had disintegrated into pieces, he felt fear and rejoiced. It seems that sleep-lurking Gu lasted until the crucial moment. I managed to escape. These pursuers are heading to the next mountain. It is a good chance for me to escape. Guyue Fengxiang was overjoyed. His injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He moved carefully in the deep and dense forest, trying his best not to leave any traces of his escape. Half a day later, the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange fog started to appear in the forest. Guyue Fengxiang came to a deep pool in the mountain. He looked around and was slightly satisfied. He decided to rest here for some time. This is a good water source. Wild beasts will definitely be attracted here, be it water or beast meat. They are suitable for me to replenish my supply. If I am lucky, I can even obtain some Gu materials from hunting and refine Gu worms to replenish my Gu worm stock. Guyue Fengxiang had a lot of experience in living alone in forests. He was a mixed blood of hairy men and humans. In Black Hair Continent, where hairy men were the rulers, he was looked down upon. Even his biological mother, the city lord of Steel Thread City, didn't like him very much. In Guyue Fengxiang's childhood and teenage years, his greatest wish was to work hard to gain his mother's approval. However, because he was a mixed blood, his Gu refinement aptitude was far inferior to hairy men. And these hairy men took pride in Gu refinement. But thankfully, Guyue Fengxiang had some fortuitous encounters. Through all sorts of methods, he obtained some cultivation methods by coincidence. He cultivated diligently. His performance was shocking. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, gradually changed her opinion of him. She gradually accepted him from the depths of her heart. However, good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked and almost destroyed. Steel Thread City Lord risked her life to escape with Guyue Fengxiang. Before dying, Steel Thread City Lord told Guyue Fengxiang's background. "My son, mother has mistreated you. Haven't you always wanted to ask who your father is? His name is Guyue Fengxiang. He was once a human slave of mine. But he escaped and later became a famous demonic path Gu master expert. You also have a human name. You are called Guyue Fengxiang. Go, find your father and tell him your name. Tell him everything that happened here. The enemy is too strong. If you want to take revenge for mother, I'm afraid you can only find your father." Just like this, the young Guyue Fengxiang embarked on a journey to find his father. He went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent. Then from White Hair Continent to Yellow Hair Continent. Along the way, he experienced many hardships, but there were always troubles and challenges. Even though Guyue Fengxiang was no longer in the sovereign immortal aperture, he had indeed roamed the 3 continents of hairy men. He left behind all sorts of traces and rumors. Guyue Fengxiang's cultivation level rose. He gained more experience in society. Countless battles and escapes had forged his tenacious and optimistic nature. He firmly believed that one day, he would find his father. Just like this, near the deep pool, Guyue Fengxiang rested for a night. Early in the morning, the mountain fog was thick. Guyue Fengxiang came to the edge of the deep pool with a puzzled expression. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The fog in the forest originated from the deep pool. Guyue Fengxiang waited here for half a day and night, but did not see any wild beasts coming to the deep pool to drink water. All sorts of abnormalities gave him a familiar feeling. Every time he encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was probably this feeling. Guyue Fengxiang had an adventurous spirit. After probing for a while, he dived into the deep pool. Unexpectedly, the pool water was not cold. Instead, the deeper he dived, the warmer it became. Guyue Fengxiang dived all the way to the bottom of the deep pool. The temperature of the water was as pleasant as a hot spring. He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The white jade was almost transparent. From the outside, Guyue Fengxiang could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside. This is a mermaid? When Guyue Fengxiang saw the beauty's face, his eyes widened as his heart shook. So beautiful! He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. This kind of beauty caused his heart to beat wildly, and he naturally developed a feeling of adoration. The mermaid sealed in the white jade was Lian Kuexian. Lian Kuexian transmitted her voice to Guyue Fengyuan. Interesting mixed-blood young man, did you wake me up? Guyue Fengxiang's body shook. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he forgot that he was at the bottom of the pool. He drank a huge mouthful of water. He quickly covered his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Lian Kuexian laughed. Guyue Fengxiang felt his whole body go numb. He thought, how can this mysterious mermaid laugh so beautifully? Lian Kuexian continued to explain. I am a mermaid immortal Lian Kuexian. When I was quelling a chaos in heaven and earth, I was accidentally injured and sealed in this white jade. Young man, since we are fated to meet, please lend me a hand and help me escape. Guyue Fengxiang was shocked, but he did not have a goo worm to transmit. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. He waved his hands underwater to express his intentions. Lian Kuexian smiled and said, you don't have to worry. This piece of white jade can't trap me in the first place. It's just that I need more time to escape alone. If you can refine rank 4 earth refinement goo, you can refine this white jade from the outside. It will save me a lot of effort. Guyue Fengxiang nodded. Lian Kuexian gave him pointers, telling him the earth refinement goo recipe. She also pointed out the suitable goo materials for this area. Guyue Fengxiang got out of the pool. He started to work. After spending 3 days, he refined rank 4 earth refinement goo for the first time. This is really luck. Guyue Fengxiang felt glad. According to his usual performance, it would not be easy to refine a rank 4 goo worm. He was a mixed blood after all. It seems that heaven is helping me. I have to save the fairy. Guyue Fengxiang sighed. 12th Hare, who was hiding at the side, laughed and shook his head. He had secretly helped him. Otherwise, how could Guyue Fengxiang succeed in one try? Guyue Fengxiang obtained the rank 4 earth refinement goo. He did not rest. He dragged his tired body to the bottom of the pool and refined the white jade. Lian Kuexian successfully escaped. She smiled at Guyue Fengxiang, showing a look of appreciation in her eyes. Guyue Fengxiang's face turned red as he lowered his head. To express her gratitude, Lian Kuexian waved her hand and healed all of Guyue Fengxiang's injuries. Next, she gave Guyue Fengxiang close to 10 mortal goo, as well as an inheritance. Lian Kuexian was about to leave. Guyue Fengxiang was in a daze. He stammered. Fairy, where can I meet you again? Lian Kuexian smiled lightly. Do you know the difference between mortals and immortals? Guyue Fengxiang's body shook. His expression turned ashen. But Lian Kuexian continued. The inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will meet me again in the future. Ah! Guyue Fengxiang cried out involuntarily. He did not expect this fortuitous encounter to be so huge. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the pool in a daze, looking at Lian Kuexian flying into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lian Kuexian, Fairy Kuexian. Guyue Fengxiang muttered, clutching his chest. Lian Kuexian's appearance was deeply engraved in his heart. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had another goal in life. That was to become a goo immortal and meet Fairy Lian Kuexian again. P.S. Fixed many bugs in chapters 270 to 276. Thank you to the friends in this chapter for your guidance. I will try to repay some of the Alliance Leaders chapters this month. Chapter 2275. How is it? 12th Hare smiled. In the clouds he met with the mermaid immortal Lien Coexian secretly. Lien Coexian replied, "He is indeed a Gu immortal seed. He has a high chance of becoming an immortal." 12th Hair shook his head. "This time he has a strong motivation to cultivate, but it is not enough. We need to increase his foundation as much as possible. After all, he can only pass the adjustment of 3 chi by himself. As for the other tribulations, they were not a problem. They could secretly help from the side." "Then what do you mean?" Lien Coexian showed some hesitation. 12th Hair said, "I will give him 7 to 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal Gu. After that, I will lure those pursuers over and let them train for him. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead. She is in a state of near death. Only Gu immortal methods can save her. I will let him know this. It will strengthen his desire and determination to undergo tribulation." Lien Coexian heard this and was silent for a while before praising. "You are truly far-sighted. I cannot compare to you. After this mission is completed, I hope you can distribute the contribution points." "Fairy, you are too humble." 12th Hair squinted, waving his hand. "I will report your contribution. Furthermore, the distribution of contribution points is a matter of Star Collection City. How can I interfere?" Lien Coexian had originally accepted the mission to get close to and befriend 12th Hair. But when she learned of Guyue Fengxiang's special identity, she immediately understood that Guyue Fengxiang would be placed in an important position by Feng Yuan in the future. This mermaid immortal thought of a plan. She did not hesitate to take action personally and interact with Guyue Fengxiang. In order to perform better, this mermaid immortal was willing to go all out. 12th Hair was worried that her performance would reduce his gains, so he revealed his other plan to Lien Coexian. Lien Coexian was also very perceptive. She immediately expressed that she would not compete for the credit. 12th Hair was very satisfied. The atmosphere between the two thus returned to normal, becoming harmonious again. After chatting for a while, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot up from the south. An eerie Gu refinement aura spread out. Lien Coexian sensed it and her expression changed. "Someone refined a rank 7 immortal Gu?" She then looked at 12th Hair and praised. "Your clan is indeed full of talents. Just this surging aura alone makes this one yearn for it. I wonder if fellow immortal can introduce me to him?" 12th Hair showed a troubled expression. He shook his head and subconsciously lowered his voice. "If it were any other hairy man Gu immortal, I would definitely introduce them to you. But this person is very special. His true identity is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. Master used a method to imprison him, refining Gu all day long." Lien Coexian was shocked. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she asked, "Don't tell me, this imprisoned Gu immortal is 6th Hair?" 12th Hair nodded. "Fairy, you are very smart. The valley that 6th Hair lives in has also been specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, commonly known as Secluded Valley Forbidden Area. At this time, in the Secluded Valley Forbidden Area, 6th Hair's body was as thin as a stick. His cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deep. A rank 7 immortal Gu had just been refined. This Gu worm was like an ant. Its upper body was large and shiny, while its lower body was small and dim. Its front limbs were short and weak, while its back limbs were long and powerful. It was the enslavement path immortal Gu, Master Servant Gu. I finally refined it. 33 times, I was heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still succeeded. With this immortal Gu, I can definitely help sect leader Feng Yuan. I still need to rely on sect leader to save my main body. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it. Let's continue refining Gu. The more immortal Gu I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will become, and the greater the hope of saving my main body." 6th Hair's mind was not right. After muttering for a long time, he immediately started to refine other immortal Gu. A moment later, in jewel yellow skies, Feng Yuan's will, and he Fengyang completed a transaction under everyone's gazes. Feng Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point in Central Continent. It was called 9 Central Stone Forest, while he Fengyang obtained the Master Servant Gu. He really made the transaction. Unbelievable, he Fengyang is actually so daring. He is not throwing caution to the wind. He must have received instructions from Immortal Crane sect to do this. Crane Gate? No, even Crane Gate cannot resist the pressure of openly transacting with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. There must be Celestial Court's permission behind this, otherwise, why would Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects dare to do this? Didn't Celestial Court declare that Feng Yuan is a demon venerable? They actually cooperated with him? So what? How hard is it to refine a rank 7 immortal goo? Celestial Court is extremely rich. They have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. They can exchange for an immortal goo with just a little bit. I would do the same. Feng Yuan is indeed worthy of being Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Refining a rank 7 immortal goo is so easy. It is as easy as drinking water. What do you think will happen if he refines a rank 8 immortal goo? It won't be so easy, right? I feel that there is at most a 50%, no 30% chance of success. Then what about refining a rank 9 immortal goo? Hehe, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable would find it difficult to refine a rank 9 immortal goo. Look at the historical records. The number of rank 9 immortal goo refinements can be counted on one hand. But how many of them succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent 100 years to refine rank 9 wisdom goo. That's right, Celestial Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair a rank 9 fate goo. And in the end? Didn't they fail at the last moment? And this is just repairing a rank 9 immortal goo. Refining a rank 9 immortal goo is too difficult. That is hard to say. After all, Guyue Feng Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history. We can only look up to him. There is no way we can estimate him. At once, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They had just started to talk about Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment. They were curious about what kind of refinement path strength he had as a refinement path venerable. Most people thought that it would be very difficult for Feng Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal goo. After all, there were many historical records. The remaining small portion of Gu immortals felt that they were too weak. They could not guess Feng Yuan's true limits. Gradually, the topic of the Gu immortals discussion shifted to Celestial Court under the influence of some people. Celestial Court's tacit acceptance towards He Fengyang, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ambiguous attitude towards Feng Yuan made the immortals feel disdain and ridicule, but they could understand why Celestial Court did this. After all, Feng Yuan's business could not be stopped, and it was very profitable. Because of this topic, the Gu immortals started to talk about Celestial Court stopping the distribution of immortal Yuan stones. Thus, complaints and calls for Celestial Court to redistribute immortal Yuan stones arose. Voices of ridicule and jealousy towards Celestial Court rose to the surface. Celestial Court had always been the #1 human force in the world. It stood proudly at the top of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing immortal Yuan stones. It went against their previous position and style. The shortage of immortal Yuan stones was indeed a huge problem for many Gu immortals. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, out of the 10 transactions, 9 of them were already bartering with items. The remaining transaction was when super forces offered high prices to purchase immortal Yuan stones. Western Desert. Feng Dichong was also activating Gu worms to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This wave of criticism towards Celestial Court is not right. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are likely adding fuel to the fire. Feng Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he recognized the peculiarity. The truth was that Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. Celestial Court's reputation fell again and again in this wave of criticism. Feng Dichang's divine sense arrived in front of Feng Yuan's will and communicated in an extremely humble manner. Western Desert's Feng Dichang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Lord Alliance Leader is a man of wisdom and martial virtue. You have blessed the world. I wish Lord Alliance Leader eternal blessings and longevity. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuan's will waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Feng Dichang. Enough nonsense, let's transact. Feng Dichang quickly acknowledged. Thus, after He Fengyang's transaction, another transaction succeeded. Feng Yuan refined a rank 7 immortal Gu and gave it to Western Desert's Feng clan. and Fong clan provided an earth vein resource point as well as millions of hairy man slaves. Fong clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in the dark, benefiting from both sides. But Fong Yuan declared his great love and exposed his close relationship with Fong clan. Fong clan was dumbfounded for a while. One clan gathered Western Desert's righteous path to attack Fong clan. Even though they failed, Fong clan recognized their situation and no longer had any thoughts of getting lucky. Thus, under Fong Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fong clan publicly announced that they would join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fong clan can only cooperate closely with Fong Yuan and make use of this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Fong Dichang sighed inwardly. This identity was very risky, but at the same time, it also brought with it immense benefits. Immortal goo were too difficult to refine. With this immortal goo, my battle strength can match ordinary rank 7 goo immortals for now. Fong Dichang fell into deep thought again. He had already succeeded in his immortal ascension and became a rank 6 goo immortal again. The harmonization of 3 qi was a huge obstacle, but Fong Dichang had the experience of success. There was no reason to fail the second time after succeeding the first time. Another problem in immortal ascension was calamities and tribulations. With the help of Fong clan's goo immortals, there was no threat in most situations. Unless dream path or painting path calamities and tribulations appeared. But what made Fong Dichang feel regretful was that he did not have the chance to learn from nature in this immortal ascension. Every goo master's immortal ascension had a peerless opportunity to learn from nature. Using this opportunity to ask about the secrets of heaven and earth would often result in great gains. But this time, Fong Dichang lost this opportunity. This was not because it was his second immortal ascension, but because there was a problem with providence itself. With the fusion of the two heavens, providence fell into chaos and turbulence. It was hard to take care of the small issue of learning from nature. After resting for a few more days, we will attack one clan. At this moment, Fong Dichang's eyes were like an eagle's. Chapter 2276. Northern Plains. The golden light drifted in the sky like strands and threads, and it formed a golden glow that covered the sky before seeping into the ground, causing it to be vast and continuous, and it was an extremely majestic scene. Giant Sun Immortal was refining Northern Plains' luck path Dao marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the world gradually calmed down. A moment later, the core of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowly opened his eyes. He had a handsome face, his mouth, nose, eyes and brows were all very firm. But his expression was indifferent right now, revealing a trace of undetectable helplessness. Ever since the 3 Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but failed because of Fong Yuan's interference, Giant Sun Immortal returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Dao marks here. During this period of time, he had made great progress. Now he had already completed his plan. All the luck path Dao marks in Northern Plains core area were refined by him. The range of luck path Dao marks covered the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined earlier. It negated some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage here. Even though Giant Sun Immortal could do nothing to the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But at least in the future, when they fought here, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain the amplification of wisdom path Dao marks. And so would Giant Sun Immortal. He would not lose his home ground advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal sighed internally. The process of refining natural Dao marks expended rank 9 immortal essence intensely. At the start, Giant Sun Immortal only refined the luck path Dao marks around him. It was like weaving a spherical spider web. From one point, it grew to a small ball, and then to a large ball. As the spider web grew larger, the number of Dao marks it came into contact with increased. At the same time, refining these luck path Dao marks consumed a terrifying amount of immortal essence. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal only had over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. He had no choice but to stop. His immortal essence storage was already at a critical level. He had to reserve some in case of accidents. Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence now. This was his only source of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven would not do. Although the Longevity Heaven hadn't devoured any of the 9 heavens fragments, and wasn't corroded by the power of providence, after the giant sun immortal died, it couldn't produce the giant sun's immortal energy. Right now, even though giant sun immortal had revived, the true venerable immortal aperture was this one in his body. It had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Furthermore, this second aperture of giant sun immortal had just been constructed. It was not very prosperous. The immortal aperture origin source could not produce much immortal essence, unless giant sun immortal absorbed Longevity Heaven into his body. But if he did that, the luck path Tao marks in his body would increase sharply, and he would lose the possibility of cultivating blood path. I must first cultivate my blood path to a certain extent before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This was the pain of development, and it had to be endured. Cultivating the blood path at the same time will be of great help to the competition between supremacies. Thankfully, I don't have enough immortal essence. The situation for the other 2 venerables will be worse. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He had always felt that he had an advantage in terms of immortal essence. Even though he could not refine luck path Tao marks for the time being, Giant Sun Immortal was not idle. He waited for the immortal essence to be produced while comprehending blood path. Blood-Sea Ancestor's true identity was Giant Sun Immortal's clone. Blood-Sea Ancestor created blood path. He left behind countless blood path inheritances after his death. Most of them were mortal goo or mortal killer moves. But there were 9 true inheritances at goo immortal level. They were the peak of blood path at that time. These 9 inheritances were blood skull goo, blood handprint goo, blood chi goo, blood sweat goo, meridian blood goo, blood shadow goo, blood battle goo, blood deity goo, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. Unfortunately, Blood-Sea Ancestor was targeted by the celestial court when he was alive. His inheritances were also the same after his death. They were mostly destroyed. Thankfully, Blood-Sea Ancestor had left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances were useful. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders Gu Immortal Shang Yanfei. When he was young, he found Blood Handprint Immortal Gu in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. Later, he obtained the Blood Shadow Gu True Inheritance. Northern Plains Meridian Blood Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Dongfang Naganori. Western Deserts Blood Chi Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat was obtained by Shadow Sect. It ended up in Song Zixing's hands. Central Continent's blood deity Immortal Gu True Inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. Most of it was destroyed. The remnant recipe of blood deity Immortal Gu was obtained by Myriad Dragon Doc. Of the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changes in heaven and earth, Blood Skull Immortal Gu was destroyed due to the volcanic eruption. Blood Sweat Gu was mysteriously taken. It had not appeared until now. Maybe something happened to the person who took it. The Blood Battle Gu True Inheritance was accidentally destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal revived, he collected all of the Huang Jin tribe's blood path research results. Longevity Heaven also had some results. Next, he ordered Earth Extremity Gon and I to refine Immortal Gu. He obtained several blood path Immortal Gu. But only Blood Battle Immortal Gu was included. As for the other 7 Immortal Gu, other than Blood Deity Immortal Gu, he had already tried them. The result was that these Immortal Gu all existed in the world. Without a choice, Giant Sun Immortal had to use Imitation Gu to temporarily turn into Blood Relation Gu. He was barely able to construct a blood path formation and successfully revive in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the blood path primordial domain. My blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grandmaster now. But there were too few blood path Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave and reached Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Then he snatched the primordial domain. His first focus was on blood path. He snatched a lot of the primordial domain. He did not have time to absorb it back then, but now he had secretly absorbed all the blood path related primordial domain. In terms of attainment level, he was the number 1 blood path person in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But back then he felt awkward, like he could not make bricks without straw. He needed more and more crucial blood path immortal goo. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal yearned for were Blood Asset Immortal Goo, Blood Skull Immortal Goo, Bloodline Immortal Goo, Blood Relation Immortal Goo, and others. But the reality was these immortal goo all had owners. Gon and I had been refining all sorts of blood path immortal goo for Giant Sun Immortal. Blood Rope Immortal Goo was one of the results. But these immortal goo were too low level, they were not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. He needed to at least raise these blood path immortal goo to rank 8. It was too difficult for Gon and I to complete this task. Gon and I dual cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path Goo Immortal. Even for a Goo Immortal who cultivated Path, the efficiency of refining rank 8 Immortal Goo was very low. If Long Hair Ancestor was still alive, it would be much more convenient. Giant Sun Immortal started to miss Long Hair Ancestor. Back then he had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine so many Luck Path Immortal Goo, gradually building 88-point Jinyang Tower. Feng Yuan refined so many Blood Path Immortal Goo. Be it for this or for refining Blood Path Immortal Goo in the future, I need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal found that he could not avoid Feng Yuan. Especially when Feng Yang and Feng Yuan's public transaction succeeded. Giant Sun Immortal found out about Celestial Court's ambiguous attitude. Celestial Court had already done this. If Giant Sun Immortal did not follow them, he would be left behind by Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will let Heavenly Lord Baizu do it. I will buy Blood Path Immortal Goo from Feng Yuan. Isn't he close to Feng Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal made up his mind. Next, he started to deduce Blood Path Immortal Goo recipes, as well as more Blood Path killer moves. His Blood Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was his greatest source of confidence. Of course, on the other hand, he was also using all sorts of methods to search for the Blood Path research results of the Superforces, as well as the outstanding Blood Path inheritances that had been passed down. After all, deducing these Immortal Goo recipes and Immortal Killer moves required time and effort. If he had any results, it would save Giant Sun Immortal a lot of time and resources. Celestial Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dowmarks. It was not that she did not want to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal. Her immortal essence reserves had reached the limit. She had no choice but to stop. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal's. Her previous life's Venerable Immortal Aperture had already been contributed to Celestial Court, while Celestial Court had annexed a large number of immemorial 9 Heavens fragments. Under the corrosion of Providence, her Wisdom Path Dao marks had turned into natural Dao marks. She could not be like Giant Sun Immortal, who could retrieve her original Venerable Immortal Aperture and increase the number of her Dao marks. But she had an advantage. Celestial Court had far more Wisdom Path Dao marks than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous life. Because Celestial Court had existed for over 3 million years, during which countless Wisdom Path rank 8 Goo Immortals were born, their immortal apertures had also fused with Celestial Court. If she could completely refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's amplification would be far greater than Giant Sun Immortal's in Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She was trying to use Star Eyes Goo and others to modify her combat system. Like Giant Sun Immortal, she had also absorbed a lot of primordial domain, becoming a supreme grandmaster of Star Path. Furthermore, she cultivated Wisdom Path. She had a greater advantage in deducing killer moves than Giant Sun Immortal. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was too intense. But when deducing killer moves, the immortal essence expenditure was completely acceptable for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. With her current Venerable Immortal Aperture, the immortal essence production was higher than the immortal essence expenditure. Most importantly, I need to completely refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. After that, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use her killer move to conceal the details of Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks to investigate forcefully. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was deeply aware of the principle that it was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. After I conceal Giant Sun Immortal's investigation, the first step is to break the truthful floating ice and take out the derivation goo inside to help the development of human path. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal should have the advantage. In terms of goo refinement, Feng Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation Immortal Goo. As long as I use it properly, I will be able to surpass the two venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. The three venerables were in a standoff, even though they were not fighting. This was just a different method of competition. Dao Mark's refinement, Immortal Essence storage, rank 9 Immortal Goo, and other aspects became the focus of the competition between the three venerables. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2277. Eastern Sea. This should be enough, I should stop for now. Feng Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao Marks. Feng Yuan had over 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence in the sovereign immortal aperture. But Feng Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao Marks because of his immortal essence storage. In fact, while he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao Marks on the surface, he was actually dispelling the truthful floating ice. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence was used to dispel the truthful floating ice. Only a small portion was used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao Marks. This performance allowed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to stay in their respective headquarters. They did not find trouble with Feng Yuan. Oh! Giant Sun Immortal has stopped refining natural Dao Marks. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. This information could not be concealed. And because the three venerables paid close attention to each other, Feng Yuan soon learned of it. Giant Sun Immortal should not have much immortal essence left. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is hiding in Celestial Court, her situation should be the same. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The two venerables' immortal essence reserves were low. They were less likely to find trouble with Feng Yuan. The threat they posed to Feng Yuan was also reduced by several times. Thankfully, I took a risk and succeeded in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Otherwise, I would be in a lot of trouble now. With three venerables, once they fell behind, it would be hard to catch up. After all, the three venerables were heroes among heroes. Right now, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the three venerables. But the truth is, I have many advantages. I have surpassed the two venerables. Feng Yuan evaluated. Firstly, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was truly powerful. Next, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was reinforced with time path methods. The flow of time was faster than the two venerables. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao Marks. There were almost no time path methods that could affect their immortal apertures. Finally, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's foundation far surpassed the two venerables' immortal apertures that he had just started developing. The amount of yellow apricot immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core was much higher than the two venerables. With these three factors combined, Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal elemental energy output was much higher than the two venerables. When Feng Yuan was refining the natural Dao Marks, he tried his best to look like he was having a hard time continuing, stopping frequently. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the two venerables did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because the two venerables knew about the sovereign immortal aperture, they understood the disadvantage of non-conflicting Dao Marks. They felt that Feng Yuan would not take the risk to increase the speed of time. As for the amount of immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core, because the sovereign immortal aperture had just gone through a small chaotic disaster, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's blessing and disaster ambush, the two venerables had underestimated the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. Especially during this period of time, Feng Yuan was refining goo publicly in jewel yellow skies. He was willing to pay immortal goo to purchase all kinds of resource points. He did not conceal his intention of constructing earth veins and water veins. This kind of full-on construction of the immortal aperture was seen by the two venerables. It only confirmed their guess that the sovereign immortal aperture had suffered great losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan tried to guess the two venerables' thoughts. In their opinion, I need to work on the immortal essence production. Refining rank 9 immortal goo is too risky. Accelerating the immortal aperture's time will lead to calamities and tribulations. I will expose my weakness. Thus, I can only develop the immortal aperture madly, to make the immortal aperture origin core deeper, and produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. But if I expose even the slightest flaw, the two venerables might be suspicious. Especially star constellation immortal venerable, she is the #1 wisdom path person in history. It will be very difficult to deceive her. Feng Yuan was treading on thin ice. He knew that if he maintained the current situation, it would be a rare victory. He could not expose even the slightest flaw. Once there was a flaw, the two venerables would immediately magnify it. They would quickly probe it with full force. Once the truth was exposed, what would happen? Feng Yuan would definitely be attacked by the two venerables. Feng Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. After all, he was facing two of the most outstanding goo cultivators in history. Who knew his secret might be exposed at the next moment? If that happened, Feng Yuan would not find it strange. No longer distracted by refining refinement path Dao marks, Feng Yuan started to unravel the truthful floating ice with all his strength. His intuition told him that he was about to make a huge gain. As expected, a few days later, his heaven path attainment level rose again, reaching quasi-grandmaster level. Even though he did not reach grandmaster level, Feng Yuan had a deep foundation. He felt a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my strength now, I will definitely be able to deduce a heaven path killer move that will allow me to take the primordial domain. Feng Yuan's primordial domain was still inside Jewel Yellow Skies. The goods inside Jewel Yellow Skies could not be used inside Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan of selling his clone and absorbing the primordial domain had no chance of success from the start. Only when Feng Yuan took out the primordial domain would he be able to absorb it and raise his attainment level. Unraveling the truthful floating ice mainly increases heaven path Dao marks, followed by heaven path attainment level, and finally the attainment level of the other paths. This final increase in attainment level is not obvious. It seems to be a bonus of the truthful floating ice. It only takes up a small proportion. As long as I rely on the primordial domain, I will be able to raise the attainment levels of the other paths. But is there a need for that now? Feng Yuan thought about it carefully before shaking his head. Deducing a heaven path killer move was not a problem for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was wary of the two venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, his heaven path method would be exposed. The two venerables would be wary first. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. After digesting so much primordial domain, his attainment level would definitely rise sharply. His threat level would increase greatly. Then the two venerables would be suspicious. How could Feng Yuan have such a heaven path method? Feng Yuan did not show it before, but now that he had this heaven path method, it meant that he had made a lot of progress in his heaven path cultivation. It was easy to link this to the truthful floating ice. After all, Feng Yuan had obtained the most truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Feng Yuan's progress in heaven path came from unraveling the truthful floating ice, then where did the immortal essence he needed to unravel the truthful floating ice come from? Star constellation immortal venerable and limitless demon venerable had cooperated for a long time to maintain the crazed demon formation. She had also become one with the Tao and created the killer move workers of heaven's work. She definitely knew the immortal essence expenditure of unraveling the truthful floating ice. Once she found something amiss, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal. The two venerables would work together to deal with and suppress Feng Yuan. Just like what Feng Yuan had thought of earlier, once a small flaw was exposed, the two venerables would work together to suppress him. The possibility of that was too high. I can deduce the heaven path killer move secretly, but I need to postpone collecting the primordial domain. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Feng Yuan, it was not crucial. It would also attract the attacks of the two venerables. Feng Yuan would lose his current advantage. That would be a huge loss. No, I can postpone deductions of the heaven path killer move. After all, once I grasp this method, my luck will rise sharply. Now that I have ranked 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, I have already increased the burden of obscured heavenly secret, causing its consumption to increase. What I need to do now is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal Goo. This thought had been in Feng Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal Goo to refine, Feng Yuan already had an answer. That was Advanced Refinement Goo. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dogshit Luck, Attitude Goo, or Dream Token Goo, but Advanced Refinement Goo. Once Advanced Refinement Goo became rank 9, it would be of great help to Feng Yuan when he refines other rank 8 Immortal Goo. For example, when Feng Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, the difficulty would be reduced by at least half. Feng Yuan had 2 advantages in refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. The first advantage was that Feng Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement Goo. This Advanced Refinement Goo came from Langya sect. It was the core of the long hair refinement path formation, and later became the core of Feng Yuan's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The second advantage was that Advanced Refinement Goo was a refinement path Immortal Goo. Even though some rule path immortal materials would be used in the process, it was far better than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement path immortal materials were the majority. Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He could be said to be flawless in handling refinement path immortal materials. This way the success rate would be greatly increased. Just as Feng Yuan was secretly refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. Western Desert. At the heart of Wind Falcon Desert. Rumble. With a loud sound, sand and dust flew in the air. An Immortal Goo house charged out of the ground. It was one of Feng Clan's rank 7 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Co-op. This Immortal Goo house was like 2 pavilions built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque there was a dog character. The door of the pavilion opened. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts of the chicken and dog species flew out. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. An oasis suddenly appeared in the desert that was originally empty. There were pine trees growing in this oasis. The pine trees were tall. Each tree was at least 100 feet tall, and there was a large distance between the trees. The pine trees spread their branches freely. Their leaves gathered into lumps. The surface was extremely flat, like a lawn in the sky. On the lawn made of pine leaves, there were huge bird nests. Long drive wind falcons were resting in the nests. There were many wind falcons. There were ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts of different strength. What a tall pine oasis, as expected of the second most famous resource point in Western Desert among Wan Clan's resource points. Feng Dichong was inside Chicken Dog Coop as he evaluated lightly. This was an important area of Wan Clan. The one guarding this place was Wan Clan's rank 7 Goo Immortal Expert, Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao did not show himself. He controlled the immortal formation to resist the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts while shouting furiously. Feng Clan, what are you trying to do? As a member of Western Desert's righteous path, you are actually attacking a super force of the same path. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Feng Dichong sneered. Earlier, Wan Clan gathered Western Desert super forces to attack my Feng Clan. We will settle this debt with you now. Do you really think my Feng Clan is easy to bully?